Alright, so we're back, and I think what we'd like to do here is our next big thing is we're going to be checking out this new area, Kedara Port, which is the next main quest location. So the Moshai says the Archon has a remnant map that may point the way to Meridian, which is the sort of central hub of the whole monolith system we've recently learned, but you don't know where his ship is, so you need to find out that important detail there. You must first track down the Angaran trader, then Terev, on Kedara Port, which is a place we've not yet been to, and learn what we can from him. And supposedly, this is some kind of outlaw outpost area, so I'm not really sure what to expect from this. Does that mean that it's going to be a sort of hub type of city area where we talk to a bunch of NPCs? Or is it going to be an area where, because these are maybe not the friendliest of folk, there might be a bit of combat, and the person we're trying to talk to is just going to be the final guy at the end of all that? Not really sure. It's perhaps going to be some kind of combination of those things. But before we do that, I just want to quickly head back over here and take a look at our other stuffs, like our strike teams and what have you. Because, let's first check just what we're doing timing-wise on these. Yep, we're ready to pick up our packages. For what it's worth, I did make a pretty concerted effort in between this stream and our previous stream to do a whole lot of picking up resources here and doing Apex missions, or strike teams missions. So if we take a look at this page here, we have just one silver mission that's ready right now and a bunch of golds, which I don't really think we're ready to do right now. But if we take a look at this silver mission, you can see that we now have 4 teams, first of all. I think when we last left off, we had 3, and they should be considerably higher level now. We still have our 2 sort of go-to teams, Charlie and Tango were our 2 early ones, and I think we have gained at least 1, if not multiple positive traits here since we last checked in. Yeah, I think we gained Heroic on this group, so plus 10 for we need a hero situations. And then this one has gotten Remnant Specialist, which means it has Outlaw, Ket, and Remnant Specialty. So regardless of what type of enemy mission is going to be against, they have the plus 10 bonus, which is kind of cool. I mean, on the other hand, you know, I think at least when you start looking at gold missions, you're trying to get more overlap between those things so that when the stars align, you have a much higher chance of success. Otherwise, you're going to need to use a whole bunch of that equipment to boost up their effectiveness, and that costs our mission funds to make that happen. So at least for silver missions, it means great consistency, but for gold, that might not be the best thing, to have that broad generalization rather than specific specialization. Then Zulu was the one that we added, I think, last stream. They have leveled up considerably now at level... So basically, these are our go-to silver teams and ones that we may look to push into gold missions as we start to accumulate more mission funds and might be willing to spend some of those to increase their effectiveness for a mission or 2. Zulu was the one that we added last time, and they've leveled up considerably now. They are in a place where their silver probability of success is still reasonable. 78 is decent, but not as good as these guys, obviously. So, you know, in a pinch, if these 2 guys are occupied, then we could still have these ones deployed on a silver mission. Otherwise, you know, they can be a high percentage team for bronze missions. For what it's worth, this is now our first team to have gotten a negative trait. I did have several teams fail a mission or 2 every now and again, and so Zulu is the first one that got a negative trait. It's minus 10 effectiveness against scary enemies because they are cowardly, which, I don't know, something about that, having a cowardly group of what is, I believe, supposed to be all Turians, is just kind of hilarious to me. Because I think, what is it, in one of the previous Mass Effect games, there's some just passing dialogue somewhere, possibly in the Codex, where it says, like, you never see Turians back on the battlefield because they never retreat, and yet here they are being cowardly. So, unfortunately, there's that. I mean, I don't think it's, at least by the early look of things, it didn't seem as though that one negative trait is going to hold them back too much, so hopefully that's not a big deal. Then this is the entirely new team here, Yankee, which, well, they're going to remain the lowest team because, Yankee comes with a bit of a negative connotation where I'm from, but, from a sports standpoint. But they are our lowest level team, but they're still up to level 8, which is definitely good for bronze missions. As you see here, for silver, in some cases, if we can line up some positive traits, they can probably still do a reasonable job, but in this case, they have not great setup at the moment, because they started with that stealthy one for plus 10 effectiveness when silent and deadly, which just seems like that's way more inconsistent than the other starting abilities we had, like the Ket specialty or whatever other type of enemy specialty, or, you know, that just plus 10 effectiveness across the board. I did eventually unlock that Grizzled Veteran for plus 5 effectiveness across the board, so that is useful, but these guys are still in development, so they are, for the most part, I think, going to be our bronze team. There is still room, theoretically, to acquire, I guess, 2 more teams, but at this stage, as we're seeing here, it seems like the bottleneck is more so number of missions that we feel comfortable attempting, more so than having enough teams to attempt those missions in the first place. So, like in this case, we could just send our strongest teams on this silver mission, because the stakes are a little bit higher, of course. Presumably the rewards are better for this than we'd get from a bronze mission. Or you say, alright, lower probability of success for Zulu, but 78% is still not bad, and this could be a good opportunity to level them up further. I think on this occasion, maybe we'll still put possibly even the best team out here, Charlie, because they're not that far away from leveling up again, and I would like for them to pick up probably a couple more levels before we start considering investing in them with a bunch of equipment to try some gold missions. So let's just throw them out there for now, and if we see other silver or bronze missions pop up, then that's where we can certainly throw out the lower level teams. So there's that. But I also, as I said, made a very committed effort to do a lot of these missions. And I figured, you know what, it'd be kind of interesting to see if I just didn't collect all of the loot boxes from finishing these missions over the course of this past week in between streams. Maybe we just open them all up at the beginning of this stream here. So, we have, 26, 39, 52... 64, 70, 76, if my math is correct, boxes here. Most of which, well, I mean, a decent amount of those are silver. Obviously, a little bit more are bronze still, but before we do that, I just want to check the before and after. Let's see, for credits, we are on, 29, just shy of 30,000 there. So, I'm curious to see just how much of a difference opening up all of these boxes is going to be. 1,000 loot boxes stream. I mean, I was considering maybe trying to get up to 100, but there is obviously a limit in terms of how frequently you can get the new strike teams missions popping up, and so couldn't quite get there, but got to at least 50. So I think this will be pretty significant right here. Let's see. I pressed the button, and it had a couple second delay before this screen popped up here. Because, okay. Pay very close attention to the bottom left corner of the screen, because as soon as we exit out of this, I think we're going to see a bunch of updates pop up for all the things that we got from opening up those boxes. Credits. Okay, at least they go one at a time here, so lots of credits. What else? Some resources, some minerals. And then some other crafting materials, I think, as well. Okay, then the silver and the gold are higher rarity ones, so we certainly like to see those more. And yes, we are starting to get more of that stuff. I imagine that's primarily coming from those silver boxes, rather than the bronze ones. I think there's still a chance to get silver from bronze boxes. You know, there's a chance to basically get things that are one rarity level higher up from these types of boxes, but just a little bit less likely. And I did see that there technically are different kinds of boxes. There's ones that say, this is going to give you credits, this is going to give you minerals, this is going to give you items, and so, oh, we got a fair number of weapons there. And some of them were rares, and I recognize some of the names, so those might be half decent. So, let's see what okay, how many credits? How many credits do we think the 76 boxes were worth? So we were at just under 30,000 before we did all these, and it was what, like about 30 or 40 per box? So it could be somewhat significant here. I mean, I don't think it's going to be enough to like double our credit count, but Couple thousand? I think it's gonna be around there, right? Like 2,000 or 3,000. Let's see. Moment of truth. Okay. Whoa. Oh wait, no, that's less than I would have thought. Yeah, it's only about 1,000. Actually, a little less than 1,000, about 900, right? Yeah. So I mean, as crazy as it sounded to unlock all those boxes, at least from a credit standpoint, seems like that was not a very big difference maker. So part of me, as I was doing all those strike missions and accumulating all these boxes, was thinking in the back of my head, like, am I gonna break the game just by doing all this stuff early on and just showering ourselves with all these credits and resources and what have you? But then I started to, like, do a little, or anticipate what some of the math was going to be like, where I was like, you know, if it's really just about 30 credits per box, then it's not actually going to add up to all that much. But I think the bigger difference maker is going to be the weapons and whatnot. So, okay, we will definitely take a look at that. Similarly, though, because I did a bunch of the boxes here, and we have stuff for research, for Milky Way, specifically, Milky Way intel is what this gives. Minerals, and then on this side, the tech materials as well. I got a bunch of at least the basic crafting materials for those things, and a bunch of Milky Way research as well. So if we take a quick look at those things, we did just get a little bit more from those boxes as well. But if we look at the inventory here, that might have been a little more significant getting all the stuff from this, because if we go to resources, and minerals in particular, you're going to see the bronze stuff has a lot. So aluminum, beryllium, copper, graphite, what else? Iron, got a lot of that. In general, magnesium, a ton of that. In general, I would assume that the bronze stuff is more common than the silver and the gold, of course, and the ultra rare. So that probably means that you're, in general, going to get it more often and need it in greater quantities. So I'm kind of hoping that it's not, you know, again, not game-breaking. Oh, hold on. The resources went away. Kind of hoping that it's not a game-breaking amount here. Every once in a while, it gave small amounts of the silver stuff. It seems like it's probably, you know, the base rarity is you're by default going to get bronze, and then maybe like a 5% chance of getting, or maybe more like a 10% chance of getting silver, 5% chance of getting gold. Every once in a while I got a little bit of that, and then maybe a 1% chance of getting ultra rare, because on, I think, precisely one occasion I got like 1 or 2 element 0, which, yes, it's ultra rare, but I'm assuming getting 1 or 2 when we have 164 right now is probably not about to be a game-changing amount. So, I don't know. I don't know how much all those things are really going to add up, but it does, oh, the other thing is that it does make me wonder, you know, we were talking a little bit about these things before, but, like, is it under military pods? No, it might be under commerce pods. Which one is it under? Earn a large amount of credits from investments at regular intervals. Normal amount of credits in regular intervals. I mean, I don't know how much those are going to be, but that's kind of the same general idea. It might be under military. Where was it? Oh, I think it's this. Apex Tactics. Earn 15% more credits from Apex missions. So we just opened up 76 packs, and we got like 1,000 credits. And that was from very dedicated strike team mission running over the course of an entire week to accumulate all those 76 packs. So if doing this Apex Tactics is going to give us functionally just 150 more credits, or thereabouts, over the course of a week, that feels like that is almost completely statistically insignificant. Then there's, you know, an additional 15% we can get there, and then you can get 20% chance to get weapons or armor. So what I'm getting at is the credits, I feel like even if you bump these up, you know, 15% of almost 0 is still almost 0. So that feels like that's not a big deal. But perhaps getting the weapons and armor is really where the Apex reward, or the strike team mission rewards, really start to become more meaningful. Because now let's take a look. I did recognize some of the names popping up there. And yeah, hopefully all these things that have the exclamation point are new to us. So let's see, we had theoretically a Sidewinder 4 previously, apparently. I don't remember picking it up, but we've now gotten a bunch of them. So this is a pistol that is new to Andromeda, so I don't really know much about it. The Sidewinder rapid-fire pistol is a newly developed weapon crafted by Nexus Exiles with materials and technologies unique to the Andromeda Initiative and the Helios Cluster. versatile and reliable, the Sidewinder is perfect for a user with few resources to fall back on. So that seems like... How does that compare to... I mean, Phalanx, did we just pick this up? We might have. I mean, this is a weapon from previous Mass Effect games, so I have a better sense of what this does. So for comparison's sake, much higher... Oh, that's Scorpion, which we also just got, which we might have crafted previously. This is a good weapon. This is actually an ultra rare in Mass Effect 3, isn't it? Not a rare. So, I mean, this fires little explosive sticky grenades. So the damage should be high, but the rate of fire will be low. Clip size, low. Max ammo, low. Accuracy, I mean, if it's like Mass Effect 3, it's not super accurate because it does a little bit of a lob. Not really a straight bullet. Whereas, okay, if we compare, I really want to compare the Sidewinder and the Phalanx. I think it's going to be the better comparison. So better damage on the Sidewinder. Clip size, a little bit smaller, though. Ammo smaller. Accuracy lower. Weight, same. So yeah, it seems like it's kind of just like a relatively high damage, slow firing pistol. Wait, rate of fire was what? Oh, hold on. Rate of fire was what relative to Phalanx? It is faster. It is faster. I mean, Phalanx is really not a very high damage weapon. It's more just accurate. So, yeah. Relatively high DPS weapon. Then the Rose Raid's what we're using right now, which is really a Rosa-Rad, which is more of an SMG in truth. But yeah, I could be convinced to switch over to a Sidewinder potentially. But did we get more stuff from other types of weapons? Possibly. Cyclone. I mean, I'm going to assume that anything with that little exclamation point is new. So, this is new to Andromeda as well. So this is assault rifles now, high rate of fire, relatively low damage. I mean, it's hard to tell exactly with the assault rifles, because of course you have such a high rate of fire that it's, if one bullet is doing 36, that might still add up to a fair bit. Yeah, so really need that to compare to something. Like, Avenger is a starting weapon. This is a higher level version of it, yes, but... Okay, so it's lower damage than the Avenger, wow. Okay, but it is a faster rate of fire, so there you go. Relatively fast rate of fire. High clip size. Low ammo. Low accuracy. And high weight. So... Higher damage version of the Avenger, which is not saying that much. Just basically seems like a higher risk version. A little bit difficult, a little bit more difficult to make it work, but if you have the extra accuracy coming from other sources, or extra ammo coming from other sources, then theoretically it could become a better weapon. Matic, I am familiar with from previous Mass Effect games. It's not a terrible assault rifle. It is a little bit gimmicky. But yeah, higher damage, lower rate of fire. I mean, it's semi-automatic, I assume, still. And the thing about the Matic in previous games was basically it fires as quickly as you can press the button. Which, if you are absolutely button mashing, is not bad. But it does destroy your finger. Otherwise, it's pretty accurate and pretty high damage, but... Okay. Not necessarily sure we're about to switch one of those. I mean, the Zulkin that we've been using thus far is... It's been starting to trail off a bit, I feel like. So we could potentially look to switch. How does this compare? Higher damage for the Zulkin. Oh, right, because Zulkin is semi-automatic as well. So rate of fire should be much higher here. It is. I could be convinced to go with a Cyclone. Maybe we'll try that out later. Shotguns. Hesh, we might... Yeah, we've seen this before. This is just a higher level version of it. Ryder Carbine, I saw this pop up. In Mass Effect 3, this is one of the most powerful weapons in the game. It's really cheesy. Sometimes nicknamed the Cheeser. But, the thing is, it's a shotgun that shoots at the rate of fire of an assault rifle. It basically shoots electricity. Designed by the Milky Way's Quarians, the Ryder Carbine is effective against shields and radiates enough energy to harm enemies near the main target. An invisible laser ionizes the air and creates a path for a high amperage electric shock. It was named for the Quarian Ryder in recognition of his service against the Geth. So, very high damage. Thing that I guess you can't really see here is it has very limited range. It's a complete finite. Like, there's no There's no gray area about there is a very concrete finite range where it just, after which, does absolutely no damage at all. Which, when we're using Cloak and getting into Flamer range, there's potentially something to be said for that, where we're already up pretty close to enemies. Might have slightly less range even than Flamer, comparatively speaking, but then again, we kind of want to be using our weapon for longer range stuff because when we are up close, are for the most part trying to use Flamer. So, I mean, this is, when set up properly, one of, if not the single most effective weapons in Mass Effect 3. So, it certainly caught my attention when I saw that name pop up. And depending on how honorable we want, it's kind of a dishonorable weapon because there's specifically some kind of gimmicky borderline that might be outright bugs with this weapon that just make it do absurd amounts of damage. So I don't know if that's still the case in Andromeda as well, but if we're feeling honorable, we might deliberately try to not do that for Andromeda and find more creative and new ways to scale our damage with our weapons. This is new, and that is an interesting looking spike at the bottom. Damage much higher. This looks like it must be more of a, one-time shoot kind of shotgun. Because 70 rate of fire versus, again, the Rieger is functionally basically an assault rifle. It's much, much slower, much smaller clip size. The damage is higher per shot. Accuracy is kind of low, and it's very heavy. So I don't really know what to make of that. Have we seen this before? The Dawn? I mean, it's level 3, so we probably got it previously. But this has huge damage. But is, again, more of a traditional type shotgun, it seems like. Slow rate of fire, 3 bullets in the clip. Or 3 shells. Okay. Oh, what, more new shotguns? Oh, Katana 3? Okay, well, this is the starting shotgun, just a higher level version of it. It's not a huge deal. Snipers, Raptor, exists in Mass Effect 2 and 3, and in 2 as well? At least in 3. And is kind of a hybrid between sniper rifle and assault rifle, and is pretty terrible. At least in the previous games. And I'm not a fan of snipers, so probably not about to use that. Vanquisher. I do not recognize that name. That is new to Andromeda. What's the deal here? The Vanquisher is a versatile sniper that packs a solid punch, built by Nexus Exiles. It is highly modular and damage resistant. Its effectiveness is unimpeded by sandstorm, snow, and other weather conditions. Okay, I'm not really sure that makes a difference for us. Feels like that's just kind of flavor text and not actually that insightful. Definitely looks like more of your traditional sniper with that lower rate of fire, but still multiple clips, or multiple bullets per clip. So it's not a shoot once reload kind of sniper, which is one of the things that I'm particularly not a fan of when it comes to sniper rifles. Then Viper, similar story there. Okay, I mean, I don't really expect us to be using much in the way of sniper rifles anytime soon. Krogan Hammer is pretty cool. I feel like we saw this pop up before. That's pretty sure a higher number for melee damage than we've seen for other things. Look, we're currently equipping this. Yeah, I mean, that's now, I guess, our highest melee damage weapon. And mods, probably, I don't know if we actually picked up mods from that stuff there. This might just be stuff that we didn't look at previously. Pretty sure we were just getting base weapons and armor. Just want the exclamation mark to go away so we know that stuff is... Huh? Why is it still the exclamation there? Okay, not sure why, but... Just do this. Okay. New armor? Maybe a little bit of that? And again, might just be kind of some stuff that we unlocked before but didn't necessarily take much time to look at. The Ket seems like in general that has weapons and melee or combat damage, whereas the Angaran stuff is more tech-based. And in general, we are prioritizing the tech thus far, so stuff like this is more likely the kind of thing we'd be looking to use long-term, I would think. Although at the moment, we're trying to scale our experience for as long as possible, and then once we actually need it, or at least feel like we need it for combat purposes, then we'll transition over and scale more of our tech damage and whatnot. Tech duration, what have you. Okay. Consumables, alright, yeah, we'll just go through and... Why is it Yeah, I don't know why that was showing it as if we had new things here. Okay, that's odd. Oh, was there even more here? There might be. So, I mean, it'd be nice to be able to use that as an actual indicator of, okay, you have something new here that you did not see before. This is the one that just kept on keeping that exclamation point there. Ah, and it keeps on switching up on me. Alright, it's not a huge deal. So, lots of stuff picked up there. I imagine I should just take a quick look here. What is our inventory item count? 71. We should probably sell stuff, because we do have that 100 item limit. And I am concerned, especially if we're about to go out on a main quest mission, that we could run out of inventory space. So we definitely, with all of our sidewinders, we could sell some stuff here, or we could scrap for material. Yeah, tell you what, we'll scrap for materials in most cases, I think. Which we do from here, don't we? Okay. Let's do this then. Let's deconstruct. We'll keep at least one of the sidewinders, because I am a little bit intrigued. Probably keep the scorpion as well. We are currently using, I think, phalanx we can dump, though. I don't expect that to be any good. Then assault rifles, yeah, like we can dump the Avenger. And I do like how you seem to get at least a little bit of the high-level stuff. Crafting materials, at least, even when you're dumping what are pretty weak items. Currently using this Zulkin here, just level 3. We might have better options. Might hold on to those for the time being. And I know Crusader is ultra rare, and it is a really freaking good weapon. And honestly, still level 2 is probably still very good compared to other ones, because it is that powerful. But Rieger we should definitely keep. This one, I guess I'm not that impressed. It seems like, you know, if we're going to go for the more traditional shoot once or twice or 3 times, shoot hard type shotgun, then we have better alternatives. And snipers, we might just dump everything. We're very close to it. Vanquisher, I'm a little bit intrigued. Don't remember looking at this, but it is an ultra rare. It is extremely heavy. But again, since I don't like snipers, even though I am intrigued. Then for the melee stuff, we should be able to dump you, I think. Probably gonna end up using that Krogan hammer. Can we sell the one that we're currently equipping? No, it won't let us. Okay, or break down the one that we're currently equipping. If we break down the mods, it does not give us anything. I think we established we need to sell those to get anything in return. Now, I think we can salvage you. And then I would like to hold on to you. So we may look to be using stuff like that later on. This just doesn't do anything. Yes, let's keep one the Angaran ones, and we'll keep one of the high level. I mean, honestly, I don't even think we're going to use the Ket ones. Yeah. Stick with the Angaran stuff. Yes, we could use this to buy and sell things if we really wanted to min-max, but that feels like that is serious overkill, so I think we'll just get rid of it altogether. I will still hold on to this. I think we will still use the bonus experience for the time being, because again, to the extent possible, I'd like to stick with that at least early on to give us a bit of a head start with our experience. Then once we feel like it's more desperate, that we do everything we can to power ourselves up combat-wise, that's when we'll switch over to more useful things. But I think, again, for the most part, we're looking at an Angaran, and we have level 4 there. Let's get rid of the level 3 in that case. And these are mods again, so we shouldn't salvage those. Okay, I think we're good there. One last thing to double check. As I said, we picked up a bunch of the Milky Way research specifically, just to prove a point. We have a lot of it. compare Milky Way to the other ones. The reason why Milky Way is so big is because this is the kind that we get from doing those little pickups over here every, 45 minutes? So, yeah, it has very much started to outpace the other categories. So we may look to spend a bunch on research soon as well, although that's probably not super time sensitive. So in the interest of keeping things moving, we'll carry on here, but that is probably something we'll look to delve into a bit more later on. But I think for right now, we are probably going to head over to the new main quest area. I mean, I guess we'll do one final check. What is our inventory count now? We were on 71 or something before, and now we're at 43. Okay, so I feel much better about that. So, yes. Let's head over. And so, again, the idea is we are hunting down the Archon. We need to find the location of his ship, because there's important information that we are expecting to get from his ship. But we need to learn that by talking to this guy, Ven Terev, who's in this sort of outpost-like city area on this planet we've never been to before, so I really don't know what to expect there. I am curious. Is it going to be something like Omega from Mass Effect 2 and 3? Possibly.
Orbit is steady.
Possibly. Okay, so let's see. It's over there. I think we've still explored every other system 100%. Just do a quick double check here. Obviously, we went over and did a fair bit of Vold side missions in between main quests there, so yeah, I think we did all the other stuff that felt like it was worth doing before we head over here. Obviously, we still have more to do on Vold, but let's head over and let's see what it's all about.
System, Gavorkum. Approaching Kedara.
Besides being a haven for Nexus exiles, what do we know about this place?
Group of exiles called the Outcasts liberated Kedara port from the Ket. Until recently, their power was absolute. But a new gang, the Collective, has been chipping it away. Real shady bastards led by an unknown called the Charlatan.
Well, with luck, they'll be too busy shooting at each other to notice us.
Okay, so there's the Collective, and there's the Exile people, who are theoretically kind of duking it out. And the question is, can we stop by to say hello in relative peace, or are we going to get caught in the crossfire? It sounds like there's going to be a fair bit of crossfire. But let's at least explore the other places before we head over to the big one.
Anomaly on sensors.
Okay, well this is Govorcom. Oh wait, no, that's the system. This is Thyvernos. And no atmosphere, or functionally no atmosphere, and therefore extremely cold. A massive black rock and a massive ball of rock and frozen methane. I mean, there's on the surface maybe, but yeah, the atmosphere is not methane because the atmosphere doesn't exist. Thyvernos has little apparent material or scientific value. Would-be miners from Kedara keep scanning it just in case. Well, what are we gonna find? Probably whatever the heck this thing is.
Deploying probe. Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
Okay, yeah, this is a planet, mind you. So if there's a beryllium deposit that is the size of a continent, then yeah, I'd say it's probably pretty significant. A metal ideal for lightweight construction and a variety of applications, this deposit is readily accessible. Yes, we get 130 there, and that's a bronze resource, so again, compare that to the quantities we were getting from those supplies that we get every 45 minutes or so, and that's probably, I think those were like 20 to 30 from those. This is like, 3 or 4 times better than this, or better than the supply drops, which is understandable since that's a one-time thing. Oh, probably this? Yes. So yeah, good to see that the planet still holds significance, relatively speaking. Okay, so what is at this wreckage? Did we have any missions that were telling us to seek out wreckage? I feel like that might have been the case. Certainly in the past there was, and I know we had said something like, oh, is this going to be like the easy one that we got before, where it's just going to be in the same exact system where we currently are, and it's going to be almost immediately that we complete it? And I don't think it was, so maybe this is what that person was telling us to track down. So what's the idea here? Unknown. from what the ship is. Estimated there were 5 to 8 people on it. The paltry remains of a Ket dropship. Whoever destroyed it thoroughly scavenged its parts, but perhaps there's something they missed. Okay. Oh. Okay. Lots of little, are those like tech items? I think those are crafting materials, though they came in quantities of 1. So I guess I haven't really seen when we're supposed to use those, or, you know, in what circumstances they are applied. But let us proceed. I mean, are there any other things for us to scan, just in general here? Not at the moment. Alright, so what's at Bacher? Oh, it's big, I think. And it has a nice ring to it. Alright, so nothing for us to scan here. Disputes among exiles break out frequently over Bacher. The gas giant is useful for ships looking to replenish their helium-3 supplies, and thus a resource to be claimed. Okay. The game is telling us to use our research points because we have a lot of them. That's understandable, as I was saying. We'll look to do that soon. But don't think it's that time-sensitive. What? Is that the name of the planet? Is mine? Because, in case you didn't know... Mine. Ooh. Looks interesting.
I'm picking up something.
And there is something to be detected here. Okay. Let's see. I mean, it's negative 38 degrees Celsius on the surface, which is unpleasant, but theoretically livable. 2.82 atmospheres of atmospheric pressure is a lot, but possibly still livable. Cobalt and boron are among the resources available on the aptly, if unimaginatively named, mine. Workers struggle under heavy gravity. What is the... We don't have gravity listed here. And frigid temperature to bring their prizes home. And you would think this is going to be more resources.
Probes launched.
Given how
Anomaly found.
it's a mine on this planet, or there are lots of mines on this planet. Let's see. It's a mountain, origin tectonic. Okay, makes sense. Dense and radioactive metals make portions of mine difficult to scan. This mountain, thick with valuable materials, had gone undiscovered until our arrival. Okay, sure. Oh, just get experience. Okay, I mean, I guess we'll take it. Would have expected to get resources instead, but I guess that works too. Okay, so then working our way in, next would be the target planet, but let's save that one for last. And instead, go to Trobror. It's a lot of R's. Okay, there's basically no atmosphere, and being right next to the star, it is scorching hot. Loosely translated, Trobror is the Krogan word for cinder or ash heap. This massive desert world harbors no life, water, or minerals of any use. Lovely. It does look very cool, though. Because no, it's not an atmosphere. It's not like those are clouds, because there is no atmosphere. So I guess that's just the surface. It's an interesting texture in that case. Alright, so now I think we're ready to go to Kedara here. There is nothing else remaining. So this is the place we're looking to go for the main quest.
Now orbiting Kedara.
Okay, so...
Standing order for all incoming ships. The port is a ceasefire zone by order of Sloane Kelly. She was head of Nexus Security.
Be ready for anything.
Okay.
And keep comms open. Should hear from our resistance contact soon.
Was she the person who we kept on hearing her name pop up? I think it's a woman. Who led the rebellion on the Nexus? And then, obviously, fled afterward? And there were some questions as to whether she's still alive or dead. Most people thought she was actually dead, but then we heard elsewhere that perhaps she is actually alive. And this would very much seem to confirm that. in terms of the planetary conditions here, one would assume it is the most hospitable, because it is a place where there are, one would assume, a lot of people right now. So 1.1 atmospheres of atmospheric pressure, that's fine. 29 degrees Celsius, definitely fine. A mountainous world, originally settled by the Angara. Is this... I mean, this is not one of the 3 planets that the Angara had told us that they were trying to recolonize. You know, they had said, what, Havarl, Aya, and Vold. But I guess, in some ways, you could add this to the list. Kedara is now a haven for Nexus exiles and pirates. In addition to this criminal element, the planet is plagued by toxic water caused by an atypical amount of sulfide minerals. Okay. So aluminum, titanium, let's see, use copper, right, and beryllium. Hunting the Archon's main quest and then safe journeys, might want to double check what that one is for. But okay, that's the landing zone. I don't think there's anything else here. So supposedly, the docking area is supposed to be safe, at least according to that little message we got at the beginning there. So maybe that does mean, at least right off the bat, we're going to be able to just talk to people and hopefully not have too much in the way of combat, but then maybe kind of like Vold might be a good comparison. That was the case initially there, but then once we started heading out a little bit further, we went out into the wilderness, and then there very much were still enemies and combat and what have you. Alright, so let's disembark. That is a dramatic backdrop.
Incoming call. Patching it through.
There's been a development regarding the spy, Venturev. Rendezvous at Crawler's Song. Your contact's codename is Shayna.
Shayna.
Shayna. Got it.
I will try to remember that.
That's one hell of a welcome sign.
Oh,
Exiles have stepped up their game since the revolt.
Not too shabby for folk who got kicked off the station with nothing to show for it.
yeah, how did they pull this off? Because that was my first reaction when I heard that the people revolted and fled the Nexus was, I mean, sure, maybe you're frustrated with the Andromeda Initiative and the lack of success thus far, but if the main reason why they were unsuccessful was because of their lack of resources, and so I find it hard to believe that a random group of people, a subset of the people from the Initiative, could just disband and suddenly do dramatically better with settling a new galaxy than a full-fledged project, which sure doesn't have everyone and everything that they'd planned to have ready to go, but still. We should be allies. They don't deserve admiration. I mean, yeah, this is really our first encounter with the Outlaws. That's really our first encounter with the Outlaws. And so we know that they rebelled because of that frustration, but I guess we haven't really thought big picture, you know, is our ultimate goal here to try to win those people back over into the Initiative and reunite everyone? Or do we feel like, you know, they left initially because they didn't believe in the program, and ultimately that hostility will still remain even if they were tried to be reintroduced into the rest of the team, so we should just keep them separate? Not really sure.
Maybe we can get them back on our side.
We know they can fight Ket.
Our supplier's waiting. Come on, we're gonna be late.
And maybe that's why the Angara
Do
did
I
not...
even want to know?
Oh.
Nope.
Oh dear. Maybe that's why the Angara did not list this as one of the planets they wanted us to try to resettle, was because the ones they were telling us to resettle were overtaken by Ket.
I'm sick of your shit.
Whereas this is a planet taken over by the what is there? Is it Outlaw? That's the official name?
People won't allow it.
Bandit?
Not for us. The Angara would have been slaughtered by the Ket.
Ungrateful prick.
At least at the moment, it does seem to be... Let's see, why is it... What is it that it's telling me to scan? I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of stuff here, but oh, I mean, this dude. Hey, man. What's up? I like his armor. I like it a lot. Okay, there's a lot of stuff down here. For some reason, I thought that it's gonna be the main level up here, but okay, I'm gonna look up here first in that case. Maybe? Yeah, we'll go here first. That is a very time-consuming door to open. The docks, okay. Should probably pop open a map at some point here, but at least initially, just poke around a bit. What, is your hair just dyed blue? Your hair is just dyed blue, okay. Didn't know what to make of that from behind for a second there. You also have very cool looking armor. I'm very jealous. Everyone here has way better style than we have. Not a huge fan of the blue hair lady, to be honest, but the armor itself, very good. Okay, that's where the actual main quest is. Is that Liam? Kind of looks like Liam. Okay, why don't we break up the map? That's probably worth doing. Okay, so that's where we first got here. We have an upper level, we have a lower level. Not sure what Krala's song is. Maybe that's the name of a bar? Market? Shops? Okay. So yeah, it seems like it's functionally a city. And no obvious way to, well, just get up and leave the city, because it's basically Cloud City. Maybe not quite that high, but I mean, it does look very cool.
Here's your share.
You said we'd split the take evenly.
It's even. Do the math.
I've got a family. You don't. This isn't fair. We agreed.
To split the profits 50-50. How you feed your family is your own problem.
I mean, I'm with her on that one. You agreed to it. Alright, Liam, what is the deal here?
I get it, I do. But no one leaves the port until their docking papers go through processing.
Docking papers, right. How much you want?
Look, personally, I've got no issue. But that's an initiative ship.
Every Milky Way ship was initiative at one point.
Not anymore. It's not like I want the paperwork, but I gotta do my due diligence. You understand.
Perfectly.
So you're just deliberately being needlessly difficult.
Everything all right?
Yeah, just greasing some palms so we can park the Nomad.
Okay. Did sound like you're about to try to bribe this guy.
Need any help?
Thanks, but I've got this. You just focus on the spy.
And maybe don't say that out loud. Oh, this is just a normal research center? Okay. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of your armor. I mean, serious contrast in the colors, yes, but not loving it. Not loving it. Ah, here we go. Alright, this is giving Milky Way research. Because these are outlaws that were originally from the Milky Way, I suppose. So, adapted initiative core tech. Recovery aside, this device is valuable for its non-standard adaptation. I'm pretty sure we've heard this description many times before. Shipping container. While unable to discern the exact items, my scanner is detecting large amounts. It's kind of hard to read this against the white-ish background. That does not make it any better. Large amount. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Large amounts of metallic material. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Miss, do we need to have a talk? Do we need to have a talk? Your face paint looks silly, by the way. Just take shots at her while she's mess with us. Let's see. It's not very nice of us. But, okay. So, this crate most likely contains weapons, ammunition, and grenades stolen from the Nexus Armory during the uprising. Lovely. Let's steal them back. Also, that's interesting. So yeah, I mean, it seems like a full-fledged city, more or less. All the doors take so long to open, though. What is the deal with that? It's just because they're... Thematically, because they're supposed to be barricaded? I mean, maybe, but still. It's, still feels like that is overkill. Don't know what that's supposed to be.
You
Some
can't
kind of
do
neon
this.
sign of a soldier.
This is a home.
Should have paid your protection fees then.
And Sloan wonders why
Whoa.
people join the collective.
Say that again.
Excuse me.
I dare you.
What the heck? What's going on here? Dude, chill. What the heck? What's going on? Also, I'd like to talk, please. There we go.
What are you doing to these people?
Nothing they weren't expecting. Court's got 2 rules. No guns and pay your protection fees.
You've got a gun, and what protection fees?
So what's that you're holding?
Outcasts don't have to abide by the rules. Just enforce them. You got a problem with that?
Yeah, I do.
You can join these assholes.
Pathfinder, it will be difficult to find the spy if you're barred from the city.
Guess that's true.
What was that?
Nothing. I'll be on my way.
Creep.
Oh, yeah, you know, call us a creep. Well, meanwhile, you're the one who's just kicking. I mean, that guy's gonna, like, IRL, real life, this guy would die pretty quickly at that. But that's pretty serious to just do that repeatedly.
Supposed to survive out there.
Not my problem. You're no better than the Nexus.
Don't blame us because you could pay the fees.
Sloan's not running a fucking charity.
Okay. When you're scanning, so I'm gonna scan. That's where we're ultimately looking to go, but at the moment I'm mostly just poking around, seeing what we can learn about this area and exploring a bit. Personal log, Junseo, no, never heard that name before. Detailed drawing of a manta, as in like a manta ray. New entry, for the first time, I guess 600 years, I feel like I can breathe. Sure, the air smells like junk, but I've got a roof over my head and food in my gut. No more running. No more Armageddon planet after Armageddon planet. I can finally just explore. That was the whole point, right? I'm gonna start with figuring out the migration patterns of those manta creatures. Oh, yes! We've seen those before. What's up, Banana? How's it going? We just started on this new planet, yes. We are just looking at Kedara and exploring around the city area. But yeah, this is referring to the... We saw them, what, originally on Havarl, I think? The flying manta-like creatures that... I mean, we only saw from a distance, but seem to be pretty huge. And we've not really seen them up close since then. So, let's see. Gonna start with figuring out the migration patterns of those things. Maybe Liger knows? I mean, yeah, if they're named after a Liger, then that'd be my first guess, going to them as well. This is her home planet after all. Okay. Must be an Angara, then?
Had to give Sloan her cut. You know the rules.
Yeah, just show me what you got.
Okay, so this is a merchant.
Nice gear. Could find something better. Check the console.
Okay, I mean, theoretically, try not to cause too much trouble before we start dealing with our spy here. Kind of trying to fly under the radar here, so, you know, poking fun at the... Or, poking fun is maybe not the right way of phrasing it, but criticizing the outlaws here for attacking civilians mercilessly and asking all the merchants if they stole their goods and whatnot is maybe asking for trouble.
I've been looking for an edge.
Out here, you'll need it.
Mass Effect 1, there is a weapon called the Edge. I kind of wish they had that weapon here, so that would be fitting. But, I mean, 14% assault rifle damage with no other downsides is actually pretty solid. And penetration as well is also very useful. But I wasn't actually trying to make much of a point of buying stuff here. Just curious to see what this guy had to say. Okay. So, and sells mostly mods, it seems like. That's where we're eventually going to want to go. But I would like to just kind of explore around a little bit. From what the heck is this person doing? Why are you crouched like that? What's wrong with you? Okay. Addo. New entry. Saw an Asari placing cameras around the port. Maybe it's this Asari right here. Little things. Hard to find. Hard to see. Must be a collective operative. The charlatan's eyes and ears. That's the other group that's supposedly picking a fight with the main group here of outlaws. Asked Shelley if I could tell Sloane's guards. She said it would only bring trouble. Probably right. Don't want to get caught up in the crossfire. Better to keep a low profile. That's kind of what we're trying to do as well. Dropping some kind of tech around here to eavesdrop on people and do some spying of your own. And I do love their armor. It's just me, or do these Turians look way skinnier than other Turians have in the past? But their legs specifically. Is it just that every time we've seen a Turian in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, they always had much bulkier armor on their lower halves? Because, like, that is... Turians usually look bigger than, or at least a little bit bulkier than humans, and that is not the case here. So it looks quite different for that reason. It's kind of a cool look, but I'm just a little surprised. Ah. But of course, a water tank. It is 71% water. Isn't that roughly the number that humans are in terms of percentage water? It's a human water tank. This tank stores purified water from the slums. It has already passed through the Angaran filtration system and is potable. Okay, don't think it's going to let us through this, but yeah, maybe that's where we're going to head later on. Just getting a little bit of a lay of the land. We can go through here once again. Why do doors here take 5 times longer to open than anywhere else? Outcast Headquarters. Outcasts, is that their official name? I might continue to call them outlaws, but... Let's see, datapad here. Quartermaster McAfee. I got 2 more recruits rifling through the stock. We need locks. Don't care if it sends a message of distrust. I don't trust them. 3 crates of good ale have gone missing this month alone. One of those people is to blame. We might all wear the same colors, but these rookies aren't the same caliber as you and me. Okay, so definitely a lot of hostilities here, even amongst the outcasts. Also, outcast implies that they were kicked out when they kind of brought all that upon themselves. There might be a mod that fixes... What part? Don't remember what I was referring to, but let's see. Prison record, Venterv. That is the person that we are trying to learn about. Trying to meet up with. They supposedly have the info we're looking for. Species, Angara. Date of birth unknown. Birthplace. Claims it was Vold. Maybe it wasn't. Reason for incarceration, treason. Aiding and abetting the Kets. And that's the reason why we suspect that this person might have information about where the Kets ship is. High pain tolerance, even for a spy. Oh. Well, I think we know how they came up with that information. 4 interrogation sessions and still no usable data on the Ket. Sentenced to death by Sloane Kelly. Oh. Okay. Garton Paula. Oh, the doors. The doors. Yeah, it's just odd. Like, at first I thought maybe it was going to be like a main quest doors. There was going to be some kind of dramatic cutscene that was going to trigger as soon as we opened it. But then that wasn't the case. And then every other door also took a really long time to open. So I was like, is there supposed to be a reason for this? Or is this just random? They're one point meant to be loading scenes. Okay, they cut some content behind the doors instead and forgot to mess with or produce the long opening sequence. So yes, that was originally the intention. Okay, because yeah, that was what I was kind of expecting when we first opened one of those up. So Garton Paula is a Solarian from Surkesh, the Solarian home planet. Also treason, but they were helping a collective prisoner. Codename Lacerta. Have we heard that name? Representative of the charlatan. Committed suicide before final sentencing. Oh. Tessie Facinth. Asari. 1861 date of birth. Well, I mean, she is an Asari. So that's understandable that she's, I mean, or is she several hundred years old? Is she like, 1,000 years old just about? Or is she only, at 300 or however many because everyone went into cryo sleep? But, not really sure how we're counting those things after the whole trip from Milky Way into Andromeda. Reason for incarceration, just smuggling. Don't worry. Tried to bypass mandatory tax, sentenced to 3 broken fingers. Oh, that gives us a better sense to, well, what kind of punishments people receive here. Okay, these seem like that with the red stuff on the doors as though they are doors that at one point in time, eventually we will be able to go through, just not yet. That's kind of how I'm interpreting that. Ket's model ship for us. Might even speak to some of these people later on, even if we can't right now. Don't really know just yet. But it seems like, yeah, there's not a lot happening here that we can interact with just yet. But maybe eventually that will change.
Sloan said no visitors. Come back later.
That Krogan is short. We are the same height, if not taller, than this Krogan. And that's weird. Okay, but yeah, that seems to be everything over here. At least all the places we can go for the time being. For a second, I thought it wasn't even going to open at the end of all that. I was like, okay, if you're really going to make me do this animation twice, that's overkill. Okay, so what do we have left? We've tried going in here. There wasn't much we could do yet. There are theoretically more shops in this. Oh, are some of them up here? We haven't checked over here.
I want to buy a gun. Got plenty of those. What you looking for? Shotgun? Pistol? Never mind.
Oh. Perhaps not that familiar with weaponry.
Kedara's honored by your presence and your credits.
Okay, as you should be. Oh, man. Yeah, as you should be.
Finally, the respect I deserve.
Happy to oblige.
Okay, Sandstorm. Have we seen this pop up yet? I'm not sure if we have. That seems... I think that's actually kind of slow rate of fire for an assault rifle. Yeah, but high damage. This might be like a semi-automatic, and that's very high accuracy for an assault rifle. So maybe a bit of an assault rifle sniper hybrid of sorts. Which is kind of what we're going for right now with our existing sniper, or existing assault rifle, especially since we've put a scope on it. Sidewinder, we have recently seen some of those. I wonder if that's kind of a common theme behind all of these, which are perhaps sort of similar, of similar origin. Are they all outcast weapons? And in general, outcast weapons are slower but harder hitting? I mean, this one looks like more of a traditional assault rifle where, even then, a little bit faster rate of fire, significantly lower damage. Odd. The sleek L89 halberd favors power and precision. Semi-automatic rifle, as we expected, was the Andromeda Initiative's attempt to make a weapon on par with the reliable M96 Matic that also used initiative breakthroughs in materials science. Only a few were made, but their effectiveness in the field is unquestioned. Okay, so yeah, Matic would be the most obvious comparison to other semi-automatic assault rifles that have high accuracy. What's the deal here with the Sandstorm? Sandstorm, highly accurate rifle. Sandstorm was developed by exiles from the Nexus after their arrival in Helios. The design of the semi-automatic weapon, also what we expected us to hear, has been streamlined and appears to adapt certain non-initiative technologies. Okay, but that doesn't really give us much in the way of insights.
Sloan's discount doesn't extend to grunts.
What did you say?
Buy something or leave. I've got other customers.
Trying to pick a fight. You're trying to pick a fight with us. Want to throw punches, dude? Want to throw punches? I don't know why we're being so confrontational today. Also, your voice sounded extreme. Seriously, dude. I don't know why, but her voice sounds very similar to Kesh. Might be the same voice actress.
Squishy thing like you needs protection. Got the best armor in
seriously,
all
dude,
of
chill.
Kedara.
We'll take a look.
Bold claim. Let's see what you got.
Everything's on the console.
So yeah, just try to get a sense for what they have here. So we've kind of seen... Yeah, okay. The Angaran equipment generally is very tech-oriented. I think we've actually seen some outcast type armor drop, even if we haven't really encountered any outcast enemies yet. So, yeah, and we've seen weapons damage and spare ammo. I think it was one of the first pieces of equipment we got was of this variety. And again, I think we're going to prioritize more so going the tech route. Which we probably would prefer Angaran stuff. Is there anything back here? No. Seemingly not, although that's cool. Okay, I think we've at least done basic exploration around most of the area here. I imagine we'll still be running around a fair bit more once we actually do start the main quest, but I think now is probably the time to make that happen. This one might start a cutscene, because this is the place where the main quest is. Or not. Crawler's Song, yeah, I anticipated this might be the bar. Or the club, seems to be the case. Collective Recruiter, oh, that's the other group that people don't like here. It's kind of odd that you're just chilling, not really trying to be discreet or anything. Also, I'd like to speak with you.
Pathfinder. Interested in the Collective's services?
How do you know who I am?
The Collective makes a point of knowing everything and everyone worth knowing in Helios.
You sound more like information brokers than pirates.
The two aren't mutually exclusive.
Oh, sorry, I just smacked my cup of tea on the table. But yeah, okay, sounds kind of like the Shadow Broker's deal here. Okay. So, can we learn more about the Collective in general? Because it does seem as though you are supposedly the rivals of the Outcast. But let's start big picture.
I'm having trouble nailing down what the Collective is exactly.
Understandable. We aren't one thing. Think of us as a service provider. We cater to our clients' needs.
Even if that means killing and stealing from people.
Survival is an ugly business, Pathfinder, but unlike the Outcasts, we aren't governed by hate. If the initiative proved reasonable, I'm sure the Charlatan would be willing to work with the Nexus.
That raises an idea. As I was saying when we first got here, I was asking myself, is our ultimate long-term goal to get the Outcasts to rejoin the initiative on the Nexus? Maybe. But now that we are learning more about the Collective here, maybe it's going to be kind of a pick-your-poison type situation where we can get one of them to side with us, but in doing so, the other one's going to be very mad. And so, you know, we're going to have to choose which one we like more. That might end up being the case. Maybe we can get the best of both worlds, but probably not. So, yes, it does seem as though you are the enemies of the Outcasts.
What's going on between the Collective and the Outcasts?
Officially, nothing.
Unofficially?
They don't like Andre 3000.
Lines are being drawn, Pathfinder. That's all I can say.
Ever since he left the group, they haven't been the same. I mean, fair enough. But, tell us about the leader, the Charlatan.
Who is the Charlatan? No one seems to have a straight answer.
The Charlatan is our leader and a private individual. Even I haven't seen him in person.
You take orders from a stranger?
I've met representatives. People who speak for the Charlatan and carry out their will. Whoever the Charlatan is, man or woman, they provide information, care, resources.
Yeah, the Shadow Broker.
It's ours. That's enough for me.
Also, feel as if there's a decent chance the Charlatan is going to be someone who we either have already met or someone who we will meet in some other context, and there will be some kind of sneaky reveal like, oh, it was this person all along! You didn't know? Well, now you do. Well, theoretically speaking, if, say, we were interested in joining your group, how does one go about doing that?
Let's say I was interested in joining your little gang. How would I do that?
You're more high profile than our usual members, but it's up to the Charlatan who joins. If you have potential, our leader will reach out to you, usually through a representative.
And then what?
For some, that's it. Others may have to pass a test. It's different for every recruit.
So if the charlatan reaches out to everyone to recruit new people, then what do you do as a recruiter? 'Cause that kind of sounds like your job is completely insignificant because the charlatan does all the work for you.
Thanks for your time.
Of course, Pathfinder. Of course.
Okay, learn more about the collective. That's definitely good, because that's going to become more of a factor. One would say, is that Drac? No, that is not Drac, but that is a very drunk Krogan. And he's... I like him. I like him. Wait for contact. Anything else for us to do in the meantime? Anything to scan? People to talk to? It doesn't seem like it. So yeah, let's do that. Should probably save. So I don't think we've saved since getting on this planet yet. Now let's do it.
Hey!
Piss off.
You order, you pay.
I said...
Okay, maybe I don't like this Krogan as much anymore. I don't know. Do I? Is this our person? Is this our person?
You look like you're waiting for someone.
How much do we trust random strangers here? On one hand, we don't really want to be making enemies. On the other hand, for all we know, this guy's about to poison us.
I've got time for a drink.
In general, don't take drinks from strangers.
Shayna.
Probably not a good idea.
But you can call me Reyes.
Oh!
I hate code names.
I was expecting someone
That's our
more
guy.
Angaran.
The Resistance pays me to supply information. Among other things.
So you're a smuggler?
That doesn't explain why you're not in guard. Just because you're
man,
secretive, and they think you're on guard even though you aren't?
Was arrested by Sloane Kelly, leader of the Outcasts. Word spread about what he did to Moshe Sefa. The people are calling for his execution. And Sloane? She's a woman of the people.
Okay. Not how I would put it after she did lead a rebellion. You know. Not exactly, but...
I like her already.
Well, she doesn't like you.
She's never met me.
You work for the Initiative. Sloane was part of the uprising on the Nexus. I doubt she'll give Ven up easily.
Can't stop me now. No, I mean, surely there's some way, right?
Maybe she'll agree to a deal.
There might be another way to get to Ven. You work Sloane. I'll talk to the Resistance.
How do I contact you if things go south?
That doesn't help.
Hey, you gotta pay.
Oh,
Keep
lovely.
the change.
Always do.
Okay, so we spoke to that dude. We need to meet Sloane Kelly at the outpost headquarters. Okay, that's where we were going before. All right, what about the rude bartender lady?
What can I get you? Don't say surprise me.
Surprise me. Oh, how I wish that was an option. Let's see. What's the word about... Yeah, tell us more about the planet we currently find ourselves on.
So, what's the latest in Kedara?
The port's on the brink of civil war. The Charlatan and the Collective have been gunning for Sloane's throne. Thought it was all talk until they started killing each other in the Badlands.
You're pretty calm about it.
When you live in a place run by pirates, violence becomes relative. I'm not gonna worry until the shooting's outside my bar.
Okay, can you tell us more about the two leaders?
How do you feel about Sloane? Do you like her?
I like Sloane fine, but her protection fees can go to hell.
She makes you pay for protection?
Yep, and the price of safety keeps getting higher. Can't
It always
complain too
does.
much, though. The Outcasts are my biggest customers.
Okay, but they'll have less disposable income if they keep on paying more to Sloane.
You mentioned the Charlatan and the Collective.
Yeah, what about them?
Who are they?
Wow, you're new here. No one
You got
knows
me.
who the charlatan is. That's kind of the point. He, she, they, whatever, run the collective. They like to think of themselves as some kind of spy network. But they're just thugs. Might be a little smarter than the outcasts, but no one's got the moral high ground in Kedara.
It's gonna be like Jaw. Alright, there were other things I wanted to ask you about, so we might return
Thanks
to
for
this
the
conversation.
Part of the job.
Oh, okay, and we can still ask. Yeah. Are you new to this whole bartending thing? It doesn't really seem like you might not have the demeanor to be a successful bartender.
Were you a bartender back in the Milky Way?
Yup.
You like it?
Nope.
So why do it?
It's familiar.
I was gonna say, it's not come as much of a surprise. But you're in another galaxy.
If you want it familiar, you're in the wrong galaxy.
I am where I am. Bartended on Thestia for 200 years.
Oh, you think
Thought
you'd be
I
better at
wanted
it
to
then?
change. Turns out, change sucks.
Okay. Well, after that inspiring conversation, we'll grab another drink. Sure.
Whiskey. Neat.
That's the only way we serve it.
It's kind of an odd staring contest there. In some of the other Mass Effect games, continuously ordering drinks will actually have your character pass out or noticeably get a shakier screen and what have you. I am kind of curious to see if that's the case here. I kind of want to see if we can keep on
What can I get you?
ordering drinks and
Whiskey.
check if anything happens.
That's the only way we serve it.
Maybe that long staring contest will change. I mean, probably not this time, but maybe if we do it one more time. Any noticeable effects? Not seeing any screen shake. Not like we're stumbling around. One more time. We'll
What
check.
can I get you?
Whiskey. Neat.
That's the only way we serve it.
No passing out in any elevators or actually getting poisoned by bartenders, which are things that could happen in previous Mass Effect games. For ordering too many drinks. Doesn't seem like it, though, no. I'm trying to have a conversation here. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here for the time being. Unless other people have popped up over here, but it doesn't look like it. So let's head out. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 4... Oh, for a second I thought I stopped pressing the...
Tell me about Sloane Kelly.
Open button
Before
right as
joining
we
the
finish. I thought we were gonna have to do it
initiative
again.
as head of Nexus Security, Miss Kelly served in the Alliance with a nearly spotless record.
Nearly?
She was involved in multiple altercations with other officers.
A hothead. Great.
Oh. Okay. Alright, then I assume the people out here are going to be pretty much the same as the ones we saw before. So there isn't really going to be much new for us to do here for the time being, so I think we just head straight over. Oh, they aren't beating up the person over here anymore, though. I guess that's a good thing. Well, hopefully that's a good thing. Don't know what became of them. Oh, you're new.
What it takes. Sign up for the outcasts.
Okay. So you're obviously the outcast version of the Solarian we spoke to in the bar?
So, the initiative finally found us.
Who says I'm initiative?
Your gear. It's too shiny. I recruit for the outcasts. But something tells me Sloane won't want you.
Yeah, also, for what it's worth, the gear of everyone here is significantly shinier and more stylish than the gear that we have. In fact, that is one of the first things that I noticed upon getting here. So, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there.
I'm a pathfinder, so probably not.
A pathfinder? Goddess. Thought you were all dead.
It's mostly, but not everyone. So let's see. Let's start with learning about the outcasts in general, and then dive into the specifics after that.
What does it mean to be part of the outcasts?
For most people, it's a sense of security. Something desperately needed in Helios.
You didn't feel secure on the Nexus?
You weren't there during the uprising. It was chaos. And the idiots running things only made it worse. Thanks to Sloan, we have direction. A family.
So you're happy under Sloan?
Yeah, guess I am. Can't say this is what I expected when I signed up in the Milky Way. But I came to Andromeda to be part of something bigger than myself. I have that with the outcasts.
Okay, now the big elephant in the room. Our big spaceship is pretty shiny. That is true. The big elephant in the room, speaking of things that are shiny, I mean, here she is trying to say, oh, you have better stuff than we do. Again, as I was starting to say previously upon arriving here, how the heck does a group of people who abandoned an under-resourced initiative suddenly have the resources to build this huge city and actually have a seemingly at least somewhat sustainable system in place? They're like, oh yeah, no, things are going relatively well. I mean, sure, Sloan is kind of mean to us, but other than that, things work. Like, if you didn't have enough resources with the initiative, how do you magically have enough resources once you leave the initiative and only take a fraction of said resources with you? Like, things would get worse. I mean, yes, the only logical answer I could think of would be that, well, they met up with some of the Angarans, and they were able to sort of give them a little support. And maybe some of this stuff already existed before the outcasts arrived here, because the Angarans built it in the first place. But it's just weird. Don't ask for logic. Just don't. Yeah, it kind of does seem like that. Okay, so let's see. That's what you stand for. You are not friends with the Collective.
Things seem tense between the outcasts and the Collective.
They're a bunch of hypocritical upstarts who hide their dirty tactics behind good business.
See? There's that tension.
Sloan will make quick work of them.
Why hasn't she done so already?
It's not for me to question her methods. Kedara's ours. Nothing's gonna change that.
And so then the origin of the Collective, were they also... They must have originally been people who came from the Initiative as well, right? Because there was a Solarian there. So, they... Was it like the Initiative had everyone, Rebellion, Outcasts branch off, and then within that group that is the Outcasts, they further subdivide into people who remain the Outcasts and people who rebrand themselves under the new name, the Collective? Because if so, then that just means that there's even more people who broke off from the Initiative, and again, it's like, alright, makes sense if some of the people did that, but, you know, if there's some kind of substantial number of people who made that happen, I'm like, how does that, that's just numbers-wise, that just doesn't make any sense. But again, maybe we're reading too much into it. Alright, so tell us about Sloan, though, because we are about to speak with her.
Tell me about Sloan.
Before the uprising, she was head of Nexus Security. She gave up her position to protect us. We'd be dead if not for her.
Do you know her personally?
She makes it a point to get to know all of her people, which is a lot more than the charlatan can say.
Okay. Then if we want, I mean, I don't know if we're actually going to personally join one of these groups later on. Maybe for one of these quests we will.
Can anyone join the Outcasts?
Temporarily.
Besides me, of course.
Anyone can show interest, but Sloan has final say on who becomes a member.
Okay, same with the
I'm
charlatan.
guessing there's a selection process.
All recruits undergo a series of trials that tests their endurance, loyalty, and intellect.
Okay.
That's all for now.
See you around, Pathfinder.
Alright, so learning more about the Outcasts then. I did think there were potentially more buildings over here that we did not go through, so I might just quickly... It always tells us to look somewhere right around here, but I don't know where it's trying to tell us to scan. Is it in a direction that I just didn't anticipate? That's why I didn't see it before? Is it a... People never look up, you know? Oh, I don't know. Like, didn't we went through this door, but then there were other rooms that we didn't try out, I thought? We saw there were some people over here. We did go out there a little bit. Oh. Did not chat with you. Oh, again. Okay, well, turns out they just moved that stuff inside.
You again? What do you want?
What are you going to do to them?
Don't worry, Captain Do-Good. We're not gonna kill him. Well, not directly.
I mean, they would have already died at this point. Yeah, I'm so reassured. Not directly?
What do you mean, not directly?
Just that I can't vouch for what'll happen in the Badlands.
The Badlands?
Damn, you don't know anything. The Badlands is everything outside the port. It's a no man's land. That's why people pay premium to live up here.
Oh, look at how skinny that Terry's legs are.
It's chaos out there. Anyway, now that I've educated you, piss off.
But yeah, that seems like what we were kind of inferring based on what some people were saying before and what we anticipated before coming here. That it was gonna be kind of like Vold, where there was an area where it was relatively safe and city-like, and then eventually you can branch out and go into an area where there are going to be enemies and wilderness, so to speak. We checked that datapad? Cargo manifest. Cosignee, Anea, vessel name, Vatvagar, point of loading, Kedara, point of unloading, Aladdin. Don't think we've heard that name before. Don't know where that is. Water, salvage, Ati skins, Parsec pies for the on-the-go space traveler, simulated apple flavor, 5 pounds. Okay. If Anea asks why it's 5 pounds of pocket pies instead of 6, tell her they were damaged in transit. Definitely not because someone was snacking a little bit on the goods along the way. Alright, yeah, so does this just lead us back out where we were before? It might. I think this is how we got out here originally, right? So I guess it's just those guards that we didn't talk to before. Yeah, because we checked this out. Okay. Yeah, there you are. Okay. So I think we're ready to go. Excuse me. She is in this area where we were checking out a little bit before. Do a little 360. Oh, can't do a 360 when we're doing this, darn. That'd be a good way to occupy our time during the 4 seconds it takes to open a door. But now they should let us through.
Keep your hands where I can see them.
Okay. That one's fast.
Focus defenses here and here. The Ket have been quiet for too long. What?
Should I curtsy? I mean, neither of these are how I would like to open this conversation. I'd like to not be rude, but at the same time, this is also very, passive-aggressive. Both of them are.
You must be Sloane Kelly.
I know who you are. So, what brings a pathfinder to our humble port?
Venturev. Name ring any bells?
What's he to you? And don't lie to me.
How secretive / upfront should we be with her? So she's the leader of a group that is technically enemies with the initiative. So by most accounts, you would say, at least at the moment, she is our enemy by extension. But maybe we can get on her good side and win her over? I guess we'll be honest.
I need him so I can infiltrate a Ket flagship. You've obviously got no love for the Ket. I'm doing you a favor.
Kedara is an Angaran port. They want Ven dead, and I want to keep them happy.
This is bigger than local politics.
You don't need Ven. You need his intel. Talk to him before I put his head on a spike.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's all we technically need. She's definitely not pleasant.
I can work with that.
See? No reason we can't be civilized.
I should have brought refreshments.
Okay.
Give the pathfinder access to the holding cells.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, can we still mess around here and maybe speak to her again? I mean, I really like their armor. I will once again refute that claim they made about our stuff looking better than their stuff. Yeah, sure, our ship is nice and shiny, but their armor is very shiny, and I like the color scheme. Sort of. In some cases more than others. Like, the Turians look great. Like, that guy is looking very good. I want that kind of armor. You're looking pretty good. Humans, a little less so. The green hair, I think, probably is a little too much. A little too much. Already got enough green and blue going on. Alright, let's see. Shalasia Rorna? New entry. First official day as an outcast. Supposed to meet with Katis in an hour. Zetha says he's a major hard dude, but he was nice enough during my recruitment. For Turian, anyway. I'll just make sure not to be late. Update. Never mind. They were right. He's not so nice. Okay. I mean, it just kind of feels like they're trying to make everyone seem really mean and cruel and what have you. And the one case where that legitimately seems to be the case is a place where we've seen the guards that are just ruthlessly beating someone up. But, like, her just not feeling really even remotely threatened, to be honest.
Our deal's done. What do you want?
Love the attitude. No, we should totally... Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Just, why can't we be friends?
I think we can work together. The enemy of my enemy is...
I'm not your friend, but you've proven reasonable. Ask your questions.
Oh, look at that. We're winning her over, slowly but surely. Okay, so again, I think generally speaking, we try to start broad and then narrow in. So the outcast is probably the best place to start. Yeah, and that's also pretty foundational, so maybe we'll go there next, but that's probably not the best thing to lead with.
So the outcasts. Give me the sales pitch.
The outcasts aren't for you.
Wow, no hesitation.
I handpicked every one of my crew. They've got either potential or history with me. You've got neither.
Alright, now that's kind of just needlessly being mean. Like, I mean, we're kind of, by many accounts, the most important person in the galaxy right, or at least the most important human in the galaxy right now. So it's just like, alright, whatever you need to tell yourself to convince yourself that you're more important than we are. Yes, she's important too, don't get me wrong, but, like, not really fooling anyone there.
Curious. Sheesh.
Okay. Then... I guess we go 1, 2, 3, and 4, or something like that.
I looked you up. Head of Nexus Security, Alliance trained. Record shows a temper, but otherwise paints the picture of a loyal soldier. Why'd you switch sides?
Because I'm sick of serving assholes. I could have handled the situation on the Nexus, but Tam wanted a bloodbath. He brought in the Krogan without even asking me. New galaxy, same old bullshit.
You could have quit.
They would have died without my help. Not all exiles are criminals. Some of us just had enough.
Whoa, there. Okay. Are you seriously trying to take the moral high ground here and say that you're not a criminal? You're just an exile when you started a revolt on a station against people who were supposed to be your colleagues? You killed countless people, and you single-handedly were perhaps the most counterproductive person on the entire initiative by committing crimes? It's basically like treason against, I don't know if it's technically treason, but treasonous acts. I mean, yeah, you rose up against your own compatriots, if you will. So, yeah, like that's just could not be further from the truth, really.
For non-criminals, you sure do kill a lot of people.
I do what I have to protect my people.
Yeah, it's still illegal.
Down the barrel of a gun.
You know, Pathfinder, when I joined the initiative, I thought we could build a new society. A better one.
Yeah, a society to run on crime,
was just
obviously.
Another empty promise. The only person I can count on to change things is me.
Alright, she's just completely stupid. Like, she is possibly the biggest hypocrite that we've run into thus far, and that's saying something. Like, she reminds me a bit of Addison in both her stuck-upness, attempting to always take the moral high ground even when she has absolutely no grounds upon which to be making those arguments. So, okay.
Helios isn't exactly hospitable. How did you survive after the Nexus?
We didn't leave empty-handed, but when supplies ran low, we were forced to get creative. I ordered hits on Ket convoys, traded with Angaran villages. They told me about Kedara port.
You never got violent with the Angara?
Just the Rokar. Fuck those guys.
Okay, so a few things that don't make sense here. As I said, they say they didn't leave empty-handed. There weren't enough resources to begin with on the initiative, let alone once you're taking just a fraction of those as you venture off on your own. So that makes no sense. I mean, yes, maybe through raiding the Kets and by doing some trade with the Angara. I mean, what did you have to trade? You have basically nothing to trade because you don't have anything to begin with. So it still makes very little sense how she was able to establish herself and the outlaws to this or outcasts to this extent. So that just, I mean, yes, if you want to be extremely generous with how effectively you thought she stole from the initiative and flipped any and everything that she had for tremendous net gains to suddenly be able to actually have a functioning city here. And then, what was the other? Also, the whole thing where we were supposed to be the first people that the first humans that the Angarans ever saw. Whereas she was here first, and the Angarans met her, and the other outcasts there. I mean, yes, to a certain extent, she said some of them were the Rokar, but not all of them, because she distinguished between Rokar and the other sort of established Angara. So the other Angara met her before they met us, by definition, because she was here before us, and she needed all that time to do those trades and establish this as her chain of, or as her headquarters. So we just weren't the first humans to meet the Angarans in that case, despite all that fuss about that being the case. So there's that too, which is definitely an inconsistency.
What does the Collective have against the outcasts?
People always want what they don't have. The charlatans' thugs are no different.
Who do you think the charlatan is?
My guess, a group of people. It'd take more than one person to run that outfit.
You're not worried they're moving in on outcast territory?
If they make a play, I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like Ephra, or, you know, someone like that, or the Moshai. You know, someone significant that we already know, or Jal, I feel like, just for the shock factor. Yeah, how did you rise to power?
How did a human come to lead an Angaran port?
When I got to Kedara, the Ket were rounding up Angara like animals. It was a slaughter. My people put an end to it. Naturally, the locals were grateful.
And the heads decorating the spaceport? What's that about?
A warning.
To the Ket?
To anyone.
Fair enough.
I'll let you get back to it.
Pathfinder, stay out of Kedara's business. This isn't your turf.
Yeah, possibly the worst written NPC that we've run into thus far. That was really bad. I feel like we've heard this name.
You're not what I expected, Pathfinder.
I get that a lot.
Keep staying on Sloane's good side, and I'll be really impressed.
Okay. What's your deal exactly? Yeah, what's your role?
Are you Sloane's second in command?
She calls me her right-hand Turian. I keep the wheel from squeaking.
Okay. So, in that case... Or you... Well, let's start with you and Sloane.
You and Sloane seem close.
What about it?
Nothing. Just wondering what's the story there.
We met on the Citadel. She punched me in the face when I offered to buy her a drink.
Seriously?
No. Mind your own business, Pathfinder.
And that's the other thing, is that, you know, before we met Sloane, there was talk of, oh, well, you know, she used to be a pretty established, what was it, CSEC person? So, police officer, functionally? and she, worked in security for the initiative before she broke off. And she's a little bit of a temper, but that was it. Otherwise, she was a respectable person who worked in law enforcement. There are no signs that was the case before. She just looked at... the way she was talking was such that she just did not have the composure to act as a respectable law enforcement employee for any period of time at all. So that's just completely not believable. But, okay. That's the other thing that stood out about... Again, not a fan of her. It would be cool if she was a truly powerful, intimidating, and interesting character that was believable in all the things that she tried to, threaten us with and what have you, and it felt like she actually had earned the power that she claimed and what have you, but just none of those things are true. So, unfortunate.
Did you switch sides with Sloane during the mutiny?
I came over on Argnatanus. Never stepped foot on the Nexus.
Oh!
I ran into some Natanus survivors on Havarl.
They're still alive. Must be Rix's doing.
You know Avitus?
We've crossed paths.
Okay. So he's from the Turian Arc. That's very interesting.
The Collective is making waves in Kedara Port. What's the Outcast's plan to stay on top?
By not telling our strategies to strangers.
Alright. He's not as mean as Sloane is, but he's also not that welcoming either. Not that hospitable.
See you around, Kitus.
Okay. Don't worry. No funny business from me. What exactly are we supposed to be doing next? Oh, we're interrogating the person we're supposed to learn from before he gets killed, basically. Did we? Hold on. Got something else here? Ah, yes. It did seem like there might have been some connections there. Some things to build upon to learn more about what happened to the Turian Arc. So Avitus Rix believes that Mason Barrow, the Turian Pathfinder, is still alive. He has recruited you to help find him. That would be big. So, okay, I'm very intrigued about that.
Rules first. Don't feed the prisoner.
Don't touch the prisoner. And the only thing that passes between you two are words. Got it?
Absolutely. I won't cause trouble.
What about secrets? Can we share secrets? Alright. That must be our dude. Hey, Ven.
What do you want?
The Archon's ship. Where is it?
Just gonna go straight into it,
This
huh?
a new interrogation tactic? Sloane's getting lazy.
I don't answer to Sloane. I'm a Pathfinder with the initiative.
The one who rescued the Moshai. I know who you are, and what
True.
happened on Vold.
Okay. Our news does travel fast, but hey, you want to help us? Basically, Sloane was the one who kept the whole Nexus alive and organized, while the people who were put in charge by protocol were... Yeah. So okay, there's a case to be made for that then. Like, that is an interesting angle to it. Like, was Sloane the original person who was supposed to be in that position, whereas almost everyone else was either the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or seventh person in line to take on that leadership position, like Tan? So I could see how, if that were the case, Sloane would have some animosity, but she's like, hey, I'm in a position that I was supposed to be in. I'm capable of serving my job, doing my role on the station. These other people, not so much. So when Sloane didn't do what they wanted, execute some people, they made the ultimate move and woke up the Oh, so the Krogans weren't supposed to be? Because, yeah, they have on several occasions made a big deal about waking, or something about, getting the Krogan. But basically, by that, they meant they awoke the Krogan from cryosleep before they were otherwise planned to be woken up. And that's why they were so mad about the Krogan. Because I think initially we heard someone say that, it was just like, what's your problem with Krogan? You just sound like you don't like Krogan. Mostly rebelled against the nepotism. Okay. Because yeah, that at least has a little more depth to it if it's like, okay, well, the Krogan weren't supposed to be awoken yet. There were higher priority people who were supposed to get awoken first to help run the initiative, but they woke up the Krogan because basically the, like, Tan and others and Kesh woke up the Krogan because they were concerned. Did they do that before the actual rebellion started happening? And that's what eventually triggered the rebellion? Or was it like, okay, rebellion's already happening, we're in trouble, okay, emergency, we need to bring the Krogan out of cryosleep? Because the order of operations there, or the order in which those things happened, I think is kind of important, but I thought that we heard that the rebellion happened sort of in response to the Krogan getting woken up. That would make a little more sense. Otherwise, it'd feel like, yeah, I understand why you're annoyed, but again, it would just be completely counterproductive to branch off and abandon the rest of the initiative. Okay, but anyways, so help us. If you heard about what we did to rescue the Moshae.
You can still make this right, Ven. Tell me what I need to know.
Making it right won't save my life.
But it could save others. The Archon's ship, where is it?
I never saw it. Got my orders from a Ket transponder. But you could use its frequency to triangulate the Archon's location.
Do you still have it?
I buried it before I was arrested. Should still be outside the city.
Oh.
Thanks for the intel.
Don't you want to know why I did it? Why I betrayed the Moshae?
So, he was basically the person who made it possible for the Ket to abduct the Moshae to begin with, is sort of the backstory here for him. I mean, on one hand, it's one of those things where it's already happened, we can't change anything about it. So what's in the past is in the past. On the other hand, it would be good to know.
Enlighten me.
We're losing the war against the Ket, and still, Ephra puts my brothers and sisters in danger to protect a useless old woman.
So you took things into your own hands?
I made the call he wouldn't. The Archon only wanted the Moshae. I thought if I gave her up... I didn't know what the Ket were doing to my people.
Okay, so basically, he thought that the Archon was only interested in the Moshae, and that if the Ket got the Moshae, then they would stop messing with all the other Angarans. So it's like, okay, here, take what you want, and then go. But then they took what they wanted, they took the Moshae, and then they didn't go. They kept on abducting additional Angarans, and then he was like, well, I messed up, because that means that I just voluntarily gave them someone, and it didn't really help us the way that I anticipated that it would. Also, you know, he very much minimized the contributions that the Moshae has made, which seems to be very counter to what everyone else has told us about the Moshae, so I didn't believe him there. But I can see why, if he thought that by giving over the Moshae that would make the Ket leave, how that could make some sense to take that risk. So it does still make him a traitor, but he was definitely manipulated.
You resent Ephra, so the Archon used that against you.
If Ephra was a better leader... it doesn't matter. And I'll accept the consequences.
Pathfinder, the communicator is buried outside the ceasefire zone. I suggest bringing a squad.
Ah.
Vetra, Drac, are you back from whatever it was you were doing?
Yep, our completely legitimate business deal went off without a hitch.
Benefit of bringing a Krogan along.
Tell Gil to prep the Nomad. I need to go outside the city.
Okay, I was kind of curious why it was Vetra. Were Vetra and Drag the people we took most recently? on the last mission we went outside for. Oh, we can now check this out. Okay. Oh, it's a fast travel spot. Fast travel station. Wait, open map. So it's just, okay, that just puts us here. Ooh, new quests. Okay, we'll definitely want to check those out then. But yeah, is that the reason why those two were the ones that happened to come along with us? Or does it just always select those two? I wasn't really sure. So, like, does that conversation change if you had used other squad mates most recently? Every time I do that, I swear, I stop holding... Oh my god! That absolutely closed on us. Every time I stop pressing the button right as the circle finishes, and there's still a delay before the door opens, and so I'm never sure if I actually stopped doing it too early and we're gonna have to go through the animation again, and then I always, like, oh no, what have I done? As soon as that happens. Alright, but there were people who we were supposed to talk to for quests. Well, you're not letting me highlight them. Okay. Anyways. Shouldn't be that difficult to find you, I don't think. Oh, is this the person who... Yep. I mean... We saw this coming.
He's Angaran. There are multiple lacerations on the face and abdomen.
Another body? I don't get paid enough for this shit.
There's been more than one murder?
7 by my count, but that's all I know.
Perhaps Mr. Vidal would have more information, Pathfinder.
Is that, Cadus? Is that Cadus' last name? I think it might be. But maybe before checking in with him, we should at least see what the deal is with this other quest. Like, I would assume that's probably the guy who was getting beaten up by all the guards previously. You. Grayson Wessler.
You okay?
What? Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm not sure why that's how we opened that conversation, but, something apparently appears wrong?
If you get whatever it is off your chest, you might feel better.
Doubtful, but
Or maybe
worth
he
a
was
shot.
mumbling other
I joined
things.
the Outcasts a few weeks ago. Kitus tasked me with collecting protection fees. Thought it'd be easy. But we talked to so many people. I got the names mixed up and banished someone who paid their fee.
Oh.
They didn't protest it?
Of course, she did. But they all do. We don't really listen.
Yeah, that's not good. Is she alive?
What are the chances she's still alive?
I don't know. Slim. The Badlands are bad. I thought about looking for her, but I can't risk Kitus finding out I screwed up. I need this job to feed my little brother. Our mom's still in cryo on the Nexus. He's got no one else.
So why did your brother get brought out of cryo? Nice sob story. Oh, leave it to us.
I'll look for her. Just tell me her name and any clues about where she might be.
Remy Tamayo. She would have gone to the slums for processing. After that, no idea. The warden might know. Everyone who's banished to the Badlands goes through him.
Okay. Speak to the warden. Not sure if we know exactly who that is, but I think we do need to speak to Kitus. Did we get the AI haters quest? The one where it starts with Avina getting all hacked on the Nexus? Which is like a red Avina? If so, then yes. Let's see. Out of the frying pan, outcast recruit named Grayson Wessler wrongly banished Remy Tamayo to the Badlands. You've agreed to help track Remy down before Kitus finds out about Grayson's mistake. And corpse has been discovered. Talk to Race. I think we're going to do this one first. Who is... Where? Oh. No, that's Tempest. Is it Kitus? Now I'm getting all the names mixed up already. I mean, if not, then we'll just... I assume the warden is over here somewhere as well. Who is also someone we need to talk to anyway.
You've handled your fair share of Ket. Hard to get far in Andromeda without running into them.
Yeah?
Yes, and?
When Sloane took over, she slaughtered the Ket who were here. There were mass executions, public. So people would know that Kedara was Ket-free. But there have been rumors of stragglers in the Badlands. If the tales are true, they need to go.
Okay, I'm surprised in that case that this didn't pop up as a side quest, because that's what this sounds like he's telling us about. I mean, unless it's just more of a an unofficial, hey, when you run into Ket, deal with them kind of thing.
What exactly are the rumors about the Ket?
Ambushes, people disappearing, vehicles sabotaged, picked clean for parts. Could be feral local wildlife, sinkholes, Angara bullshit. But there's enough people saying Ket.
Okay. How were the Ket here killed? I mean, it seems like the outcasts just fought them.
You said Sloane killed the Ket here. What happened?
The Ket had the port locked down when we arrived. They were shipping Angara off for who knows what. People were scared, but the place had potential.
They were scared.
So we fought the Ket for it, and we won. You saw the decorations outside. That's Sloane making sure everyone knows she's the new power.
Yeah, so that at least kind of explains how this port was so built up initially. It wasn't as if somehow all the outcasts were able to scrounge up enough resources to build this place, because that would make no sense. How they'd have enough stuff to make that happen. I mean, if it's some kind of quest, then I'm fine with doing it. I would like to know more. I hope this doesn't lock us out of doing it, though.
If there are Ket out there, send your own crew to deal with them.
Listen, this is how it is. Everyone knows Sloane destroyed the Ket presence here. Anything that hints otherwise, weakness.
It's fine with us.
You're independent. Where you go, what you do. Nothing to do with Sloane.
Yeah, and so why does it matter to us if Sloane does or does not seem powerful? I mean, I guess, yeah, like if we help Sloane more firmly establish her foothold as leader of this place, then maybe that further helps us get on her good side. I guess that's the reasoning for doing this.
I'll think about checking out the Badlands.
Excellent.
But it's not as if Sloane has done much to make us want to be friendly to her. Yeah, that was, I guess, an additional side quest. Where is the warden, though? Where are any of these people? Look for signs of Ket on Kedara. That I assume is going to be more once we get out and about. Why are none of the people showing up? Why are none of the people showing up when I highlight the quests? I mean, I assume at least some of these people are here. A bogeyman. Like, are none of these people here? Are they all elsewhere? This is where the prison actually was, so one of these people, the warden? No. Read those. Oh. What was that? What was that? What were you telling me I could scan? Because I'm not seeing it. Unless it's that. Actually, though. Right when we walk past this. I don't know. It's not the first time I think we've had stuff here that can't find that you're theoretically trying to encourage me to scan. What about this spot that we saw previously? Still telling me to scan stuff that I can't find. Oh, there's this. Okay. It's a little bit more research. Sure. Like, is this just taking us to our ship? Or is this actually where the warden is? That might actually be close enough to not be our ship.
You're the
Or...
pathfinder, right? One of your crew, Liam, already secured parking for your vehicle. She's ready for you.
Okay. Are there other areas here? Ah, yes, there are. We can either go to the slums or to the Tempest. So I assume that means that a bunch of these people might be in the slums and we haven't been there yet. So let's try that out. That is still a place where we need to be loaded up. Okay. With gear. I think we've established this is better. And the melee weapon does not add weight, so that's probably good. We might be able to upgrade our assault rifle here. Though I do like the relatively lightweight of the Zalkin. Matic, I mean, if we're trying to mostly have our assault rifle be a bit of a long-range weapon, these are kind of similar. Both semi-automatic assault rifles. Slower rate of fire, although I imagine still basically just however quickly you can press the shoot button. Damage is lower, though. Clip size is lower, ammo is lower, accuracy is lower, weight is slightly lower. Despite this being a level higher and being the same rarity, that does seem odd. I mean, unless that rate of fire number is the really sort of misleading part, where in truth, this does fire faster, which is the justification for using it over the Zalkin. Oh, and true, this is the stats with the add-ons, whereas this is not. So once we add stuff to the Matic, it's probably better. So we have what? We have accuracy coming from this. And I forget what the AR quick receiver does. It's probably... one of these things is probably penetration, but... okay, that at least explains some of it. Let's try the Matic. Let's try it. And let's see. Yeah, that's a lot of accuracy and gives us an actual scope. Reduces rate of fire a little bit. And we were using, yeah, penetration. Do we have a better penetration mod now? I thought we might have. Better damage, worse clip size. I mean, I do really like the damage, but... ugh. I think we probably still need the penetration, though. We might not need the accuracy with the Matic. We might be able to go... we have a scope 1? Oh, just because it doesn't have the downside. Which is why we kept that, I think. Yeah, I'm a little tempted to swap accuracy for this, because Matic is usually... right. ME2 Matic was great. Mass Effect 3 Matic significantly worse. Andromeda Matic, I don't know. Maybe we'll at least test it out a little bit. Give it a chance here. We'll go with the same mods that we were using before. That way, it's a relatively controlled experiment, if you will. Wait, what? Why is it? Oh, no, I'm not trying to replace the Matic. There we go. Ugh. This. There we go. Okay. We did pick up some other pistols. Some of which are a little bit intriguing. The Sidewinder, I'm curious about this. I wasn't a huge fan of the Roserad, despite it being an ultra rare. It's an SMG, and we are mostly using our weapons for longer range stuff, and it's not great at long range, whereas this is a little bit better accuracy. Especially once you... there might be some accuracy mods we have equipped here. Definitely higher base damage. Sidewinder has style. I am intrigued. And then there's Scorpion, which, you know, I am familiar with that from previous Mass Effect games. It is strong, but it is very specific what it does and does not do well. So it fires slowly and with some AoE, but I just generally don't love it, even though it is strong. I'm intrigued by the Sidewinder. Might look to use this. Oh, wait, what the? No, not the Scorpion. Sidewinder. So let's see, we had penetration, which is generally a good thing to have. And then we were going just pure damage, which is also not bad. Go a little bit more damage at the cost of a lot of accuracy. That's probably not worth it at that point. Those are functionally the same. Damage at the cost of clip size. It's only 1% more damage, so that's probably not worth it either. So we'll do that. Okay. So I'm curious about the Sidewinder. Matic, I mean, is kind of a known quantity from previous Mass Effect games, but Keep the same armor. But, you know, who knows what it's going to be like in Andromeda. Okay, so, no. Drac and Vetra were not the people we were using most recently, for what it's worth. So it seems like maybe it is just scripted that those are always the two that show up. So, let's see, we've been using a lot of Core and PB as of late, I think, because we had a few missions we were trying to do that required that we have them. So who's it been the longest since we last used? It might be Vetra, and I can't remember when we last used Liam, because I know it had been a while, but I thought we then kind of went back and made a point of using him. So maybe we just go, Vetra is the designated tank, and then go for a power-based person with Jal. I mean, Jal and Liam are similar, and Core are all similar with how they have charging abilities. Let's go Vetra. Not sure who we want the second person to be. Let's go for someone other than Cora, though, because, yeah, as I said, we've used her quite a lot as like. I mean, we could go Vetra plus Drac. I guess those were the two that we were talking earlier. And it is definitely a pretty tanky lineup, but that's fine, I guess. Okay, I think this is good. Has Cora told PB she trained as Asari? Yes. PB was not impressed. At least not initially. Okay, so we're now in the slums. Let's check our map here. Speak to the Warden is down here, okay. To Harfell, don't know what that is. Slums upper level. So it seems like maybe this is... Oh yeah, and there are potentially more quests here for us to pick up as well. So maybe this is kind of like a hybrid, sort of an indoor base where things are safe, but then there is still an exterior area where things can get a little more heated. Unknown organism. Well, that's why we were scanning it. Mycelium life form. It's growing new roots! Chitin detected. Water intake high. Nutrient intake unknown. Material shares properties with the Penicillium genus of fungi from the Milky Way. And trying to classify it, the sample indicates heavy concentrations of fungus. It's spreading, Exile. We scan that? No. And the Unrighteous were turned to ash? It's been a long time since I played that game.
A city under a city.
At the center is Tartarus, a nightclub.
Oh, of course. And continues the the sort of underworld-themed names of the various nightclubs from the original Mass Effect trilogy. That is fitting. Yeah, that must be the club there, because I can hear the music.
How toxic can it be?
Oh, pretty toxic. Forgot about that. The water is supposedly contaminated. Hazardous environments deplete your life support. One's empty. Oh, wait. I'd actually like to know. Do we die immediately?
Oh, shit. Okay, don't touch that.
Do we die immediately when our life support reaches 0, or do we just start taking damage? Because that is a difference. That is an important difference. Right, uranium. All uranium isotopes are radioactive and fissionable. Yeah, I was a little surprised we were just casually going to pick that up. Essential for specialized high-density penetrators, powerful generation, and nuclear application. Oh, we can scan Drac. No. Filtration system, highly advanced Angaran machinery used to filter Kedara's toxic water. Water from sulfur springs outside the port travel through a series of vats until properly filtered and sent up the mountain. It's just level 2. It's not even that bad. What are these two up to? And what are these sounds? Okay. Outcast guard.
Looks happy enough to me.
Eh? Oh. Oh. Okay. What's going on here?
Place?
A business establishment. Perfectly legal.
By that you mean a place where you are dealing drugs and it absolutely is not legal. Does not look legal to me. That's not saying much.
Everything's legal in Kedara.
And that's the way we like it. You got an issue? Bring it up with Sloan.
Okay, this wasn't the place where we saw the quest, is it? No, but over there is. Is that further in this direction or the other direction? The other direction. These two?
It's all the same to me.
Thought you'd be an outcast supporter.
Just because she cleared out the keg doesn't mean she should run the place.
Huh? Maybe it's upstairs? Above us? So otherwise it looked like we were right on top of that. There is a second floor.
There will always be places like this. Doesn't matter what galaxy you're in.
Does remind me a little bit of Omega. The original trilogy. There's another level. Alright. I just saw the quest icon over here. Maybe? Maybe not? What's this dude doing? Oh? Well, don't mind us. Just take our low-level salvage. We might have had some salvage we could have sold earlier, but so be it. Just casually walk over what might be... Are there people sleeping? I'm not entirely sure what those are. Those might be makeshift coffins.
A glass of water to kill me, Doc.
Yes, 2 glasses would do the trick. Krogan or not, unfiltered water here is the same as poison.
I drank everything the Milky Way had to offer, and I'm still standing.
This isn't the Milky Way. Kedara's water will kill you. If you're thirsty, stick to alcohol.
Oh.
The doctor's ever told me that before.
Alright.
You look well enough. My patients are usually leaking from somewhere.
Definitely not leaking, but we're not a patient.
I actually have my own doctor. Name's Ryder. I'm a pathfinder.
One survived. Could have used you when we got to Helios. Dr. Ryota Nakamoto. I used to work as the outcast's physician. Quit after Sloan turned what should have been a medical breakthrough into a drug.
Oh, that might explain why there are some people who are very drugged out right now. Also, not very surprising.
I thought she was supposed to be a woman of the people.
She's whatever she needs to be to stay in power. When we arrived on Kedara, I found a local string of bacteria that shares properties with penicillin.
We saw that too.
It was, until I discovered the drug is addictive and induces hallucinations in large doses. I took my concerns to Sloan. All she saw was an opportunity to make a profit, called the drug Oblivion. But beyond stealing back my formula, there's no way to stop her.
I mean... sounds easy enough.
So let's steal the formula.
Yeah.
Are you crazy? It's heavily guarded. I'm a doctor. I don't know how to fight.
We do.
The formula's in my old lab. Please don't get killed trying to fix my mistake.
Okay. Modern medicine. Alright, so there's another quest for us. That's good. I think, you know, try to accumulate... get as many quests as possible on the list early, so that as we're exploring around, we have a better sense of where the important stuff will be. Like, here is the person we need to speak to over there. There's also a new quest in there. That is what looks to be gonna be inside the bar. May have done everything we needed to do here. I think we can drop down, probably, but yeah, gonna end up in the water a little bit, perhaps? No, maybe not. Okay. Let's take a quick second to look around this side, then we'll go to the club.
Nothing you care about.
Gross, I think?
Fuck off. This one's ours.
Show more respect.
Looting is wrong.
This guy for real?
Looting is wrong. What a little bitch.
Let's not antagonize them further, Pathfinder.
That's extremely petty, and terrible writing, but kind of realistic. And also kind of hypocritical of us to try to criticize them for that when we obviously loot basically anyone who drops resources or credits or what have you when we kill them. So, fair. The irony is not lost on me. Okay.
Not a bad little dive.
Okay, is this the first? No, not the first bar we've seen where people have been dancing, but definitely more dancing here than we've seen in the past. Oh, we can actually do the dancing as well. Wait, hold on. We have a Turian there. We have a human there. Another human there. What happened to the Solarian? I hope he's supposed to be dancing in the cage, because that doesn't look good. Alright, hold on, we need to see. Of course, there was once upon a time the Shepherd Shuffle. The previous protagonist was a horrendous dancer. How do Ryder's skills stack up? Oh, the Turian's got moves! Whoa! Hold on. Are they the same as whatever else is doing? Oh, they might be. Wait. That animation looks familiar, though. That animation there is definitely... That's Tally's animation. That's Tally's dance animation from Mass Effect 3. I recognize that. This... Is it the same? I mean, it at least looks different because it's not a Quarian doing it. That looks different. I'm pretty sure that's still... Is that the Asari? No? No, that might also be Tally's dancing animation, just at a different stage in the... You know, it's not synchronized. Otherwise, it'd be more obvious that they are doing the same dance moves. You are also doing it. Okay. Okay. I mean, to be fair, probably the best dance moves, best dance animations from the original trilogy, but yeah. Those are recycled animations. Oh, it's still the Shepherd Shuffle! It's still the Shepherd Shuffle. I mean, a little bit better, maybe, just because, you know, there's like a little more lower body movement there, I think, but, you know, still the very stagnant upper arms, the very slight jogging-like motion, but that's about it. I think that might be better that way. Well, I don't know, is it better for that to be something unique to Shepard? Or is that a long-standing enough Mass Effect thing that any protagonist can also do that as well? I don't know. Who are you?
What's your poison?
Oh. I don't think that's a joke.
I'm not picky.
My kind of customer. First round's on me. You're more reputable than my usual clientele.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So... In which case, I mean, the bar very much does seem to be decorated as if it were a prison, which is a little off-putting.
Your bar has a unique design. Something tells me these cages aren't just decorative.
Yeah.
They're for your protection as much as ours. Trust me, my employees can take care of themselves.
Guessing you had issues?
Outlaws and pirates aren't known for their manners. Some customers got rowdy and ended up losing fingers. The bars won't stop a bullet, but it's a clear warning to keep your hands to yourself.
That's a nice, happy note. Yeah, so sounds like you've been having some trouble then.
The outcasts or the collective giving you any trouble?
Not really. They tend to shoot each other in remote places, where no one's looking.
I mean, I
That
guess
won't
that's
last forever.
considerate of them.
All it takes is one wrong move and things get ugly.
What will you do then?
Board up the place and hold out till the smoke clears.
So how's life been going after the Nexus?
What was it like after leaving the Nexus?
Oh, it was lovely.
Is
One
Vetra just
big
spinning around in
smiling
circles behind
beer
us?
party.
Your sarcasm survived the trip.
What can I say? It sucked. We had limited supplies and nowhere to go. Kedara's paradise in comparison, even with the shite water.
Alright. Yeah. Vetra's having a bit of a rough time there.
I'll let you get back to it.
She's just practicing her dance
Never enough
moves.
drinks to pour.
Now she's doing better. Okay. And this is the person, or at least one of the people we're actually supposed to speak to.
You there? Got a proposition?
And you're one of the people who has a new quest. Let's read this first, though. Mineral Survey. Dirk. Nowitzki? Based on the latest data, I suggest investing in barite? Market's going to be flooded with sulfur, and when the mining starts, barite's the perfect weighing agent. Don't know, is that an actual mineral or something? I'm unfamiliar with it. If you want to collect samples, there's a deposit in Draulir. Okay, what's your deal, Dirk? Oh, it is Dirk, right here.
Want to make some easy credits?
Sure?
Always.
I like your conviction. As you may know, Kedara's most valuable trade is scrap and resources stolen from the Nexus. But that well's running dry.
Yeah.
I'm not stealing for you.
Not my goal. My focus is resources native to Andromeda. I have it on good authority there's a large barite deposit
What is he holding?
Barite's going to be big.
You don't say.
I sent a surveyor to check it out, but he hasn't returned. All I need from you is peace of mind.
Okay, we'll check it out.
Send me his last nav point. I'll check on him.
Much appreciated.
What is he holding? Is it a cigar? Is it a gun? I think it's a cigar. That he's holding up to his forehead? He's smoking from his forehead, I think is what's happening. Okay, but we do need to speak with you as well.
My. Look who's crossed my path. Pathfinder Ryder. Remember me? The innocent man you exiled?
Oh, yeah.
So, you found your way to Kedara.
Thought we'd run into him at some
Not many
point.
places Mariette and I could have ended up. Other than dead, of course.
Yeah. So I was kind of expecting at the time that he was going to turn right around and turn to some kind of, like, criminal overlord person and become, like, a mini-boss of sorts and be like, oh, this is all because you slighted me. And now I've been kicked out and it's all your fault. My life is a wreck, and I blame you. But, your wife stayed with you, so that's nice.
Your wife deserves to be happy. Do right by her.
Well, we agree there. I know I put her in a difficult situation. That day on Eos, I did what was necessary to survive. Mariette sees that. Turns out this life suits us. There's freedom in living by your wits. And we've had to rely on each other completely.
Well, then, So, this raises some questions. Is this kind of like a saying, alright, well, been there, done that, glad things have all worked out for, even though we kind of did, you know, you drew the short stick. I mean, yes, you did, you put it upon yourself. You did attempt to murder somebody. Let's not forget that. The question was, do you get exiled, even though you failed to murder that person, or do we let you run free, even though you attempted to murder somebody? And there was no middle ground. There was no, well, yes, you should be a criminal, but you should you should be treated as a criminal, just with a reduced sentence, because it's not as significant of a crime as we had anticipated. But, you know, couldn't just let the first attempted murder, or I guess technically not the first attempted murder, because there were the outlaws that attacked the Nexus. There were those people who attempted murder before he did, but still. Or right around the same time. Don't know exactly how that lined up technically, because this happened before we arrived as well. But, couldn't let you just get off scot-free. So, I mean, the question I have here is, like, this might open up additional side quest follow-up. Basically, you know, going like, okay, well, I mean, maybe you can get some revenge now because things didn't go exactly the way you wanted to, and there's a way you can right that wrong by committing additional crimes to level the playing field a bit, which is not really what I'm looking to do, but on the other hand, a quest is a quest. So, I mean, I guess.
I'm glad some good has come of this.
I'm sure you've been racked with worry. I suppose I should thank you. So thank you, Pathfinder. I'll give Mariette your best.
Okay. I thought we needed to speak with you for other reasons as well, though. Didn't we? Speak to the warden. No, you're not the warden. Speak to Reyes about the murders. That is what we have highlighted. Reyes is further this way and possibly... Oh, there's a second floor of the actual bar. Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
Pretty heated between the outcasts and collective. I'm not going out there anymore.
Where are you gonna live? Can't afford phones or protection fees.
Fuck it. I'll stay here.
Is Krogan just chilling? Okay. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is she...
Sorry, if you're looking for a dance, I'm off the clock.
I recognize your name. Was this your dream? What? Are we supposed to talk to her for one of the quests?
What's it like spending your time down here?
Better than back home. Had to get away from my crazy family.
You don't say.
Way. My brother.
Your brother.
Conrad, well, he's a couple of quarts low on EZO, if you know what I mean. But now I'm here, and it's great. That Sloane Kelly, I want to be just like her. That attitude, her accent.
Oh.
She's like,
no.
Hey, you bastard, lick my boots, kiss my ring, and then my bum. I want to work for her, learn the ropes.
Yeah, no.
Then call up my brother Conrad and be all, see, idiot, you're not the only one in the family hanging out with famous people.
Right. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna be Conrad's daughter, because Conrad has a wife in Mass Effect 1, 2, 3. It's a character from Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Who, yes, is very crazy, but also in an alternate universe that we experienced once upon a time, was the protagonist of Mass Effect, for what it's worth. He totally saved the galaxy. But, also, it is now 600 years from Mass Effect 2/3, so good luck calling your brother, especially because it would take a very long time just to send any sort of message. The millions of light years away between the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxy. So on several levels, that just is impossible to do, because your brother is dead. Unless your brother has somehow found a way to live multiple hundreds of years. Okay, all Tartarus staff. Upstairs private room is now occupied, so you'll have to find a new place to nap. Bring the gentleman whatever he asks. Tab is under Vidal. Kian. Vidal is one of the people we need to speak to, right? I recognize that name. Does this take us outside again?
Come talk to me.
Oh.
Make it worthwhile.
Okay, I mean, you're a disillusioned outlaw.
You're that initiative big shot, aren't you?
Depends who you're asking. It depends who is asking.
Some might say that.
Don't fret. I'm not gonna hit you up for anything. Nothing specific, at least.
Okay.
You could say I'm disillusioned with the exiles. People
Didn't
here
see
can't
that
be
coming.
trusted. Sooner stab you in the back than work together. So, I got no love for any of them.
Get to the point.
Shit, fine. Outlaws got innovative ways of putting stuff together. I bet a smart one like you could learn a lot from scrutinizing our, stuff. You should check out Outlaw Tech and Materials. Might learn a few things. You remember who gave you the skinny on that.
Craft the weapon at a research station. Outlaw, okay. Right, sure. Well, there was something we can scan over there. What is that? Iridium? Okay, nab a little bit of that. What is this? Oh, a dead person. Okay, deceased, time of death between 2 and 3 months ago? They've just been sitting here? DNA verifies identity as Sanjeev Clement, Nexus civilian, cause of death, bodily blunt force trauma, died from internal bleeding. Someone beat them up. Okay, this is this person's last words. Delaney Roos, the exile, took me from Nexus against my will. When I wouldn't cooperate, she and her friends beat me and left me here to die. I have no way to contact anyone. I hope my mates on Nexus make it. Huh.
Sanjeev Clement. Terrible way to die.
I get credits for it, but no quests that tell us, oh, you should speak to this person on the Nexus and let them know that this is what happened to Sanjeev or anything like that. Okay, well, we do still have people in the actual bar that we want to speak with, so let's head back in. Because we need to go this way.
Tell her to call later. I'm drinking. And leave the bottle.
Oh, is this our informant dude that we saw previously?
Ryder.
Yeah.
Glad you're here. I'm sure you've heard about the murders.
There's a fresh body outside Crawlers. Some of the locals say it's the charlatan's handiwork.
I don't buy it. The charlatan is discreet, careful. Whoever did this wanted the bodies found.
Making a statement.
But to who?
To whom, actually? Could be no one. I mean, it could be Sloane. Does kind of seem like her style.
The killer could be unhappy with how Sloane's running things.
Less than a third of the victims are outcasts. No. If I was a betting man, and I am, I'd say it was the Rokar.
Why would Rokar be in Kedara port?
It's Angaran built, and before Sloane, Angaran run. I think the Rokar came here looking for new recruits, and things got out of hand.
And understandable how the Rokar would not be thrilled about humans taking over what was formerly an Angaran place. So, I mean, you could be right. What about the Angaran victims? It would be odd if the Angaran, or the Rokar were to attack Angarans, unless they really hated them because they were Angarans who were supporting humans and other aliens.
And the Angara victims? How do they fit into your theory?
I did some digging. All of the deceased Angara were public Milky Way sympathizers.
Okay,
so
yeah.
The victims either were from the Milky Way
or supported us. It's the only pattern I could find.
Okay, I mean, it's not conclusive evidence, but it certainly is a lead, at the very least.
An Angaran port run by aliens would be a prime target for their cause.
Problem is, I've got no proof, and the Resistance doesn't want to antagonize the Rokar.
Understandably.
Guessing that's where I come in.
I need that fancy AI of yours to scan for evidence that could implicate the Rokar. People are scared, Ryder. This is your opportunity to win friends in Kedara port.
Okay, and we haven't ventured out yet in the Nomad, but I don't know if Kedara is actually going to be a planet that we can increase the viability on and potentially create a settlement and what have you and all that stuff, because nobody has really mentioned that being an objective in this area, but I mean, we are theoretically going to be able to go out in the Nomad later on, so maybe that is a thing, and so doing quests like this might increase the viability on Kedara. I am not sure. Oh, whoa, okay. I mean, it does seem like this guy is a somewhat significant NPC who we're going to run into on a few occasions, so I guess I could see how that would make him a potential romance target, but no. We are apparently a detective now.
Looks like I'm adding detective to my growing list of titles.
Detectives find things, and you're...
A pathfinder. Yeah, I got it.
One of the crime scenes isn't far. Give me a call when you get there.
Is it gonna be that dead person that we saw pretty recently? Alright, we did speak to him. Go to the crime scene. Hold on. Have we seen this? We've not. Thanks to Key and Dogger from Brace. Thanks for the terminal in the room. As always, you're king among men. King among men? Hardly. It's not like I gave you them for free, but you're welcome all the same. See you for drinks later. Now it's from Lachlan. I don't think we know that person. Mr. Vidal. Word around Kedara Port is you're a man who can acquire and deliver items quickly and discreetly. I have a need for such a man. Write me back when you're interested. If you're interested. Lachlan. I'm sure we can work something out. Meet me at Crawla's tomorrow night. I like to meet my clients face to face. Until then, please don't send any details through mail. I make it a practice not to leave a paper trail. Okay. You already have a paper trail. We just read your paper trail, but okay. Okay. It's, Sari and Morturian's doing the dance moves. Actually, are those the same dance moves? I am curious. That's, yeah, same dance moves there. Same dance moves there. Okay, so yeah, everyone's doing the tally dance moves from Mass Effect 3. This leads us outside. Where is that crime scene? The warden's out there. Well, he said one of the crime scenes is not far. Go to the crime scene. If we do this, where does this take us? But it's still out there. I mean, at the very least, it seems like we've talked to just about everyone in this area. And probably gotten every quest. Yeah, paper, air quotes. I think we've gotten basically all the quests that we can get from this area, by the looks of things at least. Although some of the quests that we gained were not from people who had the little icon. So there might still be a sneaky one or two here that we've not actually acquired, but I assume this will not be our last time in this area. We'll probably be back at some point. There's still... Have we gone all the way up to the... Oh, that's cool. Geysers? Oh, well, hold on. I can't get that. Why not? Yeah, was there one floor higher that we hadn't been up to yet? Because... have we been all the way up here? Might have. Oh, definitely not up here, though. Definitely not up here, though. At the very least. Let's check this out. There's a guard. The terminal. Okay, what's the deal?
What do you want?
Just to talk?
Relax, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just have a few questions.
Get on with it then.
Okay. Guess tell us a little bit more about the area.
Is this still part of Kedara Port?
You mean is it under Sloane's protection? No. The slums are for exiles who can't pay their protection fees.
Then why are you here? No offense.
To keep the filth in the gutter. You'd be surprised how many people try to sneak up to the docks.
Okay. And then... guess tell us more about the outcasts in general? Are you technically one? I guess, yeah, everyone, almost everyone here is.
You're part of Sloane's gang?
Anyone who's anyone joins the outcasts.
What about the collective?
Fuck them. They're nobodies. And when Sloane gives the word, they'll be dead nobodies.
Okay. What about recent... I'm not sure what this is referring to be honest.
Seen any trouble lately?
No more than usual. Murder rate's gone up, but that's not surprising.
Why is that?
More exiles arrive on Kedara every day. Good for trade, but in my experience, more people means more murder.
Oh, lovely. What about the Badlands, which is the place where we're probably gonna head out pretty soon?
What can you tell me about the rest of Kedara?
You mean outside the mountain? It's no man's land. Ceasefire rule doesn't apply there, so don't go walking up to just anyone.
Even the outcasts?
Especially the outcasts.
Yeah.
They're packing some serious hardware. I've shot people for less.
Okay, well, thanks for that little detail.
I better get going.
If you see any collective bastards roaming around, shoot them for me.
Maybe? No promises there. Heads up. Sending down another group who couldn't pay their fees. Help the warden get them through processing. They're a rowdy bunch. Oh, and it's Cadus, okay. Or Kitus? I forget how he was pronouncing his name. I checked out Tartarus for collective activity. Just a bunch of drunks and second-rate dancers. Ouch. That being said, I should probably scope it out again tonight. Best to be thorough. Totally not because he just wants to go to the bar again. Conduct complaint. Guess? You need to talk to Guess. Or Jess? I don't know where she's driving. I don't know what she's getting into. But every time she comes back from the Badlands, I swear, thrower's on fire and missing 2 wheels. This last time, I tried to tell her to cool it. In more ways than one. She just scoffed and said, "Fix it." I know we're all basically pirates out here, but there's still something to be said for a little decorum. I mean, you are not the most disrespectful person that we've met thus far, but it's not as if everyone here is just oozing with excess decorum. In fact, I don't think decorum is even in the vocabulary of most of the people who are living here. Is that I thought that was a ladder for a second. Oh, that's because they're, or rather staircase. That's because the staircase is over here. I mean, obviously we're going to take a second to do this. No, come on, come on. Oh, I know we can get up there. Is there anything up there? Almost certainly not. But we must check. We absolutely... Excuse me, one moment. Okay, hold on. We absolutely must check. It is of critical importance that we check. You okay, Drac? Oh, that's a forward station.
Automated protocols activated. Deploying forward station.
Okay, well, I guess don't mind if I do. Viability, question mark?
Mining
yes.
zones have been added to your nav system, Pathfinder.
Acquired 2 Andromeda viability points there. And yeah, I've recently discovered that you can see what the viability of every planet is from this screen here if you do this. Okay, it's on 2%, which is not terribly surprising, seeing as how we just got here, but it's not as if it's starting from anything other than just 0. Okay, let's see what's going on in here, though.
If you're thinking of heading into the Badlands, well, you may never come back.
Oh, alright. Thanks for the warning.
What do you know about the situation out there?
You might say I'm warden of the Badlands. It's not a place for tourists. Tough beyond these walls.
I swear, we're totally tough as well. Totally. But yeah, warden for what? Because when I first heard, or read, the name warden, I assumed that he was of a prison, which I mean, metaphorically, maybe is the case for the slums, but seeing as how there was an actual prison where we had that interrogation that we went to, that was kind of where I was expecting you to be.
What does tough look like?
A graveyard of people who are either dead or soon will be. Badlands are Kedara's dumping ground, like a giant prison. When you're too nasty for even this place, we kick you out there.
You mean exiles who get exiled?
Yep, worst of the worst. And some of them want to be there. Got secrets to hide, I guess. The water's toxic. Sulfur springs are everywhere. Have a nasty habit of catching fire. Yeah, So have at it. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, some call it the Path of Exile. We do want to ask you about... This is the... Now, admittedly, I'm forgetting which one of the quests this is tied to, but this person.
I'm looking for a Remy Tamayo. Any idea where I might find her?
Tamayo.
Oh, yeah. She's the one who kept insisting she's innocent.
She is innocent. The outcast collecting fees
yes.
made a mistake. Remy paid up.
Well, shit. That's never happened before.
I mean, maybe not knowingly. You haven't realized this happened before, but I mean, technically it is not his fault. Not the warden's fault.
Not here to point fingers. I just want to find her.
Look at you, playing the hero. Last time I saw your girl, she was talking with Johan and his crew. Nasty bunch. I'll send you the nav point to their last known location. Prepare for a fight.
Yeah, out in the Badlands, right? Still love that armor. Is that? No, that's not Drac. It's just other Krogan dude who's chilling over here. Alright. So, we are now out and about, and I guess this is where we're gonna actually pick up the Nomad.
I bet I could drink it.
No, Drac, no.
Don't do it, Drac. Okay, let's call the Nomad.
All right, Sam. Show me what we've got.
Kedara's water is dense with sulfide minerals, the oxidation of which produces toxic streams and lakes.
Never liked swimming much anyways.
That is fortunate. Even the Nomad's shields cannot withstand the water's corrosive properties. The presence of monoliths suggests a vault that might reduce the acidity. However, outlaws, pirates, and other unsavory exiles inhabit Kedara's hills. The further you travel from the mountain, the more dangerous it will become.
Okay.
Good to know. Let's get out there.
Yeah, of course there is a monolith that magically cures all the ills of this planet.
How many drunk idiots have fallen in there?
Though this time it's what's different, what exactly monolith is fixing. That give us research? It might have. We were so far away I was not really expecting it to, but we should probably check our map. Yeah, there is a quest right there, in fact. Collect plant samples. Mining zone. That's a monolith right there. That's the old lab. Some more plant samples. Rocks. Find the satellite scavenger hideout. IS Chief Astronomer requests help locating several missing satellites essential to monitoring the Scourge. Fly the Tempest to Mariko's satellite nav points and search the areas. Did we have some of those on EOS? Sounds kind of similar to something we did on EOS, but not entirely the same, so just maybe getting those things mixed up, but okay, now I've zoomed way out. Oh, wow. Some of these things are very far away. Like, whatever happened to the whole, oh yeah, don't worry, the place where I last saw this person, just structure, that's a weird way to describe it, but yeah, the last place I saw this person was very close by, don't worry about it. Unless it was that, but it's not. Like, it's very far away. Might be a lot more over in this direction we just don't know about. Yeah, this does go a lot further. I guess they said the further you go from the mountains, the more dangerous it becomes, so that would suggest that, you know, this stuff is, I think this is all the mountains here, so this is still technically supposed to be the safer stuff, whereas once you start going out this way, that's where it gets more dangerous. You know, how truthful was that statement really? Who knows? But at the very least, let's hop in to the Nomad.
You know what surprises me? how not angry I am. Sometimes it feels like I should be angrier.
How would that help?
What
Anger
conversation
only
is
gets
this?
you so far before you buck up and fix what needs fixing.
That's you. That's why you got off the Nexus. It's harder to fix something you can't change.
It's a very
Pathfinder,
odd conversation.
This area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
So wait, you're Kesh's father?
Grandfather, actually. She tell you about me?
Not exactly. She did used to swear up and down about a stubborn old fossil, usually while hitting something.
Stubborn old fossil. She's called me worse on a good day.
Forgetting what the boost button is for the Nomad. And then it just told me, and then it immediately went away before I could read it. Hold on. It's not that. That changes our mode. That's in telling us to aim while in cover. Are there enemies here? I'm not seeing enemies in here. Is that it? That's it. Okay. That's the boost button. Okay. For some reason, I thought that was the reverse button. Alright. For some reason, I've apparently forgotten all the controls from Nomad.
Exiles could have rolled up and died, but look at what they built, even out here.
No, I'm not trying to scan Nomad. I'm trying to scan this. Apparently that is not scannable. Okay, alas. Back in the Nomad we go. Alright. What is the deal here? Whoa, there are people here. Cineris?
Taking in the view?
It's spectacular. These sulfur pools are dumping grounds for bodies. People
Oh.
hide all sorts of evidence out here.
Yeah, that isn't really what I was going for when I was talking about the nice view. Kedara map kind of looks like a tree. We did finally get the monkey. We did get the space monkey. We have acquired the Pyjack. The Pyjack pal. Yeah, it's kind of terrible if the reason why this place looks so beautiful to you is because you can easily dump bodies into it.
And Kedara just keeps getting worse.
My name's Cineris. One day there'll be a reckoning for all these murders. I'm trying to collect the evidence and account for the victims.
Okay.
That's just bleeding hard Crusader crap. I'd rather collect whatever's on the bodies and make some cash.
This is Drexel, a leech. I'd prefer to shoot him, but that would kind of go against the whole grain of my work. These cesspools are scattered everywhere. If you find any bodies in your travels, let me know. Future justice will thank you.
Or let me know, and I'll thank you right now.
Okay. Scan 5 corpses. If we were to theoretically activate that now. Is there one right here? I feel like there'd be one right in front of us, and then the rest would be far away. Oh, there's actually a lot that are close by. Okay. 1, 2, 3, there are 5. Yeah, and then the other 2 are much further. Okay, so I think we just nab these while we're in the area. Probably makes the most sense. And what is the deal with that stuff specifically? Telling me to scan something in this general area. I guess we're not that close yet. I mean, it's probably these things. No? Apparently not. Getting hotter. This is probably where the body is. Oh, wait, what? Where is that? I was pulling the scanner, or putting the scanner away. There it is. Oh, need to get closer. There you are. It's okay. There you are.
This body was dumped here, as Cineris claimed. I have recorded the location and relevant DNA information for any future investigation.
Okay, it's probable this person was murdered. I would tend to agree. Okay, that's very slow. Matic fire. More enemies we can just test it out on. So I definitely can mash the shoot button much faster than that. Those are kind of, especially when they're red like that, look kind of disturbing. So then there's one over there. Anything up here? And I'm hearing beasts of some variety. Should be here somewhere. I'm guessing we're gonna have to do some hopscotch. Guessing we're gonna have to do some hopscotch. What is that? Look, an explosive container. Can we walk on this stuff? Yes, apparently. That's scannable. Helios flora. Both water-rich and full of nutrients, this attractive plant appears to defend against predators with a peppery taste. This can be countered with an enzyme supplement. Okay.
Changing positions.
I didn't really mean to do that. Meant to do this, though.
Another murder victim. I have logged the relevant information.
Trachea crushed. Probable they were murdered. Yeah, that checks out.
Andromeda plant sample detected nearby.
And this is actually a special plant. Don't mind if we do. What is this data pad? Salvage Team 13, the Vagabonds. Caitlin Perot. Why did we ever pick up that helmeted weirdo? Baxter hasn't shut up all night. Even Marcus can't calm him down. He just keeps muttering and picking through the trash on his sled. Between Baxter being nutty and Pale still being depressed, it feels like the whole team's falling apart. Even finding a new stasis locker didn't cheer anyone up. And why did Marcus make me juggle our ration packs for a half hour? Since when am I a circus act? Oh god. Baxter started banging the ladle around like he's calling us for dinner. Screw it. I'm getting the pistol out of my rover. If the freak tries anything, it'll be the last mistake he ever makes. Oh.
The locker contains personal items. It is registered to the Parchero.
Parchero? This is from the Solarian Ark.
Oh!
So they're here.
It looks like a salvage team is hunting down these lockers, meaning there's more. The Solarians are out there somewhere.
That's one of the first thing we've heard of about the Solarian Ark. We, of course, learned a bit about the Turian Ark, or we met some people from the Turian Ark, so we knew that at least some of them survived. We are trying to track down the Asari Ark, but this is really the first we've heard about the Solarian Ark, I think. Unless, did we hear something at the very beginning upon arriving at Kedara as well? Let's see, the other spot in this general area is over there. Okay. Anything else for us to loot here, though? Ooh, okay, is it still a level 2 hazard out here? Which should mean, although it will blow through our life support relatively quickly, like that.
It is highly poisonous, Pathfinder. We shouldn't linger here.
It did immediately blow through our life support. I was about to say it shouldn't immediately blow through our life support, but it did. So, that was a question that I had. Do we die immediately upon losing all of our life support, or do we just start losing health?
The water is highly poisonous, Pathfinder.
Okay.
We shouldn't linger here.
That answers the question. That answers the question. Here I was just trying to poke our toe in the water. Just poke our toe in the water. And, safely test the waters, and, well, it was a very extreme result. And now, if we do end up in the water, we are probably going to instantly die because we are not on full HP anymore. So, about that. And that looks interesting. Yeah, so, like, let's save real quick. Ooh, that's also a mineral. You okay, Ryder? I was concerned that we were not going to quite make that jump, and it would have been the death of us. Right, never mind the fact that touching uranium would kill us. If we are, well, would be very radioactive. If we are concerned about life support and what have you. So we might need to double back over to the... Oh. Oh. I mean, I guess we are looking at a monolith. Apparently. Although that wasn't really what I was trying to do. That is interesting, though, that it just told us, hey, go activate this monolith. Because that was something that we saw, monoliths that existed on Vold. Or at least saw them showing up on our map. And we assumed that those would be the things that would boost up the viability the most quickly and efficiently. But we were also kind of assuming that... That was just Drac, right? I think. We kind of assumed that at some point in time there was going to be a quest that was going to tell us, hey, go do this. So I deliberately did not do it of my own accord. But maybe that is not going to happen. Maybe for Vold and perhaps Kedara as well, we just need to go out there and do it in our free time. Yo, okay. How do we use the medkit? I know we've had this conversation before. Oh, no, that's cloak, right? LB, RB. Just up here. Is that the first medkit we've ever used? Hold on. I'm not sure. I don't think we did. I mean, we obviously didn't restore any HP, but... Oh. Okay, Matic test. Excuse me, Drac. That's... faster shooting. Might be able to go a little bit faster still if I'm really just being super reckless with it. It's kind of hard to be super reckless when you're zoomed in with a scope, but... Where's the... Oh, it's further out that way. Okay. We should probably head back into the Nomad in that case. And possibly even double back real quick to restore our HP. Oh, this is a rich mining zone as well, while we're at it.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources.
Alright.
You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Very quickly. This gives us our HP back, right? Yeah, okay. We're fine now. Don't worry about it. Oh, hold on. Hold on. There's gotta be loot here. There's gotta be loot here. Right? Right? Somewhere? On the truck? Or we can just scan the truck? I guess we can scan the cargo trailer. Used for transportation of cargo or heavy Krogan or equipment. It has no locomotion of its own and must be attached to a vehicle. Oh. Do we see if there's any stuff up above here? Yeah. Doesn't really seem like it. Okay, let's actually head out. Unless that's something, who knows? I never liked this place anyway. The food sucks. Okay, yeah, we do want this out.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Not so much, even with the boost. Going in that direction. Hold on. If we do this... That's the better version for off-road, right? Oh. Controller's vibrating. For reasons currently unknown to me. Apparently this is the spot, though. Oh, it's actually not in the water. Or at least not that close to it. It's instead at these geyser slash hot vents. It's like this really looks like it would hurt us if we were to step in that. And thus far it hasn't. But we haven't stepped into really big ones yet. Okay, we can still get closer, it seems. Oh, it seems to be pointing it over here. I don't really want to get separated from the Nomad that much, when it will be potentially up a hill that we may not be able to climb all that easily. Granted, we are better at climbing hills on foot than we are in the Nomad, generally speaking. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. Well, this is not great. I am going in reverse, despite what the Nomad would seem to be suggesting. Oh, look at that!
This area can be mined
we could pick up some copper if we wanted to. You don't say. Okay, guys, go forward. That apparently works, so when going backwards does not. That, sure. But the other thing that I think we can potentially do a better job of when we're in these mining zones is make more of a point of targeting whatever the rarest of these resources is, and I'm not really... I think copper is a common mineral, whereas the titanium might be rare. That might be the best, highest rarity of all these. Oh!
Hostiles ahead!
Hold on. What the heck? What was it that immediately shot us? Was it you? Looks more like the types of projectiles that the little guys shoot. Okay, so that was not a lot of damage. Granted, I didn't really get as much of a clean shot at you as I would have perhaps liked. I'm unimpressed. Generally unimpressed with the Matic damage thus far. So that was reasonably fast firing. Are all those guys going to respawn behind us? Because if so, that's going to be annoying as we're going through this area. Any signs of what general direction this is supposed to be in? I mean, there is a little bit of stuff to mine there, so I guess we'll at least pick that up. Oh. What? But I'm not sure why. Oh. Yes, of course. I knew that. I knew that.
Another murder victim. I have logged the relevant information.
Okay. Is there something else, though, when we were pointed in this direction that it was trying to tell us about? Okay, let's see if we can get some...
Pathfinder. This area can be mined for resources.
Again, I think it's technically... Ooh.
Via your mining interface.
Don't remember how rare aluminum is. Don't know to what extent that should be the thing we're trying to prioritize here over the titanium. I'm pretty sure it's definitely not common. It's at least rare. There's a lot more aluminum here, though. I don't know, I guess we'll launch here. Okay, aluminum, there you have it. It's bronze, so that's not a great one to prioritize. Were we still able to get titanium? Oh, can we run you over? Not really. Okay. Let us proceed then. Where to next? You are still saying this is a rich stone, but I'm sure we'll be back here on a later occasion. This is still quite close to Forward Station. We are technically in combat with that little thing. This is possibly... Oh, it's just a plant. I was going to say possibly the closest thing to where we currently are. This kind of is as well, but I feel like we might need to loop around this way to access it, because you can see that there's a road here, but there's definitely a cliff that it would not be very easy to get over if we were to try to just go as the crow flies, so we might just start heading west. along this path. Can we scan our own? We should probably still put this out, but Varen's Scalp. It's an unpleasant name. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I thought that was a path that was going to take us to the Promised Land. Not really.
How'd you meet Cash?
A few years ago, I was running with a mercenary band, mostly smuggling work. Nova Force. Ambitious name for a small-time crew. On one of the jobs, I got caught by Kesh. Made a deal. I got her some experimental prototypes out of Terminus. She didn't turn me in. It became a thing. She was always good for jobs. Paid well, and upfront. Credits helped me go independent. But then I got suspicious. All the things she was asking me to get. So I asked. That's when I heard about the initiative.
She brought you on.
Oh yeah. I bought the pitch, like everyone else.
Okay. Yeah, I have been meaning to check the what is the consumables button thing. What happened?
This technology is unaffiliated with Kedara's factions, Pathfinder. Its owners are likely criminal class.
Oh. Also, I am playing on controller view key. Is that even? I'm sure that is that. Whoa, I don't know if it's that. I was like, I don't think I've tried pressing this button before. What is the? We have a weapon wheel? We have a weapon wheel? What? This is groundbreaking. I think I've found the place where we activate our consumables. Earth-shattering. Earth-shattering. Yeah, I'm not like pneumatic. I'm not like pneumatic. When it comes to the slower firing semi-automatic rifles, I definitely think I preferred, what was it, the Zalkin was the name of the one we were using previously? I mean, in general, I'm not a huge fan of the spam the shoot button matic playstyle. I think I probably used it in Mass Effect 2, but it was much stronger in Mass Effect 2. Alright. Hello? Don't announce us to them. Hey, friend! Oh, they have beasts. Or flamer, because otherwise we are not that effective from the kind of range we were working from.
Outlaw spotted.
Got them all. Appears to be the last of them. Okay. So that, I believe, is technically the first time we fought outlaws. Technically speaking, I believe the first time we've ever fought outlaws. Let's see, did anyone drop anything? Ah, yes, you did. A Viper. Okay. Not really sure that's something that we are about to use. Oh! Hold on. Outlaw Ryder. Enemy from the Milky Way. Basic assailant outfitted with mid to long range weaponry. Okay. We're learning a little bit more about them. Assume same deal there. Anything of significance at this little outpost that you created? Can we actually get up there? Might be able to. I was gonna say, there has to be something up here at the very least. And Guard Meditation Crystal is one of the things we got a bazillion copies of from our supply drops, or whatever they're technically called. From our cryopods. I don't think there's anything else up here for us to get, although this is decent line of sight. See if there's anything else we should nab while we're in the area. Maybe check over there. Well, I think those are all explosive containers. I believe. Okay. Let's get back to the Nomad. Oh, we also, I did not make a point of checking to see if people have skill points to spend. I think we have just like a couple that we are trying to save, but again, I don't technically remember when the last time we used Drac or Vetra was. So the melee button is also the get into the Nomad button. Let's double check here. Yeah, we only have 2, so that doesn't really do us much. Oh, hold on. That doesn't really do us much good. Vetra has 15, and Drac has 18. So yeah, we should probably take a second to spend some points there. Yes, we've used profiles. Yeah, we know what the profiles are. Just using Engineer at the moment, although technically we'd like to go switch over to Sentinel, I think. But we've invested just about all of our points in tech at this stage, so for that reason we have, I think, stuck on Engineer for now. So for you, we are not allowed to use your rank 6 upgrade yet, right? But turbocharge. Let's see. Duration is 8 seconds, recharge time is 15 seconds. So increase the duration by 50%. What did I just say? It's 8 seconds. And you have a 12-second duration. I assume the recharge time only begins once the duration ends. Otherwise, you only have 3-ish seconds of downtime. Which seems like that'd be way too strong. Still feel like duration might be better, though. And neither of these seem critically important, but then once you get to rank 5, weapon stability and accuracy decreases damage penalty for penetrating shots. That's not bad. Otherwise, just generic damage. Yeah. On a human, an actual player, accuracy, stability would be useful, and the penetration damage useful regardless. But on a CPU, and obviously we are not playing as Vetra directly, generally speaking, in previous Mass Effect games, the computer-controlled characters are much better at handling stability and accuracy and what have you. So I'm not really sure that's going to make a huge difference there. It'd mostly just be for the penetration damage, which is good. But is that as good as both gun force and damage? I mean, it's 25% either way. Okay, so not 100% sure about that. Otherwise, might just be looking at passives, to tell you the truth. Shields, health regeneration, melee damage. I don't really think we're trying to turn her into a melee character. Might go this route, and then go passives of the offensive variety. Let's do that, I think. Damage resistance bonus 20. Oh, wait, what? Vetra takes less damage when not in cover versus when in cover. It's another one where, I mean, yeah, if we're diligent about it, we can make a point of positioning Vetra in a certain spot and trying to make it so that she stays in cover, but you know, how much are we going to be micromanaging her? And when we aren't, then she's probably going to be ducking out of cover somewhat frequently, so I'm not sure how much we are going to count on that. But I think we invest in some passives here, because this is, I think, really, in truth, where most of the squad mate damage is coming from. Because they have such long cooldowns for their abilities that just getting the passive weapon damage in particular would be really useful. Plus 30% to all power effect durations. Okay, that could potentially affect what we choose for her turbocharge later on. We don't have any points in concussive shot. I mean, there's, I guess, a case to be made if we have a spare point at the end of this to release something that durations or recharge speeds. Okay, again, it's basically the same question. Weapon damage, power force. I mean, that basically just all comes down to concussive shot versus shooting while you have turbocharge active, and I think I probably prefer that over what is the... Yeah, 20-second cooldown for concussive shot, same as everything else, so I don't think it makes much sense to build around that. So I think weapons damage is definitely the name of the game for her. I think we just go duration. Well, that's probably still not going to be as impactful as some of the other stuff. And we could save points so that next time it's easier for us to get this. I might do that rather than spend a couple points on concussive shot. Yeah, there's something to be said just for having the basic version of it, so she has one more thing that eventually comes off cooldown, but still think that passive weapon damage is going to be more reasonable or more effective. More noticeable. And then for you. After taking damage, Drax's health regeneration improves for a short time. 50% health regeneration rate, regeneration delay reduction, 50% improved for 3 seconds, or just 10% damage resistance. This helps you not die from one hit, or, you know, from big hits. Whereas this is, you know, you get weakened over time, you get back up more quickly. That's just looks like such a small number compared to this. This feels like that's statistically almost insignificant. So I thought somewhere I'd read the formula for damage reduction in Andromeda, and it's something like if you get 100% damage reduction, it reduces your damage by 50%, as counterintuitive as that sounds. Basically, the numbers are not as big as they initially seem here, so 10% is really functionally less than 10%, which I feel like is not a big enough deal to warrant that when maybe the 50% health regeneration rate, even if it's just for 3 seconds, that might still be better. I think we do that. Then Blood Rage. Melee damage, damage resistance while enraged, 25%. Like, okay, you start adding that with the other 10%, starts to become more of a difference. Ally damage resistance, ally health regenerate. What? Drax Rage inspires nearby allies to greater power. Combat prowess. That's cool. All allies, doesn't matter how close they are. I mean, 10 is still... Oh, wait, that says 10, as in just a flat number, whereas the other one said 10%. Are those different? Oh, if so. Yeah, it says 10%, not... Ooh. Can we still undo that? We can. Okay. Yeah, that's more convincing in that case. That is devious, though, how that is phrased differently than every other source of damage resistance that we've seen thus far. So that might actually be worth it in that case. Especially if you... The other one was a flat 10, right, on the Blood Rage. Ally damage resistance 10, not percent. So that is a very small number in that case. Ally regeneration, but it affects us, which greedily is more important because our squad mates can die and we can still move on, but if we die, it's game over. Melee damage, I don't really care that much about. Does it also affect him? It says nearby allies, but then it doesn't give us a range, so I assume this affects everyone regardless of where they are. Although most other abilities like this had given us a range in the past. I guess we could do this. This is sort of like the less ambitious option, I guess. So it always helps us, or it seems like it always helps us a little bit, whereas this is a higher number, but it only affects Drac. I guess we'll do this. And then this. We have 8 points left. I honestly forgot that he had Incinerate. I think, once again, getting the passives would be useful. Hoping we'd get weapon damage. Shotgun accuracy. For shotguns, at least, accuracy is oftentimes something that does very much correlate to more damage. It's one of the things that limits their damage is the bullet spread. And we could throw one more point into Incinerate here. 20% more damage, or we could save it. Put it in Flat Cannon. Does this do again? Launch projectiles that explode on impact. An air burst into shrapnel to carve aftermath of destruction. Shrapnel does less damage to armored enemies. What will we be saving for? Yeah, he's very power-centric. It's odd that we can go a bunch of the way in here and not see much of the way of weapon damage. Not until rank 5. I mean, yes, I guess we get the shotgun accuracy, but this is also pretty power-centric as well, even. I think we still save. Save the rest of the points. Okay, so both of them, everyone at this point, saving up some points, but... Alright. Let's... I guess we're just moving. We're just moving. Keep this out, although we're not technically in an area, so... Shouldn't really be a factor. It does catch my attention. There's very clearly an opening over there.
Damn, that sky is something else.
I guess you're not wrong. There you go. Yeah, you're not wrong.
You think Kesh lied to you?
Nah, she's not the type. I'm pretty sure none of us really knew what we were getting into. Bamboozled.
Nice word.
Yeah, I learned it from Sid. She's into some weird old human shit.
Good name for a drink. The Bamboozler.
I'd try it.
Hey, is there anything up here? I'm surprised we've been able to drive up this. This is probably going to be the end of the world. I did not really expect this to work, to the extent that it has. Oh, hold on. It's definitely doable. It's definitely doable. No. That's interesting. I mean, that's the port. That stuff is just floating? That's supposed to be floating like that? I don't know. Rise up in your... It had to be done. Doesn't actually seem like there's anything of note up here, unless something happens to show up on our map. No, definitely not. Although that is cool how much the map reflects the height of the mountains. Okay. Now that we have sated my curiosity, everything's fine. Don't worry. If this is gonna be really cool.
You never tried looking for your dad.
I tried. I asked around. Loudly. Dumb, huh?
You were a kid.
Sure way to make someone vanish is to let him know someone else is looking. Either Dad or whoever it was that made him disappear.
You hate him for it.
Nah. I tell myself he'd come back if he could have. I'll never get the truth, so I'll take the lie that makes everything easier.
Oh. So our squad mates appear to be unaffected by the water?
Changing positions.
Which naturally means we're gonna put them right there and see what happens. I'm pretty sure they're unaffected by the hazards in the water. That might count. Okay, just given how there were a bunch of things in the fancy schmancy water before, felt like maybe it was worth checking here, but it doesn't seem like that is holding true anymore. But was our scanner going a little crazy before? Maybe not. Whoa. Track looked kind of funny there. We were trying to drive up there previously. It does seem like maybe there is a bit of a road there, but stick to the main pathway for now. Ooh. What's this? Whoa! What is this? This looks important.
Would you look at that?
Must be how they power Kedara port.
Oh, right. Those are their wind turbines. For a second, I thought that was an enemy. I assume, yeah, there must be something for us to do here. Things we did not previously know about. Okay. Are there gonna be people here? Hello, Drac. Broken turbine. Carbon fiber reinforced plastic. Aluminum machinery used to convert wind into energy. Turbine's platform has been deliberately sabotaged so that the perpetrator could gain access to the machine's more valuable parts. Oh. Greetings.
Assholes took everything but the rotor hub.
Trouble with scavengers?
Always. Who are you?
A pathfinder.
A pathfinder with the initiative.
A pathfinder? On Kedara? Holy shit.
You said you had a scavenger problem?
Right, yeah. Bastards come at night, pick the turbines clean of parts. Expensive and annoying.
Sloan doesn't provide security?
Too busy with the collective. I'm not asking for guards, I just want our parts back.
I mean, if it's one turbine, it's what? And these are tiny as well. Like, realistically, these turbines are not going to power much. But, one turbine going down for that reason is not going to be a huge deal. If they sabotaged a whole bunch of them, then obviously that would compromise power on the port, and that would be a pretty big deal. That'd be a pretty big deal. So I would think that, you know, a capable leader would prioritize this kind of thing a little bit more.
Any idea where I could find these scavengers?
I've started putting trackers on the more valuable parts. Yard drive, generator, they've all been taken to the same nav point.
I'll check it out.
If the parasites put up a fight, don't feel bad about offing them.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I did not put that weapon away, but the game did for me. Supposedly, I think there was another new quest. Oh, there's several more people here.
Sure as hell ain't to stand there and look pretty.
Hey, if you were Krogan, you'd know I'm fucking gorgeous.
If I were Krogan, I could guard this place myself and do a better job of it.
Maybe it's just the hairstyle, but she reminds me a lot of Suvi.
You running security here?
Trying. Krogan or not, I'm only one merc. This lot's crazy thinking they can run a wind farm in the Badlands.
I mean, usually wind farms you have to build pretty far away. Something setback distance.
Why do you think there have been so many attacks?
All these fancy gizmos out in the open, they're begging to be stolen. We'll say, though, it's damn suspicious those scavs keep hitting the place while I'm off shift. Like someone's telling them when to strike.
That does sound suspicious. Cross of Suvi and Addison. Suvi's hairstyle with Addison's face, oh no.
Any advice for staying alive in the Badlands?
Get out of the Badlands.
Fair enough.
See you around.
Whatever.
Okay, I thought there was one other new quest here. Yeah, okay, so we should still poke around. Yeah, hold on. Let me assess their wind project here. Okay. Okay. What do we have here? Patrol schedule. Well, I mean, if someone were to send the patrol schedule or the guard schedule, then that would be pretty easy for them to attack when the one guard is not on duty. We'll be hitting the farm again soon. Drop off the Krogan's patrol schedule in the usual spot. I mean, is it... It's so blatantly obvious. Like, did you not see that this message was right here? This very obvious sign that that's what they're using to figure out when to attack? Okay. Cause, sorry, Krogan dude, but I do kinda need to take you for an idiot in that case. Alright, please, Kay, I don't want to do this anymore. People are getting suspicious. Yeah, also, like, harvesting the high-value materials out of a turbine, like... I mean, turbines are expensive, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it's the siting costs, first of all, which I doubt you had to deal with much here. But also the steel, usually, although it said it was not made of steel before, it's some plastic plus something else. But they're going for the components within the actual, like with the generator, I guess. I said, but it's odd. What, credits for Oblivion? Yeah, that's the patrol schedule. Oh. Oblivion, was that the name of the bar? One of the bars? Not the one, not Tartarus. Not the one in the
She
slums.
was telling scavengers when to attack in exchange for credits to buy Oblivion.
Oh, but Oblivion's the drug. The drug. Okay. Omnigel. So yeah, definitely at least additional background info. Not sure it will directly assist us, but interest. Oh.
Get it done. We don't have enough yet, Enora. Then get more. Tell him to get his ass in gear.
Oh. Also, name very similar to Elnora, who was a character in Mass Effect 2, who was a initiate of the Eclipse, so a criminal. Also an Asari, so that does kind of seem like perhaps a similar situation. Also, what is the deal with this guy's armor? Looks very different from any other armor we've... Is it the same type of armors you have? Color scheme is very different. No, it still looks different. Or maybe the color scheme just makes it look totally different. I don't know. Veteran, leave him alone, though.
Back off. I don't deal with Nexus scum.
That's a good way to get shot, Elora.
Did I ask for your opinion?
I mean, he is kind of right.
I don't want to start anything.
Yeah? Then why'd you come to Kedara? Here to take this place from us, too? Sloane should have taken the Nexus out when she had the chance. She's weak.
I take it you're not an outcast, then?
Got my own faction. When we take over, we'll do all the things the outcasts and Collective didn't have the balls.
Oh, you're not Collective. I assume that meant you were going to be Collective.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Better watch your back, Nexus.
No, you're just, okay. Just extremely antagonistic. Wait, hold on.
If we get the parts from Eladin for more turbines.
How many gigawatts? Wait, what? Say that again. Gigawatts or gigawatt hours? It's two very different things. Talking gigawatts, that's way more than you need to power this place. Gigawatt hours, probably still more than enough, to be honest. But what is your baseline resource, though?
At this rate, we'll be producing 2 million kilowatts by year's end.
2 million kilowatt. Oh, wait. That's 2 megawatt. Wait. No. That's more than 2 megawatts. Now I'm getting my... I need to write this down and get the sig figs right. But, wait. Hold on. Megawatt... Kilowatts... megawatts would be 100 more. Wait, so you said how many? I don't know.
Well, well, you're not like the other scrubs around here.
What makes you say that?
Your gear, it's high quality, like the rest of you.
Whoa, she's hitting on us. Also, I will say it again. Everyone's gear here looks better than ours. Enough with the flattery. I mean, we've got high standards.
What can I say? I like the best.
Then you're just the man I need.
Oh.
When the exiles came to Kedara, they hid caches of Nexus supplies all over the Badlands. Junk, mostly. Stale protein bars and rations. But among the shit are some serious weapons lifted straight from the armory.
And you know this. How?
I helped steal them. Problem is, those weapons are too good for the scum down here. And I can't sell weapons in Kedara Port without Sloan taking a cut. The cash nav point, though? You interested? It's yours for a fair price.
Ooh, okay. I guess we're in some questionable ethics, but...
You've got a deal.
Lovely. Here's the nav point. In the meantime, feel free to take a look at what I've already got in stock.
Oh, she's also a trader. Oh, wait, what? For mods for the Nomad? Allows occupants of the Nomad to detect enemies through obstacles at a range of 75 meters. Improve shield regeneration. Upgrades Nomad shield cells, allowing for faster regeneration. N7. Oh, new paint N7 paint job. Oh, call back to Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Roll initiative. New official colors of the Andromeda. Oh, okay. I see. So yeah, this one's more fitting for this game, whereas this one's more looking back. Okay, and then some relatively rare crafting materials. Pet shuttle model. I don't really care about collecting those collectibles, but... Okay. So part of me is tempted to, whenever we see people selling valuable crafting materials, to just pick up some of them. Because, you know, we are desperately saving our credits right now for anything in particular. And it seems like those high-value crafting materials are generally going to be kind of hard to come by. Oh, we should sell our salvage tea, though. We should do that. Also, there is a datapad here. I don't think we read. And this is the person we're just speaking to. New entry, inventory fully stocked. That Vidal guy, which is the person who we've been in contact with on a few occasions, that was our inside source, really came through. Thought his fees were on the high side, but he got everything on my list. Now to sell these babies for double the price. Whoa, you trying to rip us off?
Got something just for you.
Okay, but let's sell all of our salvage, because I think we have, yeah, about 2,000 worth of that. Oh, no, hold on. No, don't exit. I would like to not buy that. I would like to confirm the trade to sell our salvage instead. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I was trying to get a sense for just how significant the amount of energy coming from, or power, coming from these wind turbines would be. Because in all honesty, like, it's nowhere near. Look at this, it's nowhere near the amount that they were just saying. This is like, what? Call it 10, maybe a little more than that. 25 kilowatts if you're being generous per turbine. So, you know, maybe a megawatt here. Probably a little more than that. But nowhere near the numbers they were saying. New entry, the Krogan Roton. Is that the guard outside? Thinks someone here is giving scavengers information on when to attack. Ridiculous excuse for his laziness. Don't know why we pay him. Oh, technician.
How did you get in here?
I mean, the door was unlocked. You don't care about the models? No, I care more about the wind turbines than the models. Probably more generators at the mountain. That may be. Also, what is the capacity factor of them? Okay, is this area restricted? I mean, we did just kind of walk in.
I didn't realize this was a restricted area.
Technically it's not, but most of our visitors are scavengers.
I just want to ask a few questions.
Fine, but be quick about it.
Okay, yeah, tell us more about the wind farm, I'm curious.
Does the wind farm power Kedara Port?
And everything else around here. Not that anyone sends their gratitude. They only contact us when something's broken.
Sloan doesn't give you a kickback?
Not enough. This is a dangerous job. I deserve hazard pay.
Yeah, that may be.
What do you do here?
I keep the turbine spinning. A small miracle considering all the scavengers trying to steal parts.
It's just a weird, very weird thing to try to steal parts from. It'd be much easier to try to, and probably more productive, to try to steal parts from, you know, vehicles and whatnot, outposts.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah. Let me get back to work.
I mean, there are, I'm sure, trace amounts of valuable minerals and metals and what have you in the turbines, yes, but
I don't want trouble.
what are you doing there? Are you causing trouble? Oh. Adaptive initiative. Okay, we've seen plenty of those in the past. Oh, that's something over there, though. Excuse me. Don't mind us. What's the best way up? Oh, that's the wrong kind of dash. Scan these. Maybe not, but there was the thing over. Ooh, don't fall through that. That might not end well. There was this, though. Not great. Not that great. Yeah, basically the thing is the turbines are just very small. Like, you would ideally have much bigger turbines than this if you were trying to power something at the scale they're trying to power things at. I think that was everything, at least that we know about in this area. Granted, I'm comparing those mostly to the 3 turbine generators. I am curious about the area down there. It's usually harder to get up than it is to get down, so maybe we stay up here for the time being.
Sid gets me so frustrated. I try to be firm. She pushes back. I lay down the law. She pushes some more.
See, that's your problem. Kids need boundaries, sure, but they also want to know you're not the enemy.
Our dad would not have agreed with you.
Your dad sounds like a piece of work. Special ops, right?
Yeah, something like that. He never went into details.
Disappeared.
Yeah.
I know the type.
Okay, that looks like something behind us. Point of interest. There's at least one enemy. Down below. Right, those are some of the big dudes. I see that one. I don't think that's the one that's showing up on our map. Because that's what's showing up on our mini-map. Because that's much closer. I mean, I am kind of tempted. Like, what's he going to do? If we shoot him from here, what's he going to do, right? He can't hit us. Wait, what? Why did we just get 250-something experience? Not really sure. But I am tempted to just shoot this guy and see what happens. Like, what? He's going to try to run all the way around that way and eventually catch up to us? I mean, granted, we don't have great ranged firepower, but let's see what happens. This might not even be hitting him. I don't think those are hitting. Yeah, maybe we do technically have limited range on the Matic, even when it's scoped like that. Or maybe it's, I mean, it's a big enough target.
Head is
Pretty
not
sure we hit.
registered in Outcast or Collective Records, Pathfinder.
Oh. Pretty sure that's the point of interest over here. I think we do have to drop down. So I'm not really sure we're going to be able to get... maybe we can get over this. Is that the right mode, or is this the right mode? This, I think, is the right mode, actually.
Drac, how come you like me? We Turians haven't exactly treated Krogan very well.
You aren't like most Turians, Petra. You know what it's like to hurt a little.
I haven't taken half the shots you have. Still have all my limbs.
Give it time.
And this is the spot in question. Is this close enough to hit them? I mean, again, our range is not great. That's the actual point of interest over there, because that's very much Redwood stuff. This is not. It's like, how do we feel about just trying to take these guys out from up here with a scoped Matic? And Drac with a shotgun. Vetra is, what, an assault rifle, but I still question our ability to deal any kind of significant damage from up here. I mean, we could use Energy Drain, which does probably have the range to hit them, but Flamer certainly doesn't. It just feels like this is kind of a... not a viable strategy. But I also don't really want to go down right now, because then we'd have to compromise our high ground. Maybe we just don't engage them yet. We continue going this way, and we'll loop around and maybe even hit this remnant spot first. That might be the right approach. Maybe save as well, because it's been a little while. That looks bigger than many of the remnant spots we've been to in the past. That obviously leads somewhere, including places where there are enemies. That's a forward station. There's a satellite right there as well. There's probably enemies in and around that spot, but we have not found any forward stations since we got to this one at the very beginning. Should get a Black Widow and keep our high ground. I mean, I don't really like snipers, but that is the case for using them right there. And it's interesting, because, like, it's much more similar combat to Mass Effect 1 in this case, where, because it's open world, you can try to scope out some good sniping locations and whatnot, which was not really something you could do in Mass Effect 2 or 3, at least not nearly to that extent. Sniping from that kind of range. Is that a container right there? That's just a random rock. That is just a random rock. I take it back. So we make a move for the forward station? I think we might want to. And there's at least going to be some people in our way, and by people I mean this. Still unimpressed with the Matic. Remember, it does its tail thing, so we definitely don't want to be close to it.
Good work.
Is it just that one? It might have just been that one. We still have combating music. I'm not really sure if I should be reading into that or not. But as I said, I imagine once we get closer to the forward station, we will find more enemies, perhaps of the more sentient variety. Is there anything here? This does look all remnant-y. Maybe not. I'm half expecting that thing to spawn directly on top of us. Oh, well, this is going down. Also, just a rock? Question mark? Not an actual container? I think so. Right, where's the actual... Oh, it's a little bit further than I was giving credit for. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a very large beast over there. That there is. Oh, hello. Hold on. 1 second. You're not so bad. More where that little guy came from. So obviously I see the big guy. I want to get a little bit closer before we engage him. Not too close, mind you, but...
Look, it's easy. You just pull the hinge back and snap the upgrade straight on the barrel.
Does it seem secure?
It's secure. I promise.
Back in my day, upgrades were handmade. Custom fitted. None of this off the rack, snap together shit.
Don't say uphill both ways. Don't say it.
Turians didn't used to be so damn lippy either.
Okay. Was a little dude over here, I thought. Yeah. We deal with this guy first? Maybe we do. Matic is pretty... Seriously, just want to make sure I didn't get that guy's attention, but... There are multiple of them over here. Yeah, Matic range. Definitely a lot less than you would think. That is hitting him. I think he's just not responding. So I can see the effect from it. Like the little green hitting him. But the kick is... And the instability is just enough. Okay, that is making it a little bit trickier. Okay, now this guy has taken notice. Ah, okay, now you have, which is much more significant. Okay, Drac, this is the one time where I'm not really sure you want to be doing that. One time among several, perhaps. Okay, we don't want to be here, though. He's dead. Don't worry about it. So we did see on Vold, I think it was, for the first time, somewhat recently, one of those guys picked up, I think it was Cora, and sinked her, ate her alive. So that is something that we have become aware of as a new type of threat. So at least of the enemies that we've encountered thus far, that's the only one that I know of that has a sink kill ability. But what is this, though, that it was guarding? Because this does look remnant-y. Again, if this guy decides to respawn directly on top of us, then we could very well be in trouble, but I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I mean, it looks significant, but there isn't really anything here. It's odd, besides that one big enemy. We could mess around again near the water, because it seemed like in the past that was sort of a sign of important things, but not all the time. Just do a quick check. It's like this is bad. How hard the water hits you, the life support drainage. Like, dip your toe in for a split second, and you're on 1 bar of HP bad. That sounded like big dude just respawned. Because he did. Okay, so yes. Good to know. That is absolutely a thing. But been there, done that. At least for now. What is the correct way? Do we have to loop all the way around here, or can we kind of bulldoze our way straight in? Can't brutes and banshees have sync? Yeah, basically, whatever the equivalents of brutes and banshees are. And it seems like those guys are basically the brute equivalents. What is this? This is a very odd-looking rock. I'm extremely suspicious of this rock. Nomad? I think I left it in neutral. Forgot to put on the parking brake. Yeah. Nothing over here, I guess, unless this is the... It's not quite where we'd need to do some mountaineering, but it's still going, man. Part of me is curious to go behind the Nomad and see if it falling on us kills us. I feel like it probably will, so I don't really want to do it, but I'm going to save and then do it. This will probably kill us. Or just push us back. Eventually, we'll clip under the Nomad and then we're going to die. Or it'll slowly but surely push us into the water that will kill us. Well, that's another one of the... Another one of the big beast enemies, like we fought before, that we must have driven right past. And it didn't pay any attention to us? That's weird. I'm very surprised that we did not notice it and it did not notice us. Are we in the Nomad? Come on, the hill's not even that steep anymore. It's not that bad. I kind of think we're going to have to fight this guy. I still don't know how we drove past it before, but... That's where the forward station is. I mean, maybe we can power our way through here, but Oh, I did not mean to do that. That was supposed to be a boost. Wrong button. Like this.
We're approaching the scavengers that stole the Angaran satellites and destroyed the search vessel.
What are the odds they'll surrender peacefully?
Less than 1%. Activating automated forward station deployment.
Okay, that's good. That was our primary objective. Okay, I don't want to be locked into that anymore, though. Because I do see this as well.
Mining zones in this region are available, Pathfinder.
Berserker?
I've added them
I
to
accidentally
your map
decluttered.
system.
Is that a Krogan? Berserker? It might have been. One moment. Who should we focus on? I don't know! You are not on fire. You did not go boom with fire explosion when I did that. I was kind of hoping we'd at least get something on fire. So we can do a combo. Cause some more trouble. That guy's gonna be, speaking of trouble, an issue. Yes, he's absolutely a Krogan. Is that more enemies? That's probably more enemies. That sound. We're gonna see more red dots. That's our forward station. But, trying to be all sneaky and quick. Now you're just toast. There's still another enemy here, though. Over here. Potentially multiple? Yes, multiple. Okay, defeat the satellite scavengers. We've done that. Scan the corpses. I mean, that might just be an unrelated quest, because that is also a thing. But the Berserker is a new type of enemy that we've not yet seen, so that may be an enemy type that we can actually scan. Where exactly did he go down? Not somewhere over here. There. No. Apparently we had not scanned lithium before? I mean, we just were looking at something a second ago, so that does surprise me. Also odd that, yeah, I guess we will not scan said Berserker. I guess we also don't really need to go straight to that station anyway. Let's see what else is here. Containers. Sniper rifle damage. I mean, it's good, but again, not really a sniper rifle person.
Chopped those missing Angaran satellites into scrap.
I'll have the Tempest retrieve what's left for transport to Aya.
No Angara here. Just our people.
Damn scabs make us all look bad.
Okay, so that seems to be the primary thing. Oh, that gave us research for reasons. More over here, though? Potentially. That is not lootable. This is. Moderate salvage. Yeah, what about going on top of this? Oh, or not. Or yes. Just kind of curious about this, which... Not sure how easily we can make this happen. There we go. No, it's about... Oh, we probably could have just gone up this way. Oh, there is something here. Okay, nice. Oh, actually, a lot. Whoa, an Indra, which in Mass Effect 3 is an ultra-rare weapon. In this case, just considered a rare, but that's... I mean, it's a sniper. It's kind of a sniper assault rifle hybrid, at least in Mass Effect 3, and that would seem to be the case here as well, because that's a rate of fire. Still stinks? Darn. Sniper rifle ultralight. Sniper rifle vented barrel. Again, not thrilled about the sniper rifle-centric stuff. That's not terrible for pistols. Have to compare that to our other penetration stuff for pistols. But okay. Whoa! Well, ambitious there, Drac. Okay, let's see what the deal is here, because that looks like another place we can go up. Looks like a helipad. I mean, we are currently using a Matic. I think we're using a level 4 Matic. So I think that is functionally the same as the weapon that we currently have equipped. Right, who knows if there's stuff there we should probably check. Like that. Some of that stuff might be lootable. That is. Disruptor ammo? Okay, can we get up? If so, what is the best angle to do that from? Anything? That is not a datapad we can pick up? Okay. Seems pretty empty up here. Okay. I think we have scavenged the area pretty sufficiently in that case. So, what direction to head in next? Is it mining area there? And that's not of critical importance, or it's not particularly time sensitive. There's one there as well. Still in turbine parts, that might make sense while we're over here. It seems like you kind of loop around and make your way up there. That might be the best thing to do right now. Maybe? We can change our weapon at that station, it's right. I thought, at least the Matic that we just picked up, I'm pretty sure is the same level as the one that we're using, so I don't think that's going to make a difference. Okay, I was about to say I'm asking for getting stuck somewhere, and I thought I just did. That's a metal of some variety, probably more lithium. Just add that real quick. Okay. So yeah, I think those weapons are more just same old, but we can check. Oh, haven't checked at all what the deal is with the Sidewinder. Yeah, we have Matic 4. We picked up a Matic 4. Huh? Oh, right. We have, we've a penalty for our rate of fire and max clip size that I think has come from our penetration mod, and we have the extra accuracy from our scope. I was just confused why there were red stats there, because I knew that we should be comparing as if the mods were active on our existing weapon, but yeah, there's Indra, Viper, not about to use those, but they exist. Okay. Let's see. I think we, at the very least, get back in the Nomad. So consumables restock when you go to the forward stations as well? That what you mean? I think we're talking about... Oh yeah, we did cut the corner, technically. We didn't go around this way. Maybe heading for this area and eventually up to this, because I assume heading up this way is how you do that?
Sometimes I wonder what Sid and I'd be like if we'd had a better home life. Maybe we wouldn't have grown up to be so difficult.
Difficult's good, Vedra. You took what you had and made it yours. That's all any of us can hope for.
If only you'd raised us, old man.
Haha, you would have turned out so much worse. Maybe a better shot, though.
Okay, so we've established the copper is common. Beryllium, I think, is uncommon, and aluminum, I'm not sure. Oh, no, aluminum is also common. Okay, so yeah, nothing great there. It's really... Titanium is sort of the, I think, the rarest of all the types of metals we can find here. But it's the one we should theoretically prioritize when we're doing this type of thing. Okay, am I going in the right direction? Because I would like to know that before we start going over these cliffs and whatnot. Okay, there was also a new quest here of some variety. Maybe we check that out. Are there enemies here? In that spot? I mean, that's where the quest is, I can see. Whoa, that's... Okay, I know it's a common one, but that is a lot. Yet it's still just 76, which does not feel all that dramatic. So we could drop one there.
Maybe the scavengers will be reasonable.
Sure, kid.
Oh, okay. Now I was just trying to optimize the mining spot here. I'm not really paying attention to scavengers right now, but okay. I assume... Oh no, the scavengers up there, I guess, is technically where we were starting to drive up to. So yeah, let's check out this stuff first.
Gonna be okay.
Every time you say that, I believe you less.
Doesn't make it less.
Mining is pretty useless. The numbers, I was just thinking, did not seem very impressive to me. It did not seem very impressive to me. Compare that to just the numbers we get automatically from the... Again, I just keep on referring to them as supply drops, but the stuff we get from the cryopods that we unlock. Oh.
Hi there. We're not looking to cause any trouble.
Trouble is all there is on Kedara. We just want to be left alone and... Wait. I don't believe it. You look like a pathfinder.
That would be right.
I take it no other pathfinders have strayed this far?
I wish. Oh, it's good to see you. Just knowing the initiative's still out there, making it work. That means a lot.
You don't sound like an outcast.
Looks like you've got a good thing going here.
We're refugees hiding on a world of exiles. We got kicked out of the Nexus, swept away in the uprising. We weren't looking to take sides or anything. We just wanted to eat. Then we found this place. Remote, sheltered from the crazies in the Badlands. And the bedrock here filters the water.
Oh, that's convenient.
If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Speak to the others, and they'll fill you in. I'll unlock the doors.
All right. What you doing over here? Just growing some edible plants. These plants are thriving due to UV lights used to grow them. Okay, well done.
So it's true. Pathfinders do exist. I'd offer you something to eat, but I'm afraid our food supply is tight. Waiting for these to ripen.
It's okay. We're fine. I'm surprised you managed to grow anything here.
A unique quirk of the bedrock in this area filters the water. That and a supply of UV lights. When we were exiled from the Nexus, I grabbed a crate.
Okay, I mean, I guess you're making the most out of the situation. You must be a hero. I mean, it was smart.
That was some quick thinking.
Small details can save the day. I knew if we were going to be stranded in Helios, food would be hard to grow. We're the lucky ones. I feel sorry for the poor souls in the Badlands. A pang of guilt whenever I eat. Why don't you take a few of these UV lights with you? Maybe others can grow food too. Anything to help this miserable hellhole.
Is that the quest? So, no, it was not. At least, theoretically, it was not. Daily log of groundwater tests. Day tests, 98.1% purity, 97.2, 96.7, 95.9, 94.1, 92.2, 91.6, 91.2. It's going down. Note, if the downward trend continues, our aquifer will eventually turn toxic. Yeah, I don't know what level purity you need for it to actually be drinkable. Something needs to be done to stabilize Kedara's environmental conditions. Okay, that sounds like that's going to be the basis for the quest here. That doesn't look good. Don't mind us as we casually scan you. Small puncture bite marks. Abnormal body temperature. 40.5 degrees Celsius. I will admit, off the top of my head, I do not know what that is in Fahrenheit. So I'm not sure how different that is. But this person shows signs of a high fever, indicating a serious infection is impairing their health. Likely cause is the bite mark of unknown life form. From an unknown life form. Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Is he okay?
No, running a fever. Something weird bit him and he's got an infection. Usually remedies don't work on the venom.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to help?
Anything we can do for him?
Unless you can conjure up some sort of antibiotic out of thin air, I don't know.
I'm afraid that is not exactly our specialty. Badlands got you down? Feeling sick? Suffering from the Badlands blues? Sounds like the name of a band for sure. It probably exists, to tell you the truth, because Badlands is, what, Louisiana in the US? We've got an herb for that. It'll make you feel better both body and mind, if you know what I mean. If you don't, then this isn't for you, and you should go away. But if you do, come looking. To be safe, we can't provide coordinates. Those who seek shall find. So this is the drug dealers. Okay, that was Vetra. You
Oh, hi there.
are important.
Something wrong?
It's just hard. Exiled from the Nexus. My mother's still back there. I never said goodbye. Have things gotten any better?
So, I know Asari are, in general, blue. But as blue as Asari go, you might be the bluest I've ever seen.
The Nexus leaders are still
Probably should've
arguing
kept that
with each
positive.
other. That hasn't changed.
It's what got us into this mess. I wish I could talk to my mom, make sure she's okay. I've been trying to reach her, but our equipment's broken. Not sure it would matter. The Nexus is so far away.
Never know. I could take a look.
Would you? That would mean the world.
Okay. Scan broken communications equipment. Oh, I thought we were just going to go to the Nexus and say hello for her. Okay. Where are said broken equipments. I assume they're right here. I hope they're right here, in which case we can just go for that right now. I assume this is going to be Kedara specific. What? Oh, I guess maybe because there are ties to the Nexus, it doesn't actually fall under that category. I did not see it there. Search on Kedara for that stuff, but that's not what we're looking for here. Here. There we go. Broken family. I assume it's right here. Sounds that Drac makes whenever he uses his jetpack. Well, that was not the best jump. Hold on. And I may have gotten us stuck. Come on. You can do it, Ryder. You can do it, Ryder. You can do it, right. You maybe cannot exactly do it. Hold on. What is the proper angle of approach? Is that little ledge there? This is what we... if we would stop hitting our heads. Oh, dear. Hold on. There we go. Just scan it? Yeah.
The communications junction is out of alignment. With an adjustment, a signal could reach the Nexus.
Okay, do we just give it a whack? Do we report that back? Oh, no. We fix it.
There. Let's go see if that did the trick.
Okay. By chatting with our new friend. Excuse me, Petra. Don't mind us.
Mom?
Miria? Is that you?
Thank the goddess. Mom, are you okay?
Oh, Miria. I've been so worried I thought you were gone. Forever. But it's really you.
I'm on Kedara. I'm okay. I miss you so much, Mom.
I think about you every day, Miria. Someday we'll be reunited. There's a pathfinder now. Ryder. He seems to know what he's doing.
It's the reason we're talking. They helped fix our equipment.
Well, give them a hug for me. This changed everything. I've got a reason to go on now.
Goodbye, Mom. We'll see each other soon.
Oh, that's wholesome. That's sweet. Also, might be one of the first, probably not the first time I've noticed this, but they use gender-neutral pronouns to refer to Ryder, because presumably they only had recorded that once. So they used the same lines for, both a female and male Ryder. Can we scan this? Yes, we can. More water storage tanks. Where is said nearby supply point? Where supposedly the water is of particularly good quality. You know, just asking for a friend. Okay, this is still a
This area
good,
can be mined for resources.
not great
You
place
can
for the mining, but
extract
as we were
minerals
saying,
via your mining interface.
maybe the mining isn't that impactful after all. But there was still at least one other thing for us to do here, right? There was several things, in fact. Let's hit that rock while we're at it. Which is over here. Ish. Theoretically? What is that sound? Is it the sound of our mining stuff?
An undocumented mineral has been detected, Pathfinder.
What's this? You're telling me we've never seen titanium before. Deploying geophysics VI for scan performance, 35% improved over projections. VI is performing satisfactorily, transmitting data to Chief Lucan. Usually we pick these up though, don't we? Remind them or something? Also, there are very loud animals over here. They seem to be very high up. Just want to know who's making the racket. Don't really want to fall down that way, though. Sounds like they're practically right next to us. It does say they're below us, but really sounds like they're right around the corner. Which is weird. But I think we should head back down the way we actually want to go before we accidentally head down the other way and get very stuck. Or at least need a very long trip back. So... Cowabunga? That's not so bad.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
There's just a random little outcropping. Still curious what the deal is with the very loud enemies over there. Okay, now I think we go here. Find the stolen turbine parts. Scavengers are stealing turbine parts from the wind farm outside Kedara port. An exile named Ashlyn has enlisted our help to bring the parts back. Yeah, we have a ton of research data. At least for Milky Way, because we spent a ton of time getting the data from, again, those just research little drops. It's primarily where they're coming from. Okay, what are you telling us to scan? Not this. Probably that? I am expecting for us to run into enemies soon. This is definitely in the wrong direction, but I am curious what's over here. Yeah, that theoretically will eventually take us off this cliff. Oh, possibly as soon as right there. Oh, maybe not. That's actually not as steep as I would have thought. We might have been able to get up here from the seemingly intraversible side. Okay, maybe it's a little worse than I was giving it credit for. Maybe it is still a little worse than I was giving it credit for just then. Is this the stuff you want me to scan? Yes, one moment. I'm too busy getting crushed by our own vehicle. All-terrain hauler, 6-wheel ground vehicle. The vehicle is designed to handle rugged terrain while hauling a cargo trailer. Oh.
Well, that is a kind of reasonable.
Still hear the really loud beast enemies. And I feel like we're gonna come out as soon as we examine this. Can we scan these dudes? No. This one didn't do so well. Oh, there's another Sidewinder. Okay. We do currently have one of these equipped, same level and everything. Melee damage on our shotgun. Don't really think that's something... We are not currently using a shotgun, nor do I think that's something we're going to be prioritizing all that much. We got this one, right? Okay. Alright, let's see. As I was saying, I suspect we're going to be ambushed here as soon as we examine this thing, and whatever it was that killed these guys is going to attack us as well. And it's probably whatever these things are that are making such a racket over there.
Someone got to them first.
Or something.
Destroyed Ashland's missing parts. What the hell did this?
Big beast dudes. Whoa. Oh, it's a bigger one. It's a bigger one. I do not want to be standing here anymore. Okay, well, that is pretty much exactly what we expected to see, right? Fortunately, there is this big rock in the middle we can use pretty effectively to avoid it.
Well, let's go give Ashland the bad news.
Okay, is that it? Still hearing enemies over there, beasts of some variety. Okay, is that all? I think that's all. Okay, return to... She was at the wind turbine site, right? It's a little bit of a trek, although I mean, technically speaking, could just drive off the cliff. And that would be quite a shortcut. It would be quite a shortcut. And we could come back here to this general location using this forward station. That is one of the benefits of us having picked that up previously. So that might make some sense. And I don't know if this is the best way to approach the medicine lab, or it seems like there's a road that goes this way, so I feel like going to the east is probably the better way to make that happen. But yeah, let's prioritize this for the time being, and I'm gonna see if we can just drive over the edge of the mountain here to expedite things a bit, or you know, over the other similarly nomad-like vehicle. Do I have the? There we go. That's better. So before I do this, I hesitated a little bit. Just want to make sure that our angle of descent is... I mean, it's not exact. I was thinking more you go down that way, but we could probably still loop around like that, right? We could probably still make this work. Probably. Alright. Don't mind us. Don't mind us. None of the sea here. Nothing to see here. What is that, though? Did we see that before? Alright, this is a little more Mako-like. No, expect for us to be able to get up there. Any out of curiosity, is there anything that we know of right there? Not really. Okay.
Your kinetic diffuser on the left is gonna fail in a week, maybe 2.
You're guessing wrong. I just replaced that.
Then you owe your supplier a punch. Had one fail during an airdrop. I know the signs now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we should. Hold on. We should try the, hold on. Sidewinder. Because I was, you know, we were testing the Matic. I was not particularly impressed. So all the more reason, really, to try out the Sidewinder. What's the little enemy down here? And there's one right next to us that I did not know was there. Oh, well, hold on.
Between the eyes.
Didn't really get the chance to think about that much. Alright, I'm just gonna shoot it and blow through a little bit of ammo for it, but... feels... kind of Carnifex-y. I do like the Carnifex, so that's a compliment. I did craft a Carnifex previously. There was the remnant place here that we actually kind of just avoided. Maybe we go down and actually check that out more in full on our way over. So we were taking the high road previously, but now we can take the low road.
Oh,
You okay?
fine. Just the old plumbing acting up.
Oh, too
Even
much.
most of my guts are synthetic. I'd get them replaced, but the warranty's probably no good out here.
What? Is he serious? Okay, so this is Remnant. There's some other things happening here. Definitely some non-Remnant people fighting a lot of people. Some crossfire here. Just casually nab that while we're at it. What? Okay, well, that is Remnant right here.
We've got targets.
Who's shooting the Remnant? Okay, admittedly, I did not scout out this area very well. Admittedly, I did not scout out this area very well. Kind of just went straight in. I was like, sure, I'll flame the first enemies that I see. Never mind the fact that this is a large group of enemies that are firing at each other, and I'm just gonna casually place myself right in the middle of the battlefield without any good cover or anything like that. So, did kind of ask for that. Did kind of ask for that. So yeah, let's be a little more strategic this time. Maybe not just go straight into the middle of the battlefield like we did before. Like, what is the deal here? Yeah, they're outcasts, that makes sense. This is probably still a better angle of approach. And we can also do this. Okay, I've tried to take cover here. Oh, that's not really working. Just, one moment, please. One moment, please. Just use our cloak for the, Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Okay, well, apparently we've finished the encounter. It's a lot easier when you don't just run right into a huge firefight and present yourself to all the enemies, as it turns out. Yeah, I could also use consumables to restore shields, that is true. These usually give us a lot of valuable stuffs. Now that we've established how to actually do those things. Okay then. Alright, so as per usual, once upon a time, these were the types of things we could interact with, but it doesn't seem like that's the case here. Sometimes there are some good little containers hiding around the periphery, though.
Those exiles won't be on our side.
And I think that's more toward the wind farm over there, which is eventually where we're going to want to go. That's an actual outcast outpost. Probably where those guys came from. They were fighting the remnant. Any hidden chests? Oh, really? Didn't seem like. Unless the direction we came from. Did we end up looting this time? No. It was the uranium's fault. It led me astray the first time. It lured me in. I fell for the bait. We got this, right? That'd be pretty sad if we did not find that blatantly obvious loot there. Okay, so I think that's everything. Let's hop back into the Nomad. Which was where exactly? Over here. So I imagine the fighting is not done just yet. Okay, so the right is the direction where this quest is taking us, where we were previously. The left is where there's theoretically a bunch of other stuff that we've not yet done.
What do you miss most about the Milky Way, Vedra?
Understanding how shit works. Back home I knew the politics, the people, the places. Here everything's new. You can't play the system when you don't know what it is.
I don't know about that. The way the Nexus treated us Krogan seems like the system came with us.
This might be a better opportunity to test this out. We shoot faster than I was giving it credit for. Okay. Deliberately using this entirely, not flaming. Okay. Granted, for the most part, at least for those types of enemies, we are usually using Flamer to take them out. So it's really the Ket, and I guess Outcasts now, that we would be using the weapons exclusively on. Is this where we're trying to go? No, it is not. Okay, good thing that I checked, because that did not look familiar. Varen Scalp, that's the place for me. Yeah, I thought there were still other enemies over here, so this might be a better test of the weapon that we are trying to use here. Oh, hello. It's not bad, I suppose. Oh, hold on. Exactly know where it was, but
there's an outlaw weapon cache here, Puppet.
Okay, we're a little bit busy at the moment, Sam. Definitely still heard a beast of some variety, I thought. Definitely am. Okay, encounter experience. What is this?
It says here this weapon cache is headed for a specific camp. Sam?
With more information, I can determine the source of the transmissions.
Okay. Just a fallen over light? Oh, wait, hold on. You can scan something here. Is it the... It's the thing that we are standing inside of, apparently. The shipping container. That's also an explosive device. I don't think there's anything on top of that. Okay. Just see what this thing is. I think we saw there were some big enemies And we were looking from above before... Oh, yep. Yep. That checks out. That does check out. You in flame range? Yes, you are. Not sure if it can get up here. It can definitely get up here. Confirmed! Well, that's one way to find out. Alright, now, the time it takes for those beast-like enemies to respawn does seem to vary a lot from one area to the next. Like, we'll go back over here to grab the Nomad, but... it's like one encounter in particular where the enemies just respawned almost instantaneously. There may still be more beasts down here as well, for what it's worth. Thought I remembered seeing a few when we were peeking from up above previously. I think that was the biggest one. This is where we are looking to go. I assume we can still get up there. Yeah, either that way or maybe this way. Yeah, probably best to go here. Is that a little beastie boy? No.
Remember that last push before the Arcs left? All that activity for a guess about a galaxy.
I got hit by a power loader. Driver was on 3 calls about where to store rations. Punched it right in the gyros.
Oh.
Found your scavengers. Dead. A fiend got them.
And the turbine parts?
Destroyed. Nothing left but scrap.
I'll take satisfaction knowing my yard drive isn't being used by a bloody scav. Thanks, Pathfinder.
No worries. I guess we can learn a little bit more from you, though.
What do you think about Kedara?
Smells like week-old eggs and curdled milk.
So you regret leaving the Nexus?
Pathfinder, I regret leaving the Milky Way. But if Kedara's taught me one thing, it's that there's no time for regrets. Live in the present or die thinking about the past.
I mean, she is probably right.
Who runs the wind farm?
It's a communal effort. Everyone helps maintain the turbines. But me and the Solarian are the only trained technicians. So, naturally, that puts us in charge.
Okay, we did see him previously.
Does the Solarian have a name?
Yeah, and if he was ever nice, I'd use it. Until then, he's just the Solarian.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit odd, but okay.
Stay safe.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, a little more viability. Up to 8%. And some experience as well. How are we doing on... getting close now to leveling. Not quite there yet. Oh.
Come on, work.
Oh, is this the really annoying lady?
The transformer platform is off kilter. An easy fix.
Oh, maybe you'll like us after we do this?
There you go.
What? You want a gold star? Ugh, fucking show off.
Okay, I mean, they did say that there are only 2 trained technicians in this group, so, and you were not one of them. So that does, perhaps, explain your attitude toward us there. And now we are extremely close to leveling. So, we've done what seems to be most of the big stuff in that general area there. We did see there's definitely more in this direction. There is a forward station. It looks like this might be elevated a bit and therefore might not be quite as close as it would appear. Although, if we're just looking at, you know, like, what is the average distance between forward stations, like, this one's pretty far away from where we started. This is in the opposite direction, so there's a chance it's relatively straightforward. That's a cave. So, I mean, that does seem to be the obvious direct. I mean, otherwise we go to the right here, or the east, and see if we can, not so much for the plant stuff, but maybe loop around and target the modern medicine stuff. So why don't we hop in it? Let me actually mark. Is this right next to you? Find ingredients for, oh, the drink stuff? I mean, sure. Not sure that's really a high priority, but it is something, of course, we want to do at some point. Well, we could go down to the lower level and potentially run into some of those beasts again, but I don't think that's a super high priority.
Made 6 new sounds getting out of bed this morning. Creaks and just things moving. You get that, Vetra?
No, I don't get that.
To fall down.
And I sure don't talk about it.
More enemies spawning over here? Remnant are back at the very least. Alright, obviously we've fought people here before, but... I'm pretty sure it's both... Yeah, both the, or at least we see some remnant, also I missed, but... I assume they're shooting at outcasts. Okay, try not to repeat the mistakes that we made before. Okay, apparently that was already enough for us to level, even though I'm pretty sure not everyone is dead here. Whoa, hello. A little confusing, but, it's a much bigger type of enemy. Now we'll get a little bit riskier. I don't think there's as many left. Still at least one, though. Hello, I found him. There's the experience.
Nice work.
See, that's odd. Now there's a container we can actually loot here that we definitely would have seen previously, right? So we just fought people here. It's the odd part. Should they respawn after finishing the turbine mission is really the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, feels like, I mean, it'd be one thing if they just respawned randomly and, you know, you could still loot them. But the fact that we got experience from it suggests that that was more of a quote-unquote scripted encounter. And for that to be something that respawns, feels like that would not be a thing. Otherwise, it'd be very easy to farm this for what is functionally infinite experience. Just do this non-stop. Or just drive away a tiny bit, come back, and they'll be there and relatively quickly. But we did level, which means for us, do you have enough we could fully, or do a level 6 upgrade, although it doesn't look like we have anything we were waiting to do there. What do we have on the passive side? Squad mate power damage, tech construct damage, power restoration defense. We don't love those. Damage resistance during revives. Versus basically faster shield recharge. We cannot afford both of them, though. So at least in the short term, that feels pretty lackluster. Auxiliary systems, tech construct damage, and health. Not a big fan of that. Weapon capacity, I forget. Had conflicting thoughts on this, because we are, for the most part, I think, not going to be carrying super heavy weapons, but I do like having 2. So if one runs out of ammo, we do at least have an alternative. But for the most part, we're trying to play as primarily an engineer, so I don't think weapons are going to be the primary thing we're working on, and therefore probably don't need that much capacity. Just don't want to be, you know, totally weighing ourselves down and making our cooldowns way worse. Increases the radius of all tech powers that affect an area. That applies to Flamer, which I would think it should. That could be useful. Duration of users' ongoing tech power effects. Flamer to a certain extent, yes, but Cloak is the big thing I think that would benefit most from this. So that's an interesting question. We did start to invest a tiny little bit in biotics, and by that I mean precisely 1 point. Because this is eventually the direction we want to go in next. Although, not super meaningful just yet. Is it worth it to... Because we have the 3 active skills we, for the most part, want to be using. We, at some times, if we were to further upgrade Overload, could perhaps swap it out for Energy Drain. Otherwise, it is mostly the passives, because, I mean, it doesn't help us much to power up a skill that we are at least not currently using. I mean, it gives a tiny bit of boost to the passive bonuses here, I suppose, but... We do have the combat drone of sorts that we automatically get now that we're an engineer. So that's, I guess, a tiny bit of something that benefits from the construct damage, but I'm not really sure it's doing much of anything. Don't go biotics, combat for the win. I mean, our weapon damage has definitely noticeably trailed off as of late, so part of me is tempted to just get a little bit in here to scale some stuff. Because basically, we're currently running what is, I guess, the primary starting build that I was hoping to do, which is primarily combining Cloak with Flamer to get up close, get a damage bonus, and have Flamer be our primary damage dealer, and then use Energy Drain to detonate and deal with shields, and occasionally get our shields back, and then passives just to make that stronger. Again, Overload potentially swapping out for Energy Drain for potentially a little bit more offensive setup. And then I had what was perhaps, maybe, a very memey setup that I was thinking we'd start to set up in the biotic side of things. Which, it's hard to say how useful it's really going to be. Hilarious. That much, I think, hopefully will, at the very least, be true. Effective, maybe not as much. So, you know, we haven't invested much of anything yet in biotics, so it's not a huge deal. But is that something that we should hold back on a little bit for that reason? Or do we test it out and see just how crazy it gets? Because I am curious. So yeah, combat is perhaps, at least in the short term, certainly more practical, where we could just throw a couple of points in pistol or assault rifle stuff, or combat tools, you know, some of the passives, basically, and just get a little bit of stuff going in our favor there. Getting the survival would be useful, though we can't start using points in this just yet. So I'm a little conflicted. Why don't we start off with our teammates, actually, then? We're saving some points for them. Would further upgrade turbocharge here. Oh, right, we were talking about, did we go duration? Did we go the recharge, which was similar question to what we saw on somewhere else. Here? We went for duration. Oh, one downside for squad mates, and combat probably has the best passives. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty universally applicable, right? Because there's almost no situation in which you would not benefit at least somewhat from firing your gun. Whereas if you're going for a tech-based setup for your skills, then biotic-based abilities don't really help you, and vice versa. But yeah, so there is actually a case to be made for cooldowns for squad mates. Because beyond just what technically gives them the most uptime of their ability, the duration might make Vetra hang out of cover to try to just shoot nonstop for longer periods of time and get her killed. Or, alternatively, it might be that she still stays behind cover and does not really shoot as much as we would like her to shoot when she gets her turbocharge up, in which case the duration just doesn't make... I mean, even then, I guess you could make the case that is helpful. So the few times that she does poke her head out to start shooting at people, she does still benefit. Whereas the recharge is like, okay, she does it for a little bit, and shoots people while she has it active, and then goes back into cover, and at least gets it back more quickly. I mean, either way, I guess. It's hard to know when it's the AI controlling it, but I guess we could do one for duration and one for recharge speed. A little bit of both? Sure. A little bit of both. I mean, recharge speed for such an ability with such a long recharge time there's something to be said for that, definitely. So that's going to use all of her points. Drac. Also 5 points. If we go here for your passive power damage, force, all power recharge speeds, which for you... I forget. Is this how this gets activated? Drac becomes a raging force of nature, waiting to battle with increased melee damage, damage reduction, health regeneration. Yeah, it only lasts for 15 seconds. Okay, so he does, truthfully, benefit a lot from increased duration. Yeah, just have to remind myself it doesn't work the same way it works in Mass Effect 3. Okay. So there is something to be said, I suppose, for the recharge speed. The force and damage, less so, because that does not affect Blood Rage. Does affect Incinerate, does affect Flat Cannon. But it does kind of feel like the Blood Rage and weapons damage is primarily what we're focusing on. The AI is weird, usually just skill them so they take more damage for you. Yeah, that's sort of what we prioritize first and foremost. And that's why we want to set up his Blood Rage more effectively. I think we go recharge speeds for him. That number, yeah, it doesn't update here, but he's 1 point left, which you can't do anything with anyway. Okay. Now we do need to decide what we want to do with ourselves. Because, yeah, it just feels like investing points in tech abilities just for the sake of powering up our passives feels like that's not the most efficient use of skill points for us right now. I mean, yeah, we could throw more points to Overload. Not really sure. We're about to switch over to this, though. Energy Drain has been pretty solid for us. Primary reason for going Overload would be for the better multiple detonation abilities, whereas... Or yeah, detonating multiple times with one combo, or one instance of using Flamer, one instance of using Overload, and still detonating multiple fire explosions, I believe should still be possible with Overload, whereas Energy Drain, I don't think it is, or we'd have to have a bunch of flaming enemies right next to each other, and Overload, I think, is a little bit better at targeting multiple units, multiple enemies that might be a little bit more spread out. But my point is, it's not a huge difference, not much additional value coming from Overload. So, I'm not really sure we need to focus too much on that. What about this passive here? Alright, this is the construct damage. The weight, which might be worth doing. We actually do have enough to do both these things. I don't love that, but reducing the weapon weight does allow us to be a little more aggressive with our weapons. And then combo priming rate basically means if we were trying to prime for something other than powers, have an ammo effect on our weapons, which we have not used at all, because those are consumables, and we haven't used any consumables yet thus far, then that is a way to prime enemies and set up more explosions. So we haven't done it thus far. That doesn't mean it's not good. It could still work. But in theory, if we are trying to just cloak, move in to engage with Flamer, detonate Flamer, retreat, rinse, repeat, and obviously mix in some gunshots in between those things as well, then we might not really be relying on our gun to be priming that much. It's kind of the way I'm leaning there. So I think we might benefit more from the extra weapon weight. But I was kind of curious to see... Oh, no, hold on. What other weapon weight stuff we might take later on? Like, where else can we get it? Can we get it in weapon-specific stuff? Yes. Weapon-specific ammo. Just a little bit cumbersome. A little bit annoying there, I would think, because the weapon weight reduction on the tech tree... Oh, I keep on doing this. Weapon weight reduction in the tech tree is universal, it seemed like. It affects any type of weapon. Whereas in the combat tree, at least the ones we were just looking at, was specific to that one weapon type. There might be others that can reduce weight across the board. This is mostly mobility stuff, though. So not from this. This is mostly defensive. Okay, this does give weight capacity. And that is rank 3. We don't even have an alternative there. So we're definitely going to get at least a little bit there. It does give us 1 extra loadout slot. Not really sure, even if we had the option to use a 3rd weapon, if we would do it. Because again, it would weigh us down. And I mean, yes, that's kind of the theory behind having that extra 25% weapon weight capacity. But could we just get the extra weight capacity from this, not get the extra weight capacity elsewhere, and just rely on this to give us 2 stronger weapons and ignore the 3rd slot, or 4th slot, or 5th slot, however many there are? Like, you can get... Okay, so this is the spot where, from this tree, you can get a bunch more. So if we were being a soldier, going more for a pure weapon style, then that could be something that would help us scale our weapons more effectively. That's just kind of not what I'm focusing on now. I mean, theoretically, we may eventually get to the point where that is an option. But, and if we were to do that, then if we're relying more on the weapons, priming with weapons does potentially become more meaningful. But even then, we still have access to other powers. All that is to say, I think we still do this. I guess we still do this. Okay, and now we are a level 4 engineer. We are a technical overseer. So yeah, lots of combo damage. The other stuff, though, is not great. Which is another reason for starting to spec more into biotic abilities, because combo damage is lower, for sure. But that tech recharge speed is nice. Is something I would appreciate picking up. Especially if we're looking to do more combos. Okay, so we, yes, have marked this. It's basically straight ahead. This is the area we started to poke our head in.
The Nexus about you guys leaving. Most everyone realizes we're weaker without the Krogan backing us up.
Had to happen. We're done being pushed around.
Wasn't us doing the pushing. That was leadership's mistake.
And the rest of you pay for it, the way it always goes, kid.
A little cliche, but okay. I like the geysers. I do like the geysers. I wish we could scan the geysers. Can we actually scan the geysers? Yes, we can. Oh, I'm pleasantly surprised. I did not think we'd be able to. High levels of sulfur detected. Spring that emits pressurized water and steam. There it is. Oh? Are we learning more about outcasts in the collective right now? Should I be noticing something here? Am I missing the signs? Oh, well that...
We can't leave the outlaws to claim this tech.
Oh, hello. I was gonna say, I thought that I heard someone running up to us. And I was looking around for an outlaw and did not see any outlaws. Turned out it was a beast. Okay. Can we step on that stuff? That doesn't look like the water. Let's drive a little bit closer. They might already be shooting at us, though. Or they're shooting at something else? What's going on there? Maybe it's a collective and the outcast shooting at each other? We gained some experience. Possibly from them killing each other. Definitely still enemies, though. Okay, collective raider. Alright, guys. was kind of hoping we would open a little more effectively than that, but okay. What? Hold on. What weapon do we have right now? So the Sidewinder, the thing that I don't love about it is I wish it just had a little more accuracy. Because it does feel like it is more of a close range-ish type pistol. I mean, do we have... I'm not sure we have any accuracy scaling on it, but if we did do that, then that would perhaps cover for one of its flaws. So it does kind of feel like we, for that reason, need to go with the Matic here. And we have enemies that are a little bit further away. Oh, okay, well, I mean, if you're gonna... That being said, if you're gonna walk up to me like that, I am gonna do this. That should have exploded you. In a fire-like way. So yeah, it does feel like our setup here is a little more lacking at long range, even compared to when we were using the Zalkin. QB, how's it going? How are you? Doing some Andromeda. Thanks for the raids, Mass Effect Andromeda. What were you up to? What were you playing? We're just running into this outpost, which some bandits had set up on this planet that we are still relatively new to. A little bit of monies, a little bit of crafting stuffs. Okay, I was just talking about pistol accuracy, and oddly enough, that is something that we pick up there, and, you know, maybe that is worth throwing on. Any other loots to be had here?
Pathfinder, I detect a datapad in the area.
Okay, I assume this is a relatively significant datapad, and not just some random datapad of little to no importance. Crawler. Worn balance correction disk thruster functioning 67%. Days since maintenance 33. Registration Andromeda Initiative. Status report stolen. The crawler was stolen from the initiative several weeks ago. It has since been ridden into disrepair. That's a beast of some variety there. And Mega Mark the Shark, that is an amazing name. Thanks for the follow. Oh, there is the datapad in question. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Like I said, we're doing some Andromeda. We caught one of your outcast dogs sniffing around our camp. Not sure if that's a metaphor, if that is actually a dog. You want him back? I'm pretty sure that's a metaphor. Make it worth our while. Bring a generous donation to the nav point attached, and we'll see about getting this straightened out. And hurry. We tend to get trigger happy when we have to wait. Your friends in the Collective.
Looks like the Collective tried to get a ransom out of the outcasts. Wonder if it worked.
The attached nav point has been removed, Pathfinder. I can't determine the exchange location.
Oh. So there are basically two groups of bandits we have recently learned, and they don't like each other. So we actually got here and they were fighting each other, which made matters a little bit more straightforward for us. We just kind of, like, okay, you're... In fact, I don't even think we fought any of one type of enemy, because they just got taken out. But the Collective, those are the ones that we learned about more recently. Those are the ones that I don't even think we even fought. Or, I mean, they theoretically were there. They just got killed before we actually saw any of them. And then the Outcasts are the other ones. We knew about them for longer. We've seen them more. And we did actually fight them there. Let's see. We do some Pyre on Sundays, which is like magic fantasy basketball, for lack of a better way of describing it. And I do the casting for it. Anyone up for some roast dino? Is there anything lootable over here? Is there by any chance? More geysers, which I stand by, are very cool. But what is... That one's glowing. Not sure if we should reach that. Oh, hold on. That's some loot there. Also, for what it's worth, ooh, the water on this planet is super duper toxic. Like, kills us if we dip our toe in it for half a second. That's why we kind of need to be careful how we get. Never mind the fact that we just mined some uranium. That's totally fine. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the radiation from that. Stepping 1 inch into the water, though, that's a no-go. That's a no-go. Basically, Cadillacs and dinosaurs. Okay, so we were... Let's take a look at our map here. Oh! Good thing we did. I did not realize this was going to be a fork in the road, but apparently we're about to hit a fork in the road. I think we go to what will be our right, because this is a fast travel spot that we can unlock, and I think that is something we would like to do. Yeah, man. Oh, hold on. All-wheel drive. All-wheel drive mode initiated. That's a little better. Oh, more dinos. Hold on, there are more dinos. Hello? Don't mind us. Don't mind us. Oh, Vetra does look good when she has the, her tech armor on, giving her the extra shininess. Extra layer of protection. Similar to the color scheme that I was complimenting the NPCs of previously. That's sort of mostly blue, but a little bit of lighter, mostly dark blue, a little bit of light blue and green complements. Okay, this is the direction I said we wanted to go, right? Slight right? Okay, yeah. Hard to see through all this seam. Oh.
Get any closer and I'll hit you with a corrosive bomb. Killed 2 looters today already. You want to test me?
Whoa, hey, we're no outlaws. We're friendly.
Then come prove it, slowly.
Hostiles ahead!
Okay, there is a dinosaur in the way. So I hope you don't mind if we just... Oh. I have no idea what just happened. I have no idea what just happened. Are we getting thrown into a cutscene? What's happening? Why did we randomly go into a loading screen when we took a few steps forward? I assume it must be. We're getting to a new... I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm very confused. What? What? Why are we on the title screen now? The game said timeout? Apparently. What the heck? That's weird. Okay. Don't really know what to make of that. Alright, now we cross our fingers that I'm hoping that the initiation of that conversation with that stranger person who threatened to blow us up was an autosave moment. Otherwise, I'm not sure where we're gonna get dropped in here. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it happened right as we stepped out. She was like, don't get any closer. Then we go closer. Like, okay, maybe that's going to trigger a cutscene or something. Where do we end up? Vehicle. Hold on. Map. Basically the same spot. Okay, no worries. It pretty much did not set us back at all. In fact, this is exactly where we were, I think. And the dino dude is dead. So I think we just drive on? Question mark? Proceed slowly, she says. Whoa, that's nifty. Got experience for this for some reason, but okay, sure. And that's our fast travel spot over there. But I don't really know where this person was calling us from. Supposedly there is an exotic plant here to use for a cocktail, but I'm not sure that has anything to do with the person who messaged us earlier. So... Just gonna
Activating automated forward station deployment.
get our fast travel spot real quick.
Mining zones in this region are available, Pathfinder. I've added them to your nav system.
I don't remember what happened last time that you're referring to there, but that time, I mean, that's the first time that's happened to me. That was weird. I don't know what that was about. I've had some minor things.
Outlaw camp ahead.
Oh, it was the, was it when the game crashed when we were, like, climbing up a ladder in our ship or something, I think? Yeah, so every once in a while, I'll get the occasional crash, I guess, like that.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for
Whoa.
resources.
Yes,
you
you
can
can.
extract minerals via your mining interface.
I mean, in general, I'm playing Andromeda in, you know, multi-hour sessions, if you will. And so
Are you worried about your colony?
Of course, who isn't worried out here?
You don't act like it.
You learn not to show it.
So, you know, I kind of... Not to say that I absolutely expect that kind of thing to happen when playing for a long period of time, but it does happen on occasion. I'd like to get the titanium one, which had a bit of a bump, but not enough to be significant. Obviously, there are also enemies over there. So maybe while we're busy trying to mine some stuff, they're going to be like, oh, hold on, we'll just shoot this person who's messing around, driving around in circles right in front of our base. Or maybe we just take out the enemies first. That might also be the logical thing to do. I'd like a better angle to approach rather than just going right up here in the opening where there is zero cover. Granted, it is kind of hard to see around the geysers when they're doing their geysery things, cool as they may be. But that gave us research. Okay, that works. What angle do we approach from in that case? It's wide open. Can we loop around all the way over here, maybe? In which case, it might make sense to drive over a bit. But yeah, outside of those things, I think the gameplay is very good. I'd say that the thing that I've been most disappointed with would be the certain points in the story and characters at times. Oh, I did not see you flanking. That's not great. That's not great. Can we grab? I think we've established we cannot grab in this game, otherwise that would have been a grab opportunity. Yeah, that can make you icy. So we're definitely just icy. Also not sure who you're shooting at right now. Where are they? Oh, theoretically there. Where we're staring. That appears to have been the last of them. Yeah, like there are some parts where the game kind of asks us to suspend disbelief a lot at times when it just doesn't feel like it's earned that. Ooh. Not sure we've seen this before, but it's weapon damagey stuff, and we're primarily focusing on tech damagey stuff. That guy is very dead. So that's at times made certain plot points feel less weighty, less significant than the game is trying to make them seem, where it's like, okay, I know what you're trying to make me feel like, but I'm just not with you. Not with you just yet. And then other times where characters just feel like their reasonings, their goals and objectives and what have you, just not as compelling as at times I would like. Making it a little bit harder to relate to the characters and care about them on a more significant level. I think we've done it just about everything there is to do here. But yeah, gameplay definitely the strength. And that has been good.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
What if we extract minerals directly on top of a guy? Okay, I was kidding. Not actually directly on top of a geyser, please. I might just launch one over here. As much as I'd love to get some titanium out of it. Maybe we just settle for where that aluminum is more or less at its peak. Which is not here. Does make titanium go up, though. Oh, hold on. Hold on. This is what I'd like. Just casually back up straight into the toxic water. There we go. Still a relatively small quantity, though. Higher rarity resource in that case. Which is why I prioritize that one, but... Okay. My controller is vibrating here. For reasons I'm not 100% certain of. Specifically when I look over here. Hey, you're telling me there's... Ah! Oh, right, it was the plants that we want for better alcoholic beverages. We need some hops. I would like to take this sample. Pretty sure I'm supposed to take this sample. Or do I just need to... Technically, I've already taken it. And I just need to return it to the actual people who will use it. Maybe that's it. Seems to be saying I don't need to go there anymore. Yeah, there's nothing lighting up anymore. Okay, fair enough. So in that case, I think we have everything in the immediate vicinity, but there's a lot more stuff in and around. Scan... we'll just casually scan corpses over here. I do miss Rex. That is true. I very much do miss Rex. Is another memory trigger? More plant samples. Ket transponder from the Badlands. And the crimes. Okay, so there's a lot over here in that corner. There is a lot over there in that corner. So maybe we make our way in that general direction. And a few things on the way over as well. So that is over here. Theoretically. Wait, that's where we came from though, isn't it? Yeah, that's the wrong direction. Oh, did I also activated a quest that has multiple waypoints, which is going to make it very hard to follow specific ones.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Goes underground.
Hopefully there's a way down. But we're gonna need a really big drill.
Oh.
I could get you an upgrade to a bunch of those parts.
More shit to get used to, but maybe when there's less.
This area could be viable for an initiative outpost, Pathfinder.
Oh!
However, for any long-term success, you'll need to find a solution to Kedara's water toxicity problems.
This is Sloane's territory. Gotta make a deal with her first.
What about the charlatan? The collective's gaining power.
We do not know the charlatan's identity. Sloane may be our only option. Vidal could offer insight.
Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Just follow where the wind guides us. It's a lot of stuff we just figured out right there. So that means... Oh, it's actually around the corner, technically speaking. If we were to get this area more viable for actual colonization, this is the place where we would set up shop. That's a big deal. But we may need to either get the approval from one of the gang leaders or the other gang leader before we can do that. And we need to sort out the problem with the water. That is the memory trigger. Also just looking around because I thought I might have seen some commotion.
Sam, another memory trigger?
Yes, though my memory array remains locked. Additional triggers are required.
Alright, so if we get more of those, we can unlock more lore cutscenes and background about our past. Or several things around here, though, right? There's definitely lots of water here. It does look very nice, but seeing as how the water is toxic at the moment, would understandably explain why that needs to be addressed before we can turn this into a place where we actually set up a full-blown settlement. Did get some experience just for being here, though. Oh, hold on. What is it in this area? Because we're apparently right on top. Oh, scan corpses. I also definitely hear some kind of beast. Which is probably what killed the people. Oh. Oh. Or there are alive people next to the dead people who may have killed them. Let's stay for a stroll, huh? Just needs a little nap. He just needs a little nap. Can't scan him yet? Well. And I very much hear other beasts somewhere, but... Hey guys, can't help but notice... There appears to be a dead guy right next to you who we cannot currently scan. Which is odd. So I can't talk to those people either. Which makes me wonder if we need to scan to initiate the conversation, or if... for some reason... I mean... I'm guessing we're gonna have to fight you, but... Okay. That might be a little bug there. We've had that maybe happen to us once or twice before, where it's something that we wanted to interact with, we were unable to interact with. What the heck is that? That's what's making the racket. There's two of them. Oh. That's a lot. Where's our... Nomad's all the way over there. We should probably go get it. So I'm tempted to save and reload and see if that happens to make it possible to interact with these guys. I feel like that might be a thing. I always put my alive people next to my dead people when I'm organized. Right. I always go on a little jog, get the legs moving, just acting natural when I have a friend who is just taking a little snooze is all. Right next to me. Anything this time? No? Okay, I'm gonna try saving and reloading, but let's back up a little bit just in case, you know, it immediately drops us into a cutscene or something. Let's see if this makes a difference. I didn't see there's a load latest save specifically. That's kind of nifty. Okay, now does that change anything with these guys? Can we either scan that thing, or can we talk to them now? Because we could not do either of those things before. Oh, hold on. Maybe we have to scan that
Another
first.
murder victim. I have logged the relevant information.
Alright, I think I know what the deal is. I think I know why we can't interact with these people. And it actually might be a good thing. I think we're finding all these murder victims. I think we know who these people are. And I think we need to find that last murder victim before we can head over here, and this is sort of the concluding encounter. So I kind of like that in that case, because we did find that once before, where we were on a similar type of mission where we had a bunch of different things we were supposed to find spread out across a large area, and then we accidentally found the person that we were supposed to go to at the end of that encounter before we had found everything, and we had no choice but to sort of have that concluding talk with him, even though we didn't have all the information and we hadn't finished the quest in its entirety, even though we planned to and we were about to do it. So in that case, I think I actually do like that. I think it is protecting us from doing that here, because it actually told us that we had failed, or at least partially failed, that mission, which didn't feel great, because we kinda more or less got soft locked. I'm curious what's over here, but at the same time, we take one step into that water and we are dead. There's still more stuff here, though. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the other side. I mean, there is a path that, you know, maybe would make sense for us to follow instead. I guess this is a corner that we could have cut, theoretically. But, let's just do this real quick. It's another one that has multiple things, different places for us to interact with. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to know which one it's actually directing us toward. Oh, it's on the other side of this, and it is blocked by water that kills us if we touch it. I think either way, we're gonna have to loop back around. Gonna have to do it at some point with the Nomad, probably, to get to those other significant spots. Significant spots. Apparently we need it for this as well. Don't want to drive into the water, which I think means we have to go this way. Let's also not go into that water. Just casually drive over all the local plant life. I think this is the path we are looking for. That looks important. Okay, so wait, what are the things here? Retrieve the cat trans. Oh, is that the main quest? And then people divided. This might be the main quest. Go to the crime scene. String of violent murders plague Kedara port. Reyes Vidal believes the Rokar are the culprits. He has recruited you to investigate the murders and prove his theory correct. This is the Moshai. It says the Archon has a remnant map that may point the way to the Meridian, but you don't know where the ship is. You must first track down the Angaran trader, Van Terev. Yeah, this is the main quest. Okay. I did not realize that we were headed toward the main quest, so yes, this is definitely important in that case. Don't really know how significant or how big of an encounter it's going to be.
Pathfinder, my sensors read an Andromeda plant sample nearby.
That's what we're going for. I'm working on it. Not sure which plant it is. Apparently not that. It's going a little crazier when we're over here. It's not this thing, is it? I think it is. Okay. Tentative classification: Nereocytus harmonia. Pearl kelp, or thin stem. Nutritional content acceptable. This plant resembles kelp growths and may have kelp ancestors. While not especially nutritious, it is vitamin-rich and has a pleasantly cleansing taste. Alright, we'll nab it. Oh! What the heck? What are you doing here? Get out of here. Did you have friends? I think that might have been it. Got you, right? You're right next to the Nomad. Surely we did. Okay, so we have the main quest area over here, but not sure if that means this is inherently going to be a major, major fight or something like that. It does seem there are two things over here that are perhaps kind of more overlapping than we would have originally thought. Should probably save. This may take us
So where's
a
Kesh's
while.
grandmother?
You're picking an old scar there, Vetra. Rather not pry it open.
Pathfinder.
I'm sorry.
This is the murder
It's
site Mr.
just
Vidal
you're
asked you
always
to
telling
investigate.
war stories, and I thought...
What makes you think that one's a war story?
Oh. Okay, so that's on one hand. Oh, a little more about Drac. On the other hand, this is the spot we're looking for a couple of quests. I am surprised there are not already more enemies here. I'm immediately getting myself into trouble, finding other angles from which to approach the area. And I'm not really seeing much of anyone here. Odd. Maybe this component will be a lot more straightforward than I thought. Upstairs, downstairs, upstairs. Okay. Looks like the answer is downstairs. Nab that while we're at it, but...
Pathfinder. Then Terev claimed he buried the Ket transponder near this location.
That's the main quest that you're referring to right there. The other thing was technically the side quest that is more or less in exactly the same place, but let's actually get inside. I expected this
Reyes, I'm at the crime scene.
place to be overrun with enemies.
I've got intel on our dead guy, Krogan male. Went by the name of Ziar. His frontal plate was pried off before he was shot to death.
Oh, that does not sound pleasant.
Poor bastard.
Not one of mine.
Do your scanning thing. Look for anything that might lead us to the killer.
Okay, I will do our scanning thing. Well, there's a data pad, which is not technically scanning, but evacuation. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that said execution notice at first. I was like, okay, well that might explain some things. With the recent reports of toxic water supply in the Badlands, the plans for large-scale settlement have been cancelled. Instead, this area will be sealed off and converted to a penal colony. Anyone who fails to evacuate does so at their own risk. You'll be considered a permanent resident of the territory and won't be allowed back in. Okay. And that was from, whoa. The outcast leader. But, there's definitely some blood.
These footprints are distinctly Angaran.
I count at least 3 attackers. The tracks make it look like an ambush.
Fits the Rokar profile. It's a start.
Okay. Pretty sure that's our corpse.
Angaran blood. Matches your Rokar theory, Reyes.
DNA cannot identify political affiliations.
Keep scanning. We need hard evidence.
We know it's an Angaran, but we don't know if it's an Angaran rebel / outlaw. Frying pan. The victim has been living off local wildlife on Kedara. Stainless steel. And they're cooking Adi and Karakin, which are animals here. Foot locker. TM. Locker's contents have not been disturbed. The perpetrator either overlooked it or was not interested in the victim's personal effects. What about this datapad? Personal log Zier, that's the name of the guy who got killed, right? New entry. More mines went missing. Scavengers. Not gonna bother putting them out anymore. It's just a stupid precaution anyway. If someone's got the quads to take me head on, I welcome the challenge. Oh well, I mean, we know how that ended. Right. Other things to investigate the crime scene? What is this? Knife block. It's not the murder weapon. Trace amount of genetic material found only on the handles of the knives, most likely transferred when cooking. The blades are too thin in diameter to be the murder weapon in question. Okay, that is what I was wondering. I mean, maybe there are some things on the roof, now that we have a general idea what we're looking for. Otherwise, it does feel like we've found most of the things in here. That was just us tripping. Yeah, maybe it is worth taking a look outside. Oh, hold on.
The Angaran footprints lead this way. See where they go.
Okay, I guess we'll follow the footprints rather than... Oh, well, there's this. That looks a lot like the murder weapon.
A knife. Killer must have dropped it during the getaway. Something's carved into the blade.
It's Shalash, the Angaran trade language. A home filled with strangers becomes a prison.
Sounds pretty Rokar.
This inscription, along with the DNA and footprints, supports the theory proposed by Mr. Vidal, Pathfinder.
Let's pay our local Rokar a visit.
You know where they are?
I wasn't sitting on my ass this whole time. I'm looking at the place right now.
Send me the coordinates. These murders stopped today.
Okay, I mean, I assume it is not this place that's right in front of us. 'Cause that's the main quest right in front of us. Oh. Wait, what are we active right now? Oh, that's the plant samples. Okay, so that's not really going to help us. See, I think we just go for this here. Because that was technically a side quest and we're not done with it, obviously. That we were doing just then. But still seems odd to me, the lack of people here. Given how this is supposed to be a main quest mission. We're just gonna waltz right up and get some info from the person here who is supposed to not be very friendly. Oh, I mean, apparently it's right there. That's the transponder. This feels like a trap. This feels like an ambush. Feels like that is the bait, and we are about to take it and walk right into a trap. So before we do that, let's scavenge a little bit. Oh, that was somebody who was just talking. Let's see, name, Boyle, notes, bed, water, dinner, travel provisions. Name, Advesa, bed, water. So these are just the things that they brought? Rules and regulations. Charybdis Point House rules. 1. What you do in your bunk is your business, but keep the noise down. Oh. Number 2. No stealing, no killing, or violence of any kind. Number 3, keep to your bunk and the common areas. 4, meals are kept on a strict schedule. If you're late, that's your problem. 5, we hold the right to kick your butt out at any time. Okay. What's with the name? I dated a human once who liked mythology. Malix. Don't recognize that name, though.
Credits for the bed and a dinged up oxidizer valve for the water.
How dinged up?
Just a little. Riley's taking care of it.
Okay. Obviously we're gonna chat with these people. Potentially might be best to pick up the transponder and then chat with these people, because they might have something to say about it, but we'll see.
Welcome to Caribdis Point. Name's Malix. You looking for a place to hole up? Got some open beds. Food and clean water cost extra.
It's very ominous music for what is seemingly a pretty innocent line. We're good.
I'm just looking around. Look all you like. Just don't make trouble.
Okay. There was a murdered Krogan very close by. This is true, but maybe we don't lead with that.
You get a lot of business out here? Our establishment might not look like much, but spend a few nights in the Badlands and we're practically Hotel Azure. Clean beds, warm grub, and the only place for miles with properly filtered water. Serious amenities on Kedara.
That may be. Also, Hotel Azure is actually a reference to Mass Effect 2, Lair of the Shadowbroker. It's where one of the major fights takes place. Yeah, let's learn a little bit more about this guy, then we cut to the important stuff.
How'd you end up on Kedara? Followed Sloan from the Nexus, but couldn't pay her protection fees. No fancy port for me. She forced you out? Those are the rules. Can't pay the fees, can't live on the mountain. First few months were tough. No water, no weapons to hunt. I really thought I was gonna die out here.
Does sound terrible, but you did survive.
You obviously pulled through. I didn't travel 600 years to starve to death. I found other exiles. Put the strength in numbers theory to the test. Thus, Caribdis Point was born.
Okay, yeah, but, like, what about the murdered Krogan?
One of your neighbors was murdered. ZR's dead? Very. Know anything that could help me track his killer? No. ZR had a habit of shooting anyone who got close to his lawn. Still, grumpy bastard had his uses. People think twice about robbing you when there's a Krogan next door.
Okay, I mean, that's pretty cold reaction, but not as if it seemed... Well, I mean, we know the person who killed him was an Angaran. This is a Turian, so yes, we don't really suspect you are the murderer.
I better get going. See you around.
But maybe they were complicit in the murder. Well, I will be honest, I did not realize you were there that entire time. Can we go on the roof? It's probably easier to go here. Question 2. Is there anything on the roof? I can answer that. Alright, we should pick up the actual quest item, the important quest item here. Because again, this is the main quest stuff, whereas that murdered Krogan is technically a side quest. We have to actually approach it from this side, though. That was the least efficient way to loop back around.
Pathfinder. Then Terev claimed he buried the Ket transponder near this location.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Found it.
That thing's busted.
The transponder's power source is drained.
So let's juice it up. Turn it on, then Gil can work his magic.
Once complete, this should provide us with the Archon's location, and in turn, Meridian's.
This does seem way too easy. Way too straightforward, though.
We're one step closer to building a home in Helios.
Oh yeah, hard part's totally behind us.
So I was kind of expecting for some enemies to ambush us right now.
Still needs your help investigating the murders in Kedara port.
Okay. Well, I think we have several emails now that we are technically supposed to check. So it does feel like perhaps this is a pretty good time for us to head back up to our ship. Because, or at least head back to, you know, the main city here. Obviously, we could continue to go off and do a bunch of various side quests here and what have you. But it seems like some of the big stuff does require that we check back in with the other people who are located elsewhere. And it may make sense to do that now. So I think this is where we head back up to our ship. Like so. Just casually do it from way out here, kind of, sort of. It's maybe best if we don't ask questions on this occasion. The Tempest was totally over there as well. Okay, I mean, we might be heading back here shortly, so, like, don't fly too far off. Oh, hold on.
What's up, Ryder? Why an emergency meeting?
I didn't call it.
I did. Got some disturbing news while we were on Kedara.
Oh.
There's some tension at the Krogan colony on Eladin. It's bad.
Tension among Krogan? You don't say.
I wouldn't waste your time with this if it wasn't important. We need to go.
I agree. Nakmor Morta made herself overlord of the colony. It's weird.
No. Our priority is the Archon. We have to remain focused on his next move.
Jall's right.
Okay. That's actually interesting. We have not really seen anything like this before, where it seems like, I mean, sure, we've had multiple missions going on simultaneously. We've never really had people who have been saying, no, don't do this mission, do a different mission instead. Sure, we've had people say, this is the approach that I'd like you to take on this specific mission, but feels like this reminds me a lot of Mass Effect 2, with things like, well, the time gate, or the, specifically, I guess, the, now, blanking out on the name, the Reaper, friend or foe, which does trigger a whole bunch of other time-sensitive things. So, all that is to say that, IFF, there we go, Reaper IFF is what usually referred to, identify friend or foe. So, what this makes me think is that potentially, if we rush off to do one of these things, the other one may no longer be available to us because it might be time-gated. We might not be able to go back for it. So, what I'm thinking is that perhaps, I mean, I don't think we're going to have to commit here, but I mean, this is going to be, precursor to a decision we're going to have to make later on. I think we probably want to go do the Krogan world thing first, because otherwise I feel like if we rush over to Archon, then the Krogan stuff might no longer be available to us. I feel like, although Archon is the main quest, the main aspect of the main quest that we've been focusing on, because he's taken us toward, or he's our primary antagonist, I suppose, and he's, by tracking him down, can take us towards the other monoliths, the Meridian in particular. But I think that's in large part probably why that is the one that sort of moves the plot forward, and if you do that, then you leave some other things behind you. So it might also mean that it's a good time to make sure we've done a whole bunch of other side quests before we do that. This one, I guess, on the Krogan home, or Krogan hub world of sorts, may technically be a side quest of sorts, I don't know, but let's calm down for the moment. But that's definitely something we're going to need to figure out soon.
Rash decisions. Drax just brought a problem to the team. Let's dial down the emotions so we can be clear-headed.
Well, as long as we're pitching stuff, I overheard outlaws on Kedara talking about activity in the Ramov system.
No, that's the system where the Turian Golden World was supposed to be.
Remov? There aren't any viable planets there. Only an asteroid field with mining ventures run by criminals.
I hear Elodin's pretty rough too. Roving scavengers with nothing to lose.
Crap. No one fights harder than people with nothing to lose.
But now that we have the transponder, we're so close to finding the location of Archon's ship.
Yeah, so this feels like basically a whole bunch of people saying Krogan Planet doesn't run away, at least not this mission, after this mission. Okay, it does feel like we're getting all these other things that people are saying, do this, do this, do this, do this. Or you can just go full speed ahead, straight for Archon. And it makes me feel like, yes, at some points, at least, we run the risk of, if we do put side quests off to the side for too long, we won't have the chance to actually do them. We're going to get locked out of them. So, Meridian is important, but I think we stay open-minded here.
Our goal is to create our home here. You never know how something might fit in. Anyway, get Callow the nav points for both Elodin and that potential Turian Golden World. We want all our options ready to go. Hey, I didn't say dismissed or meeting adjourned or anything. Meeting adjourned. As you were.
Alright. Alright, New World. That's, I assume, the Turian one. And that's the Krogan one, I think. Okay. So, definitely lots more stuff to do here.
Yay, more cans.
Are you sure about that, Lexi? We don't know how long we're going to need the rations to last. Even trading with Kedara and Io, we don't have a reliable food source in Helios yet. I'm sure you'll find a way.
Well, that's inspiring. Let's just check in on... Does this always had a little picture of our ship there? Or a cat? What is that? Is that a cat ship? Might be a cat ship. Let's check in on our strike teams and this as well. Get some goodies. So yeah, this is how I've gotten a ridiculous amount of Milky Way research. Just by doing a lot of those. And then the strike teams, we had one that we had sent out, and we have a whole bunch more missions that have been activated, or have become available now. So this was our number 1 or number 2 team here. And they succeeded, so that's good. And it's a silver mission at that, so a little bit higher stakes. Bunch of bronzes, and then a silver apex, and I still would like to get ourselves leveled up a little bit more before we take on the golds here. Let's prioritize this here. So go this. I'd like to send a strike team. 90%, 88%. You are about to level. And you're obviously a slightly higher percent chance of success, so I think we prioritize you for that reason. Both those reasons. Yeah, let's do this. Then... yeah, these are both similar. Both remnant. Seems like the Apex missions, at least I theorize, tend to give more experience because they take longer to finish. Like, this is an hour and a half, this is almost 3 hours. So we go here, you can do this easily, but usually the bronze ones seem like they're the right opportunity to, yes, have a little bit of a lower chance of success, but at least develop our more youthful squads who need more experience. Like, maybe we go for you here. Go for the cowardly Zulus. And then for this one, we can then put you on. So you basically have the lower level people go on the bronze stuff, and then as the silver stuff pops up, we have the higher level people go on those, and then still a very low number for the various gold missions. That's 29%, which is not bad. I mean, it's not as bad, but definitely still feels like in order to make those numbers more reasonable, we would want to invest more in some effectiveness boosting items, which do cost us mission funds here. We do have Iridium, though, and some credits. 37 to be precise. Okay, so that's good. Let's also check our emails, because we learned that there are a bunch of people who supposedly want to...
email at your terminal, Pathfinder.
Thank you, Sam. A bunch of people who would like to speak with us about important things. Let's see. A lot. Wow. Okay, Sid. That is Vetra's sister, right? Ryder, an encrypted message came from Sid. She says she wants to talk to us. Sounds urgent. Going to need you for this one, so swing by when you can. Okay, so this seems like we've heard from other squad mates. They have their sort of personal loyalty missions, if you will. The things that can unlock, presumably, access to their fully leveled abilities, because we haven't been able to use those yet. So this is probably the case for Vetra. So I don't think we learned of such a quest yet for her. She's one of the few people we haven't done that for yet. Meeting with Axul from Moshai Shefa. Jal expressed that you wish to meet with Axul. It has been a long time since he and I spoke. He was so changed by the Ket. It was difficult to talk to him. But perhaps enough time has passed, and together we can reason with him. I've arranged a meeting at my laboratory on Aya. Please come at your earliest convenience. Moshai Shefa. So that is the leader of the Rokar, which is the group of Angaran bandits who we've been trying to speak to for a while, but have not had a breakthrough until just now. So that's good. Got a lead on Arc Natanus. That's the Turian Arc? Ryder, I'm hearing rumors that scavengers found pieces of an Ark on a planet called Eladin. Oh, that's the place where the Krogan supposedly are. Might be nothing, but worth checking out. Okay. Definitely. Then Tan, leader of the whole initiative. When we left our old home, we never planned on having to negotiate with an alien civilization for a new one. It's vital we placate the Angara and keep them on our side. They've opened an embassy on Aya, and our diplomatic team is already settling in. I'm counting on you to ensure our success. You've established ties with the Resistance leader, the Moshai, and Aya's governor. The Resistance leader is... Oh, okay. Thought you were saying the Moshai is the Resistance leader. No, Ephra is, but no. The Resistance leader, separate person, the Moshai, separate person, Aya's governor. Do all you can to learn everything about them and their supporters. The better we understand Aya's political structure, the more successful we'll be gaining their help colonizing Helios. Okay, we've, for the most part, already done that. We were pretty thorough when we first met those people, and I guess we technically had already met some of them a little bit earlier. From Sellers, in your debt. I wanted to send my appreciation for clearing my dear friend Sanjeev's name. Oh, yes! I hate to imagine the ordeal he was subjected to by the exiles who took him, but it does my heart good to know that he will be remembered as a faithful member of this incredible endeavor, and not a traitor. This was the dead person we saw outside the docking area. Perhaps now I can finally put the Nexus revolts behind me and start looking to the future. Yours, Sellers. I assumed initially that was just people who sell stuff, but I think that's actually... yeah, a friend of Sanjeev's. Error 982. Carrier signal interrupted. Invitation. What is this? Unknown sender. Ryder, I must be brief, but I hear my virus was a success and Sam is disconnected. Excellent news. What? We should talk in person. Oh, yes, this was the person who was the anti-robots person. And we tried to convince them that although they tried to hack into Sam and temporarily were somewhat successful, we tried to trick them into thinking that it was actually permanently successful, and that we've seen the light and now are very much anti-robots as well. We should talk in person. I've enclosed the nav point for our sanctuary on Kedara. Okay. The virus was only a first step. You could be a strong ally in future efforts. Knight. Notification 347. Carrier signal interrupted. Resolved. Okay. Please see me. From Captain Dunn? I don't remember who that is. Ryder, please see me on the Hyperion deck to discuss a sensitive matter. Oh, that's the person who flew with us to Andromeda. I should remember you. So many emails. Wow. Something suspicious from Sedera Nix. Dear Pathfinder, this is Sedera, Vetra's sister. Oh, Sid. Kedara for... Okay, gotcha. What everyone calls me Sid, yeah. I know this isn't following protocol, because who am I to contact a Pathfinder through their personal console, right? But I know Vetra will tell me I'm overreacting, and I swear I wouldn't do this unless I thought it was something serious. There's just stuff going on here that doesn't really add up, and people are getting hurt. It's hard to explain. Can we talk in person? I'm in operations. Thanks. Kedara, Nix. Another interview. From Carrie Tavessa. Hello, Ryder. They're saying you just got back from Kedara Port. This is true. There isn't much official word to go from there, or the exiles. Can you give me a few on-camera details? Perhaps we can. About Kedara. From Vetra. One of my friends from Kedara sent a list of tips for surviving there. It's mostly common sense, but there are some gems. No one knows who the charlatan is. Asking is dangerous. Okay, we did probably ask around a little bit. Be really careful dealing with Sloane and anyone who works for her. That's understandable. Politics on Kedara are less about who's got the biggest stick and more about who's willing to use the sticks they have in creative ways. Okay. There's a hole-in-the-wall place in the slums that makes the best cup of... Okay, that's not really that meaningful. Do not mix that with other stimulants, no matter what anyone says. Humans only. Don't ask Umi the bartender to surprise you. Oh, I vaguely recall the bartender was very, very... Not even passive-aggressive, just pretty much outright aggressive. Okay, very passive-aggressive, sure. And explicitly said not to tell us to surprise them. Was that everything? There might have been more. Hold on. That was a whole lot of stuff. Invitation diplomatic meeting. Nexus cultural exchange. We are currently hosting the first Angaran ambassador to the Nexus. Thought we saw the first Angaran ambassador on the Nexus. Despite the importance of your duties, we hope our next return will coincide with his visit. The cordial meeting between the Pathfinder and the first reach Aya and the Angaran ambassador could set the tone for our relations in the future. I'm almost certain we've already done this. Last time I was on Kedara, I met this Asari at... Oh, from Drac. Last time I was on Kedara, I met this Asari at Krala's, who said she'd let me in on a little score. Apparently, there's this matriarch who came over on the Nexus, only died in stasis, though. My contact says she's next in line for the old lady's credits. A lot of credits. And get this, she says she'll split them with me. Trouble is, there's red tape. Transfer fees. And she's having trouble mustering up the credits to clear them. Asked me if I could cover the transfer costs. I tried to bring Vetra in on this, but she says it's a scam. I'm not so sure. Seems like a pretty good opportunity to me. Okay, so this maybe is the thing that Vetra and Drac were talking about as we were first going over to Kedara Port. And it very much sounds like a scam. And it would make sense that Drac, the 1,000-plus-year-old Krogan, would fall for it, whereas Vetra, who's kind of one of the tech people on the team, would not. So, okay. I believe it. I believe that it's a scam, I guess. Matriarch credits. It was a scam. Do me a favor and don't tell Vetra. Okay? That is a good follow-up. Suvi's movie night snacks. Ryder, whatever Suvi's cooking up in the galley smells terrible. She says it's for a movie night? Good cause. Bad choice of snacks. I can do better. Come see me, and I'll show you. For what it's worth, humans and Turians cannot eat the same kind of food. Human food is poisonous to Turians, and vice versa. So, yes, understandably, you would want to eat different food. Alright, to Ryder from Drac. Thought I'd show you what Strux sent me. A transcript of an audio log that's got me worried about the colony. Sounds like Morta's cooking up something. Don't know what to think. Morta, stop arguing with me. Brink. It's payback time for the initiative. Brink. They don't care about us. Morta. But they will. Soon, they're gonna know that I'm Overlord. And once I execute my plan, there'll be no denying that the Krogan rule Helios. Then, they'll come begging to us. Brink. Okay, Morta, I'll get a team together. Gather everything we need. Morta. No Krogan bows down to the Nexus again. Okay, so the Krogan getting a little aggressive. Little aggressive, it seems, and perhaps that is the reason why Drac wanted us to head over there and just calm things down a little bit, make sure nothing too drastic happens there. we'll get, I'm sure, a ton more updates to the various different quests that we either gained or got updates for there. Though I don't think that necessarily affected our experience. That we did finish one, I think, but it's not as if we just leveled up or anything. At least, I don't think we did.